Alright. Alright. Time to do some stuff. I know nothing, attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. And who even knows if we can learn anything, this might be the end. What's the point, right? Things are bleak. Things have gotten real bad. But what can I do about it? All I can do is keep moving the way I have been. Tell people to tell their congresspeople that they need a constitutional convention immediately, so states remember that is something they can do. Meanwhile, we're gonna get our work done and control the things we can. Don't worry too much about the things we can't. And we can get rid of Kate Sith's music here. Ahoy hoy. What's going on, you guys? Let's throw that up. Me being lazy today? If that's what you call recovery. I couldn't. Oh, good. Good. I'm glad you're being lazy today. And you can own that. I wasn't going to say I'm being lazy. I couldn't even sleep last night. Maddie, do you play Borderlands with anybody? Ditto, evil alien robot. Well, then let me know when you're playing and I can play too. I need video game time. My video game time last night was good. I had a really good time. Well, I mean, you don't have to invite me. Whatever. But evil alien robot, I feel you. I think I maybe fell asleep around 5:30. Whoop whoop. Server Borderlands, let's go. We got some work to do first before I can even think about gaming again. Okay, we are not discussing DEI. That was 2 nights ago. Yep. Yep. MAGA can't, not like they could before, but I don't know how you, like, you can't get any more blatant about not caring about the Constitution without just cracking down on everyone with open fascism. There's nothing left. We are literally on or over the precipice. They truly just do not care. This is the conversation that I had with that guy 2 nights ago. These people just do not care. Yeah, evil alien robot, I agree. January 6th was when everything, like, people just at that point pretended to care about the Constitution, but it was already over. Yep. They don't care anymore, and I'll just call it out until they kill me, I guess. Oh, sigh. Well, yeah, I mean, there was still, the mechanisms were still in place as of January 6th. And when no one was held to account, that's when it fell apart. Everything was on a collision course up to January 6th. He should have been impeached and removed. He was impeached. Should have been removed on the first impeachment. Yep. Unitary executive theory. It even goes beyond the administrative state. It goes to the war powers too. How can you give executive power to the president if he doesn't have the authority to use it? Unitary executive theory. Unitary executive theater. Federalist Society was the thing I was trying to remember the name of the other day. Yeah, like, every argument from now on is just, you don't actually care about that. You literally don't. You don't care about the economy. You don't care about the Somali daycares. You don't care about the egg prices. You don't care about Kamala Harris supposedly sleeping her way to the top. You don't care about Biden and sniffing children. You don't care about any of it. You just keep coming up with excuses. You come up with excuses over and over and over and over again, and you don't care what actually means anything. You have no feeling for morality. You have no feeling for consequence. You have no feeling for justification. It's just all excuses. And you know what? We don't need to hear them anymore. We just don't need to hear them. Just own your shit. Own that you don't give a fuck. And like, and then you can just listen to me tell you why everything you think is wrong. And then some people maybe will budge when they realize that they don't give a fuck. And how disturbing that is. How disturbing is it that you don't care? Some of them would be disturbed to realize that, and for some reason they can't. They can't realize that they don't care. And they would know that they're monsters if they saw that in themselves. I said no interruptions, Maddie, but fine. 20 lessons on fighting tyranny from the 20th century. Do not obey in advance. Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. Number 2, don't defend institutions. It is institutions that help us to preserve decency. They need our help as well. Do not speak of our institutions unless you make them yours by acting on their behalf. Institutions do not protect themselves, so choose an institution you care about and take its side. Defend institutions. Do not obey in advance. Defend institutions. Did I just put do not in front of that? Number 3, beware the one-party state. That's weird of me. Why would I do that? I didn't take my afternoon Adderall. I'm going to blame that. Number 3, beware the one-party state. The parties that remade states and suppressed rivals were not omnipotent from the start. They exploited a historic moment to make political life impossible for their opponents. So support the multi-party system and defend the rules of democratic elections. That's something that they have been pushing for the last... Well, how long would I say that is? The last 15 to 20 years. I'd say the idea started a little bit farther. I'd say 15. The beginnings of it, like the whispers of it, would start back past 15 years. And then like 15 years ago, I'm like talking about the beginning of Obama. That was when, I mean, because we're talking like Rush Limbaugh. Go back to Rush, and you can see the beginning whispers of it, where they started talking about Democrats as if they were perpetrators of evil, and that you could always find people like that. But when it became the main talking heads of both the political sphere and the media sphere, trying to make the voting populace think that you cannot coexist with Democrats because they are evil. They are actually evil people, and you cannot coexist with them. They are demons who drink baby blood. They want to disfigure your children. They want to turn your children into little monsters. How are they supposed to coexist with you? American fascism predates Rush, but I'm talking about like modern American politics. This is not something that existed in the 90s. Not on a broad basis. Like they would talk about it like there are demonic elements that are trying to reach your children through media, but it was not, you cannot coexist with the your political opposition. Okay, well, maybe I'm going to trust the anthropologist to know more than me about my American history. What's whack? The House Un-American Activities Committee? Oh, yeah. Well, even with whack, was it the mainstream Democrats that they were, or the mainstream liberals that they were targeting? Because I wasn't aware of like a move to target mainstream liberals until Obama. Right, but I'm talking mainstream. I just want to make sure that that's what I'm missing. You could take the most moderate liberal, and they would be attacking them as a demonic element that could not be coexisted with. Wow. Things I didn't know. An investigative committee of the United States House of Representatives. It's so insane. Amazing that it takes getting to actually targeting the executive power arm that for you to get shut down. Number 4, take responsibility for the face of the world. The symbols of today enable the reality of tomorrow. Notice the swastikas and other signs of hate. Do not look away and do not get used to them. Remove them yourself and set an example for others to do so. Remember professional ethics. When political leaders set a negative example, professional commitments to just practice become important. It is hard to subvert a rule of law state without lawyers, or to hold show trials without judges. Authoritarians need obedient civil servants, and concentration camp directors seek businessmen interested in cheap labor. I'm not clear on what this one's trying to say. When political leaders set a negative example, professional commitments to just practice become important. It's hard to subvert a rule of law state without lawyers. So it's like in the professional world, you have a duty. You have a duty as a professional to uphold professional standards. And that is a political duty. Man, Maddie loves her boy Timothy Snyder. Number 6. Yeah. Number 6, be wary of paramilitaries. When the men with guns who have always claimed to be against the system start wearing uniforms and marching around with torches and pictures of a leader, the end is nigh. When the pro-leader paramilitary and the official police and military intermingle, the end has come. Number 7, be reflective if you must be armed. That's awesome. What does he say we should be doing every day? Maybe we need to become a Timothy Snyder stream. Number 7, be reflective if you must be armed. If you carry a weapon in public service, God bless you. Oh, I should put this up on screen. What am I doing? Womp womp.
Okay. Be reflective if you must be armed. If you carry a weapon in public service, God bless you. Speaking of this, speaking of people like servicemen, every person on that mission needs to serve a life sentence. Every single person who gave orders, every person in that chain of command. What about Guantanamo? Oh, okay. I mean, whatever the equivalent, I don't know, like the military justice system, but whatever the worst punishment that isn't execution is, that's what they need. I'm getting shook now. I'm getting shook. I didn't want to get shook. If you carry a weapon in public service, God bless you and keep you. But know that evils of the past involved policemen and soldiers finding themselves one day doing irregular things. Be ready to say no. Yep. Yep. Those people were not responsible enough to adhere to their duty to America, and for that they deserve America's greatest punishments. And I don't consider execution to be a great punishment. I'm not wanting that for anyone, because I think people should in this life be held responsible for what they do. Number 8, stand out. Someone has to. It is easy to follow along. It can feel strange to do or say something different. But without that unease, there is no freedom. Remember Rosa Parks. The moment you set an example, the spell of the status quo is broken and others will follow. Be kind to our language. Number 9. Avoid pronouncing the phrases everyone else does. Think up your own way of speaking, even if only to convey that thing you think everyone is saying. Make an effort to separate yourself from the internet. Read books. Number 10, believe in truth. To abandon facts is to abandon freedom. This is absolutely something MAGA has done. I was listening to a debate earlier, and I got so frustrated with a fucking MAGA idiot, and I was just like, dude, these two phrases are not the same. I don't need to go into it, but like, there's a difference between like, what is that? A lack of evidence and evidence of a lack. Wait, I can't even fucking remember my phrase. What was it that I was fucking pissed about? But he was demanding evidence that something wasn't true, and the person was like, no, I am showing you like evidence, like we have evidence that nothing has been determined. You can't determine that there is no evidence. That's not possible. But we do have evidence that nothing has been found. That is a true statement. Yes, thank you. You can't prove a negative. Twisting myself in knots. And they think that, like, you not being able to prove that there is no evidence is the same thing as proving that evidence must exist. But you can prove that there is no evidence currently known. Yeah. What the forensics anthropologist genius said. Okay, believe in truth. To abandon facts is to abandon freedom. If nothing is true, then no one can criticize power because there is no basis upon which to do so. If nothing is true, then all is spectacle. The biggest wallet pays for the most blinding lights. Number 11, investigate. Figure things out for yourself. Spend more time with long articles. Subsidize investigative journalism by subscribing to print media. Realize that some of what is on the internet is there to harm you. Learn about sites that investigate propaganda campaigns. some of which come from abroad. Take responsibility for what you communicate to others. Number 12, make eye contact and small talk. This is not just polite, it is part of being a citizen and a responsible member of society. It is also a way to stay in touch with your surroundings, break down social barriers, and understand whom you should and should not trust. If we enter a culture of denunciation, you will want to know the psychological landscape of your daily life. This is something I pushed a lot when I started the channel, back before things with the channel really started getting rolling, with me editing videos all the time, and then like also it getting dark outside really early. Like, I was pushing, like, you need to get outside and meet your neighbors. You need to go know all of your neighbors. You need to at least meet them in person. Talk to them a little bit. If you talk to them a little bit, you will get to know the somewhat of the political landscape of your immediate existence. And that's not the only thing that's important about that, but that is helpful. But you will also have a network of people that you can rely on. You will have a network of people that hopefully you can bring together to discuss ideas at some point. If you can broaden your network enough, you can hold community meetings. You can hold neighborhood meetings. And then you can later create offshoots of those meetings where it's like, hey, we want to do something together as a community. We can have meetings where we can discuss what we want to push for, because our community politic is part of our community. So we need to be discussing those things. So we need to discuss that at an extremely local level. Your neighborhood should have politics. And we need to get back to that place. Or else we'll never make a difference. Reddit was rife with Russian agitprop. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We are what? What are you referring to? That's good. That's what we need to do. But individuals need to be hammering local politics. Individuals need to be influencing their neighborhoods. And the hard thing about that is you cannot do that immediately. It's a big gamble to try to do it immediately. What you should be doing is building a neighborhood community and then incorporating politics into it. You should have people who know each other. I disagree. Make politics community again. Because in the 18th century, politics was a major topic of discussion among everyone. It was something everyone was informed about. It was something everyone had opinions about. It was something that people were able to be opinionated and informed about because it was local. Right. Make politics day to day. I mean, I guess it's not boring if bringing it up riles people up too much to make it a normal topic of conversation. So yeah, make politics boring again. Make it the weather. Make eye contact, small talk. Number 13, practice corporeal politics. Power wants your body softening in your chair and your emotions dissipating on the screen. Get outside, put your body in unfamiliar places with unfamiliar people, make new friends, and march with them. Good, yes, absolutely. Number 14, establish a private life. Nastier rulers will use what they know about you to push you around. Scrub your computer of malware. Remember that email is skywriting. Consider using alternative forms of the internet or simply using it less. Have personal exchanges in person. For the same reason, resolve any legal trouble. Yes, I think this is a good... I think this is a good piece of advice in general. This is also something I had to think about for a couple months as I was ramping up to doing this project. I think it is entirely possible that some people out there can be informational martyrs. I'm not... People are resistant to changing their minds when contested by people they don't know. And people that they can't get to know or be friendly with. So it was my thought that the best thing I could do was remove as many barriers as I could between myself and my audience.
So I try to be as earnest as I possibly can be. That means I'm going to talk about stuff, and I had to accept, like, early on, I was like, I'm going to talk about personal stuff, and if I'm going to talk about personal stuff, then that means people could easily figure out who I am. So I'm just going to have to accept that. And so I don't ask that everyone do that. But I think some people have to be willing to. Otherwise, it will always look like the other side is hiding from you to people who are trained to distrust the other side. At least that's my vibe. I'm no expert like Timothy Snyder. Number 15, contribute to good causes. Be active in organizations, political or not, that express your own view of life. Pick a charity or two and set up autopay. Number 16, learn from peers in other countries. Keep up your friendships abroad or make new friends abroad. The present difficulties in the United States are an element of a larger trend, and no country is going to find a solution by itself. Make sure you and your family have passports. Number 17, listen for dangerous words. Be alert to the use of the words extremism and terrorism. Be alive to the fatal notions of emergency and exception. Be angry about the treacherous use of patriotic vocabulary. This is what I was talking about with the guy the other night, whose name I already forgot. John. Yeah, John. Just listening to myself debate him. Blah, 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 John. Blah, 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 John. Got to the point where I had to keep using his name just to enforce what I was saying. This is what I was talking about with John. I need the political right to understand, and I need to do my best to try to reach the political right, to help them understand that a war is being waged against them in the realm of words. The right loves to re-ambiguate, to enforceably ambiguate terms, to put multiple things under the same umbrella term, link two things that are different under the same umbrella term, and then associate people who believe in one thing under the umbrella term with another insane thing under the umbrella term, and say, look at this person who adopts this thing that you think is crazy and violent and harmful. And the person doesn't believe that thing. It's just like DEI. They make an umbrella term, they take DEI and then make it into an umbrella term and loop in things under the umbrella that have nothing to do with it, that no one supports. And then tell the right, hey, if they claim DEI, this is what they believe in. Otherwise, they wouldn't claim this umbrella term that we created. Were you still awake at that point? I thought that was way too late in that conversation for you to be awake. You know so many people who have barely been out of Kansas, let alone met people from another country. I imagine there are a lot of people in Kansas that are not very mobile. Oh, okay. When I played it, we were talking about bodily autonomy at the end. I go through so much water while I'm sitting here. Okay. Listen for dangerous words. Number 18, be calm when the unthinkable arrives. Modern tyranny is terror management. When the terrorist attack comes, remember that authoritarians exploit such events in order to consolidate power. Do not fall for it. Number 19, be a patriot. Set a good example of what America means for the generations to come. The thing that bothers me so much about, like, this one is we're going to get to the point where people have been arguing forever. He's not going to do this. He wouldn't do this. You're upset about a thing that hasn't happened yet. He's not going to do this. And then he's going to do it. And they're going to look at us and we're going to look at them like, And then they're just going to go, well, I can't back out now. Yep. This is a full book. Goddamn. I need to get myself into a reading practice with Timothy Snyder. You've convinced me. You've convinced me. I need to give the audiobook another shot. Maybe just pick up a text copy. There's zero self-reflection, awareness, and personal responsibility. That's because they've been convinced it's a game. Somewhere along the way, they've all been convinced it's a game. And I don't know how they got there, because I don't feel like it's taught that way. I guess it's modeled. It's modeled for them as if it's a game. They're taught like that their heroes are people who are able to come up with a bullshit point that sounds good enough that they can just have deniability. What's the term I'm looking for? I always forget terms when I'm trying to think of them. Plausible deniability. It's like I can come up with an argument that is coherent enough to associate with the idea we're arguing about, but then like it, even if it doesn't really address the argument, I can just feign stupidity enough, or I can feign not misinformation, just not being informed enough that I can have plausible deniability, and that means it's a winning argument. It's a winning argument because it is enough to get me by to the next conversation. I don't need to win. I just need to be able to shrug until the next conversation, and then I'll come up with a new point that lets me shrug into the next conversation. These are the people that the right is modeling their conversational habits on. And the right then has adopted this as if it's a game. It's like, can I now think of a new argument against your argument that will allow me to go, I don't know, maybe I can brush this off until next time. Which is why it's so important to hold them to your points and be like, we have to talk about this as if it's true, even if you don't know whether it is or not. Because I need to hold you to moral account, to ethical account for the thing that you believe, even if it's not true. Because they've learned that at a minimum, they can always say, I don't know enough about that. That's not fucking good enough. It's not fucking good enough. It's running away. It is cowardice. It is not wanting to own up to your own moral responsibility for the bullshit that you uphold in public. Aww, it's the cutest book. It's the cute. I've seen two cuter books. Let me go get a copy of what I think is one cuter book than that. Whoa, what is that? You know what this says, Maddie? You know what this says? Bad request. You gave me a bad request. Bad, Maddie. Bad. Bad request. I'm sorry? No. Just because it's a cute rabbit doesn't make it a cuter book. And Beatrix Potter, isn't she that famous transphobe? Uh, okay, here's one of two books I think is cuter. It's The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Just specifically this copy. Look at it. It's so tiny. And it is also a very good murder mystery. This is my favorite, almost my favorite pseudo fair play murder mystery. I wouldn't completely call it fair play because it does play the shell game with you a little bit, but it does give you enough evidence that you can realize you're playing with a shell game. Yeah, that's me. You want to see what I think is the cutest book? It's one that belongs to a specific person. I've shown it on channel before. What? 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 Oh, that was me watching Balin's Route earlier. Because I'm a nerd. Which, I guess Maddie suddenly doesn't like. Maddie doesn't like that I'm a nerdy enough to watch Balin's Route. Okay. You know, it's really weird. It was really funny. I freaking loved it. Morning. It's really weird, this YouTube channel, because like this isn't my YouTube, my general YouTube account. This is the Know Nothing Attorney YouTube account. So I don't watch anything on it except like what people will bring up on stream. So like now I've got Viva La Dirt League up here as like my recommended videos. But everything else, I don't know where all this comes from. So it's really interesting to see what is recommended based on what little I have on this YouTube channel. Like, why is there a girl with antlers on... Oh, you can't even see that. Like, I don't know what in my streaming YouTube history brings up this girl. What is this? Ben? Is this... I don't even know who Ben is. I take it this is a live play. Ah, okay. So now Maddie is it's infiltrated my YouTube suggestions that it's all gonna be Viva La Dirt League stuff now. And there's Aubrey Plaza. I absolutely love Aubrey Plaza. Of course, I don't know her in real life. I only know her public persona, but I love her public persona. Like my feed gets like AI Star Wars content all the time. That just must be super popular because I haven't clicked on anything Star Wars. I don't even like Star Wars. Okay. All right, that kills me a little bit. Okay. There's like live country music recommended to me. I don't know what goes on with this. Anyway, I'm just gonna show.
Chief Justice of
Oh, no. Need to recenter. There we go. This is my contender for cutest book of all time.
the U.S. Supreme Court from 1969 to 1986. Charlene Hunter Galt spoke to him last week.
If I were writing the Bill of Rights now.
Look at Chief Justice Warren Burger's. Oh, he did. Oh, can't you can't see it. Come on. No. There we go. Look at his little pocket constitution. It's so adorable. It's so cute.
That a well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of the state, the people's rights to bear arms. This has been the subject of one of the greatest pieces of fraud, I repeat the word fraud, on the American public by special interest groups that I have ever seen in my lifetime. Now just look at those words. There are only 3 lines to that amendment. A well-regulated militia. If the militia, which was going to be the state army, was going to be well-regulated, why shouldn't 16 and 17 and 18 or any other age persons be regulated in the use of arms, the way an automobile is regulated?
The news
Back it up. Back it up.
Chief
Okay, we'll play it again.
Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court from 1969 to 1986. Charlene Hunter Galt spoke to him last week.
If I were writing the Bill of Rights now, there wouldn't be any such thing as the Second Amendment.
Which says?
That a well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of the state, the people's rights to bear arms. This has been the subject of one of the greatest pieces of fraud, I repeat the word fraud, on the American public by special interest groups that I have ever seen in my lifetime. Now just look at those words. There are only 3 lines to that amendment. A well-regulated militia. If the militia, which was going to be the state army, was going to be well-regulated, why shouldn't 16 and 17 and 18 or any other age persons be regulated in the use of arms, the way an automobile is regulated?
The news of the
That's Chief Justice Warren Burger pointing out that there is no such thing as an independent right to keep and bear arms.
Nothing's gonna save you now.
I thought this was going to have something to do with the NRA. Maddie pulling tricks on me. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we've got to release videos. No more interruptions, Maddie. You are not allowed to be fun until we have at least one video published, okay? On your list? Did you prepare a list for what to share with me? Oh, on that list. I got you. It's like, what? Where did it go? There it is. Yeah. Be a patriot. No, one thing left. I read that one. Be a patriot. Set a good example of what America means for the generations to come. And 20, be as courageous as you can. If none of us is prepared to die for freedom, then all of us will die under tyranny. Yeah. This was one of the hardest things that I had to do to prepare for this channel. I knew it was pretty unlikely, so I don't want to be alarmist. I say I knew it was pretty unlikely. I thought it was pretty unlikely at the time that I made this channel that anything would happen to me because I talked about the stuff that I talk about on this channel. But it was possible. Yeah, but I mean, I've got some anti-Christian speech on here. I've got some anti-capitalist speech on here. Those are things that were in SPM 7. So I can at least at a minimum be investigated by like the FBI for like what I do online because of that. That has already been a right that has been violated for me. I doubt anyone's looking into me, but it could be done. Oh. Well, I assumed your point was that I am what? White, cis, heterosexual, male,
of Anglo-Saxon stock. I'm also I'm a very vanilla individual. I am upper middle class. Like, I am not a target. Yes, I'm definitely safer than others. But I am bringing a target onto myself that I wouldn't otherwise have because I am being vocal. So I'm inviting it. And I didn't have to do that. I had to make a choice to do that. And so to make that choice, I had to consider the fact, and like my secretary has gotten upset with me for doing this. Like, she supports me, but also is upset with me. And she's like, have you considered that maybe you shouldn't do this at all? You have... I work at a firm where that like teams of attorneys have a secretary that is shared in between them, and my secretary is like one of the coolest people I fucking know. She's like my mental health best friend. She has babysat my daughter. I have run D&D for her. I introduced her to D&D. She's got what is it? Black Phillip tattooed on her, and she's got like Hellraiser art in her office. Like, in a law firm. She's so cool. And she's told me, she's like, you have a daughter. You don't have to do this. Have you considered that something might happen to you because you do this and you would leave her alone? And I had to tell her, I was like, yeah, I have thought about that. And I also think that that's worth it. Because I would rather fight for a world that is safe for my daughter and fail and know that she saw me as someone who would try than be too afraid to do something and have her grow up in a world where I could have done something. And if I were anyone else, maybe I would have made that decision. But I got to the point where I walked myself into an intersection of so many things where I was like, I am constitutionally knowledgeable. I am legally knowledgeable. I am an extremely friendly person. I love debate content. I also love teaching people. I have a knack for seeing through people's rhetorical strategies. This intersection of things. Oh, and I'm an incredibly earnest person. I'm an oversharer. I will be honest about myself. And I think people can tell when they talk to me that I am doing that. This is an intersection of things that I don't think I'm a miraculous person, but I do think that intersection of things makes me very close to being unique in that way. And if that's something that the internet needs from me, if that's something that my countrymen need from me, if that's something that needs to be done for justice and right to be done, then I don't have a choice anymore because there's no one else left to do it. I'm the only one. And I'm not the only one who can make a difference. I'm not saying that. I'm just the only person that can approach this the way that I do. So I can't wait for someone else. And my daughter's online name is Lore. There may be a Lore who would miss me if I'm gone, but there are thousands of other Lores out there, and all of them, and even their parents, are counting on somebody to do something. So I can't just think about myself and my daughter as much as I do, and I think thinking of that itself is enough. But I got to think about others too. And then my daughter will end up in a worse place than if I had capitulated? You mean like if I were to die fighting, then she could end up in a worse place because I had fought?
What's my new video? Talking about making the decision to do this. You think that's significant enough to talk about? Like, to make a video about? Well, thanks, Maddie. I'll think about that one. And maybe I'll review it back and see what I think about it. But I talked to Laura about it too. Before I started the channel, I sat her down and I told her, I was like, this is what I'm thinking about doing. And it scares me a little bit. It does. And I'm not going to act like I'm not scared. I don't want you to be scared. That's not why I'm talking to you about it. But I want to tell you why I'm doing it and what we're facing. And I know you're too young to worry about any of this stuff. You shouldn't have to worry about any of this for at least a few more years until you become like a teenager with attitude. But what I want to do is I don't want to do this without you. I'm not making this decision without you. I am your dad. But I want you to know how important it is. And I want you to understand the aspect of it that is like, I don't know that if I didn't do this, there would be anybody else who would do the same thing that I do. And I want to make sure that you, I imagined this, that you would be proud of me if something happened to me and I fought. But I don't want to just assume that. So I want to ask you what you would think if your dad tried to be a hero and tried to help people and tried to make a difference and something happened to him because of that. Would that be more worth it than your dad not trying to make a difference and hanging around? And she told me that she supported the idea of me trying to do something good. So I did this after talking to Laura about it. And she did tell me that it did scare her. And I was like, okay, but again, I didn't want to tell you this to scare you. And part of me isn't scared, and I'll tell you why. If I were to fight Superman, I would have no shot of surviving. But if I fought Superman and I came to the fight with a big green rock that nobody had ever heard about, and I said, hey, everybody, look, this big green rock is something that Superman is terrified of because it can bring him down. What is the likelihood that Superman is going to make a big display of fighting me if I do that? I think the likelihood decreases a lot. And that's why I want to remind people, that's why I made this channel to begin with, because I remembered my Article 5 constitutional education. Article 5 is the best weapon we have. As a small people, like if you get down to the very base level where we are voters, where we can reach our own governments, we can reach our local governments, and hopefully we can reach our state governments. If we can get together, and this is why I want to talk to people on the right, because they're my neighbors too. I have to talk to people at my level, at the local level. And that's what another thing I want to do with this channel is I want to record, like once I get this going enough, if I can organize like local events where I can talk to like conservative voters in smaller communities in Texas, I want to do that. I'll fucking host donuts, I'll host pizza, I'll host a barbecue where people can come and get free food and just talk to me in front of other people, and it won't be a debate. And we got to talk about this stuff. That's what I want to do. This has to be a local thing, because real power does come from the individuals in the United States, at least for now.
Because if we can push our state representatives to hold a constitutional convention, we can change what's happening. The states can do it without the federal government. They don't need the federal government. They can bypass the federal government. The states can get together tomorrow and say the federal government is done. That's what we need. I am in Texas. There's also going to be a big Republican pushback against elections. It is too bad, but I don't care. I have made the decision that I am going to spend my life fighting to change the politics of Texas. So it's going to start on this channel. I'm going to try to build a big enough base that I have a little bit of a community that can help me as I try to make projects happen. And from there, I want to branch out to local politics in Texas. When I say local politics, I just mean people. I want to talk to people about how things actually work. And I want them to be able to talk to other people in their community who I didn't get to talk to. I want to give them enough information that they can understand what's happening because they lack the education to know. John lacked the education to know very basic civics, to know why we should be afraid of an authoritarian, why everyone should be afraid of an authoritarian, not just the people that disagree with the authoritarian. So that's where I had to start. I had to get over that fear of something happening to me. And so from the moment that you go back and look at my VODs, if you look at my VODs go back to the very first day I streamed, which was very nervous and very different on day one. I had to prepare whole scripts for me to use that I knew what I was going to say, or I was going to be too terrified to just start. It's insane to me to think that I would have to have a script now. But I prepared scripts. I read off scripts. I did whole speeches on shit. But from the moment that you can see me on camera on my YouTube channel, I had already made the decision that I was okay if something terrible happened to me. Yes, I do, Maddie. Yes, I do. And that is in my list of things that I need to do in the coming year, and that is to get more involved with local politics. Yep. The Thing is a member of the Fantastic Four. These kinds of potential failure points? What do you mean? I'm glad I'm more armed for my collaboration with Echoplex Media next week. What do you do now? It doesn't matter. They need fuel for their crusade and will target anyone innocent or guilty of what they think for reprisals, so you might as well be guilty. Yeah, right, exactly. You either have to hide everything you think, or you have to be openly guilty from their point of view. And that's another reason that I think being incredibly open and honest is the best weapon you've got. Be like, look at me. Look me dead in the eye. I've talked to you as a human being. I didn't treat you like shit. I saw the person inside of you. What are you going to do now? Are you going to condemn me for life? For what opinion that I voiced? What opinion that I voiced do you think is worth refusing me my humanity? You asked me about Carl Schmitt the other day. I think it was during my PragerU video. I'm not familiar with Carl Schmitt. Carl Schmitt wrote about the effective wielding of political power. Ugh, another German named Karl? What's wrong with you, Maddie? Oh, there was a point in that PragerU video that I glossed over because like I didn't know anything about it and I didn't want to take the time to dig into it, especially because we had just like ripped that video apart. I think by the end of that PragerU dissection video, the PragerU video looks incredibly embarrassing. But there was another part in there where Dinesh D'Souza says that Giovanni Gentile, his mentor was Karl Marx. And I was like, I'm not going to look into that right now. I'm not even going to bother challenging that claim. I don't know the answer, but I don't think it even matters. And it doesn't matter. But sure enough, and when I release that video, I'm going to add a little disclaimer that explains that Giovanni Gentile was 8 years old when Karl Marx died and never met the man. It did sound sus. It sounded like straight up bullshit, and sure enough. He also like spoke directly against Marxist materialism. Yep. Okay. Oh, we were looking at Carl Schmitt, German jurist and political theorist. Schmitt wrote extensively about the effective wielding of political power, an authoritarian conservative theorist. He was noted as a critic of parliamentary democracy, liberalism, and cosmopolitanism. Maddie, I think what I might just need, I'm not expecting you to do this, the concept makes me laugh. I might just need you to read political theory, and then you come tell me all about it. In 1933, Schmitt joined the Nazi Party and used his legal and political theories to provide ideological justification for the regime. He held various positions on Nazi councils, including the Prussian State Council and the Academy of German Law, and served as president of the National Socialist Association of Legal Professionals. He later lost favor among senior Nazi officials and was removed from his official positions within the party. The Standard Encyclopedia of Philosophy writes, Schmitt was an acute observer and analyst of the weaknesses of liberal constitutionalism and liberal cosmopolitanism. But there can be little doubt that his preferred cure turned out to be infinitely worse than the disease. His ideas remain highly influential, with many scholars arguing he has influenced modern governance in China and Russia, as well as the movements of neoconservatism and Trumpism. Fascinating. Ooh, okay. Another recommendation for Behind the Bastards. Happy to listen to Behind the Bastards on Carl Schmitt. Emergency powers. Schmitt's state of exception doctrine has enjoyed a revival in the 21st century. Formulated 10 years before the 1933 takeover of Germany, Schmitt claimed that urgency justified the following: special executive powers, suspension of the rule of law, derogation of legal and constitutional rights. Schmitt's doctrine helped clear the way for Hitler's rise to power by providing the theoretical legal foundation of the Nazi regime. Fake emergencies is the basis for fascism. Boy, that looks familiar today. All right. Gotta reconnect on Twitch. Waiting for stream to be back up. There we go. We're live again. I died, but then I came back to life. You can see my entire screen? Oh, that's not my entire screen. That's just my Twitch chat tab. In his essay, The Dictatorship, he discussed the foundations of the newly established Weimar Republic, emphasizing the office of the President of Germany. Schmitt compared and contrasted what he saw as the effective and ineffective elements of his country's new constitution. He saw the office of the president as a comparatively effective element because of the power granted to the president to declare a state of exception. Wow. This office works because it can give itself its own power. That doesn't sound like it works, Carl. That doesn't sound like it's working. If it can give itself its own power, it's not working. This power, which Schmidt discussed and implicitly praised as dictatorial, was more in line with the underlying mentality of executive power than the comparatively slow and ineffective process of... Fascists and authoritarians don't make any sense to me. They don't make any sense to me. They have no instinct for self-preservation at all. They are completely lacking an instinct for self-preservation. Don't use a little Nazi salute emoji. Emoticon. You like the O with the L. It's all coming together. Salute. I know it was. Schmidt was at pains to remove what he saw as a taboo surrounding the concept of dictatorship and to show that the concept is implicit whenever power is wielded by means other than the slow processes of parliamentary politics and the bureaucracy. Uh-huh. It is. If the constitution of a state is democratic, then every exceptional negation of democratic principles, every exercise of state power independent of the approval of the majority can be called dictatorship. For Schmidt, every government capable of decisive action must include a dictatorial element within its constitution. Yes. Any government where a single person or a small collection of people can make decisions instead of having to rely or to defer to other people for approval, no shit. No duh. That is dictatorial. Yep. The use of the term exceptional must be underlined here. Schmidt defines sovereignty as the power to decide to initiate a state of exception, as Giorgio Agamben has noted. According to Agamben, Schmidt's conceptualization of the state of exception as belonging to the core concept of sovereignty... Wow, I can't. Core concept of sovereignty was a response to Walter Benjamin's concept of a pure or revolutionary violence, which did not enter into a relationship whatsoever with right. Through the state of exception, Schmidt included all types of violence under right in the case of the authority of Hitler, leading to the formulation the leader defends the law. Schmidt opposed what he termed commissarial dictatorship, or the declaration of a state of emergency to save the legal order. The state of emergency is limited to sovereign dictatorship, in which law was suspended, as in the classical state of exception, not to save the Constitution, but rather to create another constitution. This is how he theorized Hitler's continual suspension of the legal constitution order during the Third Reich. This is how he theorized Hitler's... Oh, okay. Well, then, how was he defending it at that point? What? The Weimar Republic's constitution was never abrogated. Rather, it was suspended for 4 years, first with the 28 February 1933 Reichstag fire decree, with the suspension renewed every 4 years, implying a continual state of emergency. Then he doesn't support the idea.
Well, right. So, but it's weird to say that he supported the idea of sovereign dictatorship as a means of transition to a new constitution. And then that's his idea for how to have an eternal transitionary period. Well, then no, he doesn't actually support that. Yeah. Political theology on dictatorship was followed by a 1922 essay, Political Theology. In it, Schmidt gives further substance to his authoritarian theories with the now notorious definition: the sovereign is he who decides on the exception. By exception, Schmidt means stepping outside the rule of law under the state of exception, doctrine he first introduced in On Dictatorship for the purpose of managing crisis, which Schmidt defines loosely as a case of extreme peril, a danger to the existence of the state, or the like. You know what's extremely funny about that? It's a playbook play. It's not in good faith. Yeah. But I mean, I get that. It's just weird to say he wrote a playbook for things he believed in, and then he used the playbook to undermine the stated goal of the playbook. Well, it's like, well, then why did you say he believed in it? That's not what the playbook was for. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, the funny thing about having to create a like crisis, like a case of extreme peril, a danger of the existence of the state or the like, is we're seeing like an absurd version of that where you're having to explain that the nation is in peril when your nation is the most powerful force on the planet. It is absurdist. In smaller nations with less power, this makes more sense. It's not a good argument, but like it should be easier to trick people in that way. It should be harder to trick people when you're the most powerful like force in existence. Look at me getting into Umberto Eco. Which part of Eco? What, the enemy is both weak and strong? Well, right. I mean, that's every fascist argument. Like the enemy is both like impotent and terrifying, but in no case should you be able to make that argument with America and then go, the enemy's terrifying. It's like, why? How? What can they do? Who's going to hurt us? How? And yet, people are willing to just intentionally become idiots. And I think that's honestly something we've seen over the last 15 years. People were willing to become idiots. And I don't think they used to be idiots nearly as much. It's the game. They're playing the game and they are making themselves into idiots. All I have to do is find a way to shrug until the next conversation. Remember, they're punting Maduro not as a political leader, but as a narco-terrorist. Just nuts. A year later, Schmidt supported the emergence of totalitarian power structures in his paper, The Intellectual Historical Situation of Today's Parliamentarism, translated as the crisis of... The other crazy thing is there is none of this today. There's nobody out there, like, promoting dictators, promoting fascism in texts that, like, at least not that I'm aware of. No one that's taken seriously. Maybe he wasn't taken seriously in his own time. I don't know. But yeah. Okay, I need to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
after I break my headphones. Hello? What have you done? There we go. Be right back. Well, thank you. Okay. Maddie, I want to do some video work. Do I have any 20 points left? Okay. Oh, what a face I'm making in that. Hey, no autos allowed. What's going on? Attracted by the provocative title tonight? Okay. I remember I was... so far it's just been some chill discussion in here. We've been reviewing some... What would I call that? 20 points what, Maddie? 20 lessons on fighting tyranny from the 20th century. It's time to start taking some advice on how to live in a terrifying society. I want to go to the gym, but I can't get my car out of the parking space. So here I am on Twitch again. Y'all good? We're persisting.
I'm continuing to take part in a political project that could get me in danger with, people who are scary in a world that gets increasingly scarier, but we're good. Been talking about hard choices. I need to get a thumbnail. So there we go. This is what we were looking at to try and get a reaction shot for me. And I'm trying, no autos allowed, to finally release 3 videos that are just ready for me to put out there. But I gotta get like thumbnails and shit.
Okay. So, like, what's the point?
Because why would a person who doesn't believe that that is a feminine characteristic
I'm trying to, but
why should they?
it's so easy to like engage with my
They may
audience
see
instead.
it as a mass.
It's so easy. There have been multiple nights this week where I've been like, all right, I'm going to work on the videos, and somebody comes in, they're like, you want to start a debate? I'm like, all right, yeah, fine, let's do it. Let's go.
Masculine characteristic and say, because that's who I am, that makes me a man. But you're going, no, that's a feminine characteristic, so why don't you just call yourself a feminine man? Or whatever.
So, okay, so you're saying they want to do it the opposite? Didn't you have your whole you explained to me in detail how, if you want to claim it's masculine or feminine, it needs to align with.
I need to think. What face do I want? What emotion do I want to convey with this video? That was all right. Oh, this is an easier way to go about this. Oh, throwing my hands up in the air in a shrug. What's the... I think maybe I should, no, not, let me pull that up in a different window. This debate was about, it was a 3-hour debate on gender. On the debate topic, you believe in gender? Yes, you do. And sure enough, he did, but he really didn't want to say. I have 2 points to that. No autos allowed. I'm not going to get distracted, but in short, the answer is, if we're going to call them men's and women's sports, then men and women should be allowed to be in them. But my more important point is, if what we care about is fairness, why are we dividing sports along the basis of men and women? Those don't inherently have anything to do with athletic talent. That is a weird way to divide sports. Yeah, I think I'll make it simple, and I'll find a reaction shot that I like in here. Is this the one, Maddie? No, nobody gives a shit about women's sports.
You know, grief my video editing, but I'm tempted. I think we should forget about the whole gender thing and just use sexes. I don't think I'm at a point where I don't think you think that at all. I just think that you are latched onto a bunch of political debate topics and you use those as justification to support somebody who doesn't give a shit about American values, constitutionalism, republicanism. It's just a long game of stupid debate topics. But that's just how I'm feeling today with everything that's going on. And griefing doesn't really tend to work on me. People have tried it. It's not very entertaining. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. This looks too much like a walking away defeated. That's not really what happened in this argument. Surely at some point I grab my head and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Let's look over here. No, closest I got was back there. But as much as you think that, I think the simple point I can respond to with that no autos allowed, since I'm being direct tonight, you don't care about people dying. That's what you care. That's your feeling. So I think that's kind of a disgusting opinion. You don't care about people and their humanity. Mm. I'll go with this one. We'll just take that one and go. Can I lose the little time bar, please? Just go. That's good enough. All right, I'm happy with this. We can be done. Didn't mean grief intentionally, bad intentions, but I was just tempted to join a chat, not a debate. I do generally, I'm sorry no autos allowed, I'm not generally really confrontational. Today's just kind of a crazy day to support conservatism. If you can even call it that. It's not conservative in the least. Today's a crazy day to stand on the right. And I am just all kinds of upset. This is me being probably the most extreme I'll get. Like, today of all days, no autos allowed. I think if you look at some of our other VODs, like I am very reasonable and I have very kind and honestly compassionate conversations with people who are politically opposed to me. And if you stick around until I decide I've done enough video work, if you come back later, maybe we can have like a casual chat debate. But no autos allowed. I'm afraid that the thing that you don't understand is that it is hate towards the LGBTQ. I understand that you don't feel like it is hate, but what I think I need people like you to start thinking about is maybe I'm not aware that the thing I am exhibiting is hate. I am dressing it up in a different word for myself, but it is hate. If I don't care about their experience, and I don't care if the way they are treated leads them to kill themselves, because I am denying them their identity, and that is just a statistic about humanity. If you deny them their humanity, they will kill themselves. If you do not care about that, then you do hate them. You are dressing it up in prettier language. Saving this in pictures. Okay.
So I did a little bit of prep work earlier. And the crazy thing is, you are not willing to grant them their humanity at no cost to yourself. Like, it would not cost you anything. There's no harm to you. There's no harm to anyone. Well, no autos allowed. I would love to talk to you about that. I just got some fucking work to do. You know what? Maddie, are you there? Yeah, she did. How about this? I'll publish this first video. Maddie, you give me a time limit about how long that I can engage in a debate. Not to say that'll be the end of it, but you give me a reasonable time limit for how long I can talk to somebody, and then we'll talk, and then I'll go back to editing videos. If No Autos Allowed is willing to talk, that is. That way I can hold myself accountable. Yeah, if you think an hour is a reasonable time. And not to debate, because I don't think No Autos Allowed wants to have a debate. To have a casual conversation. And I will put on my nice hat again. Right. Cool. Then as long as you're able to. No. I would, as soon as I post this video, I would go into the conversation, and then I would go back to video editing. So I just need to finish posting this video. Let's see. I took some notes earlier. Where did they go? So I can hopefully do this quickly. Okay, Maddie, I really liked you saying 3-hour tour. It clicks with me because I remember being up watching Nick at Night when I was a kid, watching Gilligan's Island, and so I'm just kind of obsessed with the idea. So I think I've changed the title. I want to go with Tim versus Gender, a 3-hour tour, and then in parentheses, he gets lost. I think that's simple enough. Yes, it will get posted, but I'm also a polite person. Well, I mean, it won't necessarily get posted. If I feel like our conversation was constructive, I will want to post something that is like instructional from it, educational from it, that may help somebody. But I'm also a polite person. If after we talk about something and you're like, I don't know about that one part, can we talk about maybe not including that one part? Then I'll consider it. Like, I don't want to embarrass anybody unless they call for it. Okay. Tim versus Gender, a 3-hour tour. He gets lost. I need to upload the thumbnail that I picked out. Pictures. This one. Oh, no, I need to edit it because I need to add text to it. It says like 3 hours? I need to open Canva. Canva. Tim versus Gender's Debate Island, a 3-hour tour. Not just Tim versus Gender, a 3-hour tour. Okay. Create thumbnail.
Why is it so zoomed in? Zoom back out. There we go. So this whole thing's gonna be the thumbnail? My God. Mein Gott. Oh, God dang, dude. Is that the whole picture? That is the whole picture? There, okay, there's more on the bottom. Okay. This doesn't look like it's the right size for the picture that I took. I'm so confused. Then fine. Me still learning how to use stuff. Elements. Tools. I need to, like... I'm still new to Canva, guys. Maddie, do you know any Canva? I need to, like, fill this space to the left of me. What is going on? Okay. I mean, sure, I can just do a black rectangle. This is not going to be the cleanest thumbnail. I just got to get it done. Hello? Hold on, she says. Austin, stop being bad at arts and crafts. How big is that rectangle? I don't know. Is that measured somewhere? Make a rectangle to fit it. Okay. Where'd that go? Tools. So in case you're wondering, no autos allowed. This guy kind of made an ass of himself by the end of the argument. 565 by 720. Maddie's a goddamn superhero. I don't know what she's doing right now, but I can tell it's going to help me. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I thought, I'm all messed up. I'm all messed up. See, I thought you were talking about this rectangle because I thought it was up on screen already. It was not up on screen. I was talking about this weird colored rectangle over on the left. Don't allow pictures in Discord. Do I not? Is that still left over from the... I need to give you Discord mod capabilities. Because I would like you to be able to turn on pictures. Where's the freaking trash option? Thank you. This is trash, but it's got to go out the door. What? Canvas sans? I don't want sans.
Ugh. What is this? What are we using that one for, Maddie? What? Where'd Canva go? This, no. There we go. For that pink spot, the square that I had up there. Oh, I didn't want to do. Yeah, that's fine. What, no text? What? Text color. Text color. That is it? Oh. Ew. Gross. I think the text a bit nicer and the picture a bit smaller. It's hard to read. Also, it's going to be a thumbnail, so it's going to be small. What did I ask for? Oh, I meant like some text to put over there. Oh, okay. I meant like what should I have over here for me to be responding to? So make the text nicer. Well, that doesn't get bytes. Make it nicer. I feel like it should be nice when it's a nice conversation and shouldn't be nice when it's not a nice conversation. Yes, I know, definitely a better font. I agree with that. Should be bold too. That'd be easier to read. That's not easy to read at all. Still need a better font. I have no eye for, oh, I see what you mean. Okay. I have no eye for aesthetics, by the way, guys. That is not something that I learned in law school. Lines are not proportional. What do you mean that they're not proportional? This should be smaller. Stop. I'm okay with this one, I think. This looks okay to me. Do not mind this font. Center the text box. On. Okay. It's not gonna tell me where the center of the rectangle is. Oh, the rectangle is oversized. That's why. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now it's centered. Centered. Color for the text, guys, I think. Unless I'm just not understanding what things look like, then like maybe y'all can still tell me that there's things I need to fix. But right now I'm just like, I just need to change the color of the font. I could go for the kind of tan that I often go with. Kind of gets like parchmenty. Parchment tone. Brings some color into the white. Yeah.
Has to be red, right. How's that one? How does that look? Make it the size of the thumbnail. Sure. That's fair. Do you have an easy way for me to do that? Because right now I'm just like snipping it and then I'm going to put it up next to a thumbnail on YouTube. Bottom right scale. You mean like that? Oh, that's what you mean? Okay. It's all right. It's all right. We good? My ops are in here helping me edit. Make my head smaller. I wish I could, Maddie. I wish I could. I was the only guy on my football team with a extra large helmet. Like so. Make it smaller. Well, now the picture's not big enough anymore. Head ain't centered. Oh God. Oh God, what? I think maybe I want to move myself to the right a little bit. There we go. Oh God. I don't know what this is in reference to, Maddie. Are you just hating on my big head? I think this is okay. You said, "Oh God." What is or you said, "Oh God," and then you said, "You're killing me, Smalls." What is that in reference to? Maddie should make it. If Maddie were willing to like take over my channel, I would let her do it. Maddie could be like, "All right, talent, it's time to get on screen. Go dance for me." I'm like, okay. You do everything else. I do know the Sandlot, but what were you responding to? What was Ham responding to? Is that his name? I know Timmy and Tommy Timmons. The Colossus of Clout. The Colossus of Clout! Make the text box smaller. Resize it vertical. Make the text box smaller. Resize it vertical. Matt, in my stream, Maddie should make it. That is the stream's opinion now. Resize it. Resize the background vertical. Resize the background vertical. Look at the bottom. It's not lined up with the... Oh, hey. Oh, okay. All right. So I see. I got it. I fixed the, if you're talking about the little white part at the bottom, I got it. And whoops. Is there something else I need to fix? What else do I need to fix? Maddie just wants it to be as successful as possible. It's goo. Let's go. Let's goo. It's fine. Yeah, I agree. It's fine. I never will get there. Like, aesthetics are just not in the realm of my understanding. Okay. All right. Need to switch back to my notes real quick. Okay. Let's back up. Wop. Need to grab the link. And I don't have music going, and it's killing me in this moment. Okay, I need the Discord link. By the way, can I decide if the chat gets posted after? I don't mind sharing my ideas online, but only if you are reasonable in the chat. I feel like I got a bit jumped early, and I don't want to be jumped in the video too for things I don't believe in. Maybe I changed my mind on things, and I don't want to be the star of a homophobe gets wrecked. Okay, I'm definitely not a homophobe gets wrecked type of person, and I will be so fair with you that I will say, let me see if I can find a middle ground where it's like, I want to be the ultimate judge of whether something is instructive content, but I also want to give you some ground to stand on. How about this? How about this? I will say if I release a video, ooh, can I make this contractual? I think I could make this contractual. That way you know you have if you send me a private message and tell me that there is some part of the conversation that you are not comfortable with, then I hereby grant you, and you have the right to accept, that I will be required to send you a video, a full-length video, before I post it if it's made out of this content, and you have the right to choose half of that video that you would like to cut, up to half. Is that fair? What's up, Elaney? Oh, no, I definitely won't take anything out of context. If you provide me evidence that I took anything out, if you If you provide me evidence that I removed any substantive context to anything that you said, then I will completely take down a video. That's contractual language if you tell me you accept. No, I don't expect any of it. Like, I don't expect it to be such that you would ever have to sue. I just want you to feel comfortable that you have a ground to stand on, that you can trust me. If you just feel like you can trust me, then we can just talk, and then I'll post whatever I want to. I know. I want you to feel comfortable that you're not going to be taken advantage of. That's what I want to make sure that you feel comfortable with. If you feel comfortable with it, then we can just go. I need the Discord link. Oh, I can just do this. Yay! Awesome. I just seem that genuine already. Let's go. We talk about it all the time on the channel. No autos allowed. That's what I consider to be the most important thing about what I do, is that I want the other person to be able to believe that I'm an earnest person. Otherwise, what is the point of our conversation? Rad. Love that. Anything else I need to add here? We good? We good? Yes, it's made for kids. Tags. Frickin' tags. Hey, where'd you go? What's going on here? It's supposed to be... Okay, fine. This is... Oh my god, what is happening? I was in a text box. Enter a comma after each tag, Austin. It says it right there. Comma. Oh, dude. Ah! I know nothing. I literally put a comma that time. What do you want? Know nothing attorney. Does that not count as a real tag? Is that the problem? Okay, there. I had to do a comma twice. Debate. Gender. That's not what I meant. Politics. Good enough for me? Rights. Comma. Good enough for me. Recording date, license, allow embedding, publish subscriptions feed, and notify subscribers, allow video and audio remixing, category news and politics. And that's the way the news goes. Add subtitles, add an end screen. Not right now. We got a video. We got a video. Okay. That's actually the least excited, like, I'm least excited about that video of the 3 that I intend to release. Okay, I'm in the Discord. I'm already on the air voice chat, waiting for no autos allowed to come up. Guess I can go ahead and prep. I will pull up our notes document. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of... Nope, not that. Leave it. Where... DaVinci, there we go. Don't need that. What are we doing? No, we're not debating. We're discussing. Yeah, right. I caught that myself. Oh, you're in the waiting room? Perfect. Let me finish getting organized here. Okay, and then let me do window capture. Cool. So what I have learned, what I definitely learned from my debates with Tim and with John, are that I want to do a better job of taking notes of points that have been made and statements of like claims that have been made so that I can come back and hold people to account for those. Because like with Tim, I could have gone back and been like, look, this statement, when I wrote it down, I asked you if you agreed with it and you said yes. So we're done, right? You already agreed to this. Would be helpful. Let me know when you're back. Okay, so I didn't want to bring you back. Oh, you're already muted, so it wouldn't have made a difference. All right, what's going on? No autos allowed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hell yeah.
Can I get a name before we start? Can I get name, age, and pronouns, please?
He, him. I'm 29. Autos, I guess.
Sorry, did you say 29?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the name that you want to go by?
Oh, just no autos.
No autos. Okay, that's fine. No autos. Yep. 29.
Oh, by the way. I mean, obviously you don't mind because you asked me as well.
You can either call me Know Nothing or Austin. I am 36. I've got 10 days till the end of the world where I turn 37. And then I am a he, him, myself. Or I guess
awesome.
I've been thinking about this lately. I'm fine with he, they. I can do he, they. Then do you mind if I ask what part of the world or the country that you're in?
Currently I'm in Romania.
In Romania, all right.
Yeah. Moved recently from the
and you wanted to click on an American politics stream? Is that...
No, to be honest, I just recently returned to Twitch. I'm kind of pulling an all-nighter to fix my sleep, and that's it. I just found it interesting.
I love pulling all-nighters to fix my sleep.
Yeah. I can imagine.
You wanted to talk today about gender specifically? Was there anything specific, or just gender in general, or more than gender?
To be honest, when I asked you regarding the sports, right, and I share my opinion, I think you kind of did some mental gymnastics, which I don't think was kind of fair to come to the conclusion that I'm like a person who hates people.
Okay,
and I'm
we can talk about let's start fresh. Let's start fresh.
Yeah.
I'd like to for the context of what may be a video later. We don't know that will be the case, but I will say that when No Autos Allowed came in, he did come in and politely ask like some questions about gender, and I was not having it today. Today is kind of an insane day where the U.S. Constitution is kind of burning in front of my face, and me being an attorney and just a good American, that's very upsetting to me. And we were discussing earlier how there are just a lot of insincere arguments on the right that are just like, what am I talking about? Like justifications, dishonest justifications for supporting just dismantling the American polity. And I was discussing, like, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the fact that people use arguments that they don't really care about to justify this. So that was the mood I was in when you came in. So I if anybody watches any of my content, they know that that's not generally my attitude. I was just not having it today. But I am happy to have a pleasant conversation with you, and I want to start fresh.
Same.
So we want to say just gender. Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go through my... I have a few usual questions I like to go through to set the stage, get us into more of a personal chat space. So
awesome.
My first question, which I already know the answer to, is: would you rather have a debate or just a casual chat?
It's a casual chat because I don't think I'm educated enough. I'm just open to talk to people. You know, maybe I'm going to change my mind, maybe not. That's it. Like nothing.
That's
more.
Great. Fair warning. Within the last week, we had our first lefty convert, so you might be in trouble.
That would be a double for me then, because I used to be a lefty.
I used to be a fundamentalist Christian conservative, and this is actually the subject that got me on the move. It started the car moving in the direction of the left, because I spent so much time arguing with people who were just making dishonest arguments on the internet, and then it got to the point where it's like, I'm just making so many arguments that now I'm just like, wait, I think I kind of agree with the left.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, so
that happened to me, but the other way around. So I wouldn't call myself like a right wing. I don't know.
I'm
like
sure.
Just a centrist, cool. I guess. I don't know. I'm not
educated
enough.
It'd be hard for you to make any kind of determination on that. That would make sense to me because our politics are so different, because we live in different parts of the world.
Fair enough.
But I would say, like, I'm happy to hear that, like that these are, like, this is something you've thought about enough that you moved positions, because that means that, you know, you've probably thought a lot about stuff that I have also thought about. So we're gonna have some things to exchange. Then next question is: so you agree that neither of us are going to win anything in this conversation?
Maybe we'll win some information. That's it. Like, it's
we're just both
like
driving
ego
toward
contest.
Yeah. So then two questions left. Have you taken any time to this is especially important when it comes to a gender debate. Have you taken any time to define your personal epistemology?
You clarify my language? I'm not a native English speaker, so I'm
sure. And I think Maddie might challenge me that, like, I need to, like, explain myself more when I ask that question. But I always think that this is a good opportunity to point out that I'm not going to, like, corner you for not knowing any terms. If you don't know anything I say, I'm happy to talk about it and define it. Your epistemology is your system of determining what is true information from what is false information. How do you gain knowledge?
I try to go by...
Yeah, Maddie says it.
Studies.
I disagree.
Okay. Give me a second.
Okay, sure.
I muted myself because I was coughing. I might mute myself when I cough. I'm a smoker. It is what it is. But yeah, so basically, I try, like, depends on the subject, you know what I mean, and how important it is to me.
Mm-hmm.
If it's something like football, probably I'm not going to do a lot of research and might go by, I don't know, information from social media or whatever. If I'm really interested in something, I might read a study. Even like perplexity.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just based on what I find rational, like what makes sense, and I try to do my best to research things that I actually care about.
Okay. And I mean, at that point, you're still in the situation of being in trouble of, like, How do you know what is good research and what is bad research? Let me present at least how I frame my epistemology, and you tell me if you think there's anything you disagree with about it. I would say hold no claim until you have evidence sufficient to justify it, and hold that claim until such time as you have sufficient evidence to replace that claim or that position with another position, at which point you must switch your position.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. Love that. And then the last, getting to know you, getting into the personal zone question. And I think this is very important. What would you consider, and you can determine what you think is important about answering this question. What would you consider to be your core personal value, or what you think should be the core value we use as a species or society to drive our decision makings as far as like policy? Like, what should we make the world be?
Well, that's gonna come across. Oh, okay, that's a bit heavy because I'm a moral nihilist.
It's a complicated question.
I think I believe in democracy, obviously, and
Democracy, okay.
even though it's flawed, and okay, it's kind of complicated because obviously not everyone, and I argue the majority of people are not qualified to vote like for their best interest.
Mhm.
But taking away their voting rights just for, I don't know, productivity, right, or achieving the best possible outcome risks. So I'd go with democracy. You know, and
I think
I'm a moral nihilist.
a moral nihilist. Okay, that's fair. So I think as a moral nihilist, you would probably support pluralism, allowing people to be who they are independent of other people and not expecting them to conform to each other.
Depends on the context.
Okay. So I would say,
actually, let me clarify. I do believe that in my household, for example, I can make the rules, right? I can extend this to my country as well.
Okay.
Within certain limits. Yeah, but that's it.
This is an interesting place where I feel like maybe we Elaney, I really appreciate that. There's only one gender, it's nerf or nothing. I don't know if that's going to make sense to no autos. That is American marketing from when we were kids.
I think I'm too young. Also Eastern European, so I don't get it.
That's just the slogan of the Nerf is like the foam dart company.
Oh yeah, I know Nerf. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So their slogan is always it's Nerf or nothing.
Oh, fair enough.
So let me ask you one question about democracy. Then maybe.
No, wait, could you do the same what I'm doing? Could you?
Yeah. I want to make sure I clarify what yours is first, and then I'll give you mine.
Sure.
When it comes to democracy, if can people democratically decide to mistreat a minority within the group? Is that justified because it's democracy?
No.
Okay.
Actually, I'd say I think certain countries should be able to do that if they want to, even if I don't agree with that, because obviously, like, I don't believe in bad or good in like objectivity. You know what I mean? Like objectively good or bad, like in the big picture at the end of the day.
You don't believe in good or bad at the end of the day?
For example, like if tomorrow every human being disappeared, there wouldn't be no good or bad. So yeah, from our perspective, there is good and bad, like this subjective good and bad. That's kind of it.
Do you believe that suffering is objectively bad?
Not necessarily, no.
I
personally came.
What suffering can serve?
You can grow from it a lot. I'm not saying suffering is good necessarily. It's way more nuanced than that.
Well, I mean, I'm saying like if I would consider suffering to be objectively, like definitionally bad, because what we're describing is something that is supposed to be understood to be bad. That's why it's suffering. So I'm curious,
like if you have any examples that you can think of what would be good suffering or like non-bad
I mean,
suffering.
the moment, like when you are suffering, right,
Mhm.
is bad. But even then, just like going to the gym, maybe that's like a simplified example, but when I go to the gym, my arms hurt. In a way, I suffer, right? But and it's satisfying as well, and I grow from it. So yeah, I think
Yeah, but
it
then
can be definitely good. It's not something if you suffer, you necessarily that's bad for you.
Then it's not suffering because you are choosing pain for something that is a greater goal. So because you are choosing it, you're choosing something that is a net benefit, then you're not suffering, you're growing. It's, I mean, at least that's how I would definitionally understand it to be. Because you're choosing it, you have made the weighing decision that it's not suffering.
Well, I'm going by the definition of like from dictionary, like
Okay. And then Eleni asked me
pain,
to. Oh,
stress,
sorry.
and actually, I just googled
Like
it just to
pain.
make sure that I'm not wrong. A state of undergoing a pain, distress, or hardship.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's like
Right, and I'm just saying, like, I think a person can do their own like weighing test where like they would determine that pain with sufficient good that comes from the pain is not itself pain. Like it's like different layers of what we're talking about. But I got you. I understand. I do. Eleni did ask me to do a clarifying question, and I want to clarify myself just to make sure that I understand your stance, and then I'll tell you what my central core values are. So you don't believe in a system that guarantees individual rights because like you don't believe that we should mandate a system that guarantees individual rights because the people, the majority, should be allowed to democratically remove rights.
no, I do think what I'm saying is if your country decides that, I don't know, we're gonna remove personal rights, I don't think I have a say in that, and I don't think I should.
Right, but we're asking about values. Like I would promote a world where we pushed everyone to stop doing that to each other.
Yeah, sure.
So
I'd
you would
agree.
value as a part of
Maybe. Yeah,
Go
go on.
ahead.
Sorry,
I don't mean to interrupt you. Like,
I
okay,
interrupted you, but maybe later on I'm gonna come back to this.
okay.
But I'd say
I'll
that
leave it up
yeah,
here as like a question, and maybe we can address later. Democracy.
I don't think we should like actually no like individuals' rights just applying to specific people. No, I think everyone should have the same right
individuals have the
legally.
right. Individuals have the right to live. They have the right to pursue their goals. They have the right to believe what they want to.
Oh, yeah, I mean not necessarily though, but yeah,
They don't have the right to believe what they want to.
well, they can. But for example, I don't know, you do something really bad, we take away those rights. You know what I mean? Like we can do that. Yeah, we can put you in jail.
We
Do
can
certain
put you in
things, right?
jail for like believing a specific thing.
I don't know. No, definitely not.
Oh,
You have the right to believe whatever you
uh,
want to believe, right?
right.
You have the right to do whatever you want within the law, I don't know, the law, right? It's a social contract.
Mm-hmm.
But once you kind of, if society or like the justice system thinks that maybe you are like a net negative to us, yeah, we should, in my opinion, take away those rights and put you in jail. Not based on your beliefs, to be honest.
Okay. Okay.
Like
it government reaches action. Like I think it's Thomas Jefferson's letter about separation of church and state. That's like the state should reach action, not thought.
Yeah.
Okay, Eleni. We're not going to get into that one. Okay, so let's. Oh, my
I do not. By the way, I do not.
Yeah, we don't need
I'm saying that too.
Yeah, Eleni likes to get performatively combative, so I wouldn't.
That's fine. That's fine.
Worry too much
in good faith, just having a discussion. So.
And it's fun, Eleni. I'm not trying to be rude to you. So my core values, I would say, are egalitarianism and pluralism. And I think democracy, part of what democracy does that's good is aim for egalitarianism, equality under the law and systems. But democracy on its own can't achieve that, because if you just leave democracy to being democracy, then no one's rights are protected. So I would say that, you know, some combination of democracy and republicanism, and maybe not even democracy, if there is some other way under republicanism to allow for people's voices to be represented and for rights to be protected, but probably democracy. I'm just leaving that one open a little bit, but I definitely think republicanism is necessary. That being making a government that is of the people, not a authoritarian state. And pluralism being that all peoples should be allowed to be represented and treated equally, regardless of their immutable characteristics, things that they can't change about themselves. And even some mutable characteristics we should respect. Like, I would consider religion to be a mutable characteristic. Some people may disagree with that, but I still believe it's something that should be respected in a pluralist society.
Everything you said, I agree with.
Awesome. Okay, so let's get into gender. Can we start with what is the difference, if any, between sex and gender?
I mean, sex, I'm not including intersex, right?
I'm sorry?
It's not. I mean, sex is not a social construct.
Right. It would be biologically measurable statistics,
yes,
and attributes of an individual. Right. Okay. Can we summarize that as sex equals biological?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. And then
I know why I have this thing in the back of my mind. I have to be really precise, otherwise you're gonna corner me for some reason. I know why.
Yeah, you don't need to be scared with me, man. And like the part of why
it's
I wanted,
not that I'm scared. It's just like a headache.
I don't mean scared.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to worry about like how I'm gonna treat you. I care about respecting the other person. And if you want to know my philosophy on debatable, like, oh, also I didn't say. Usually I say, I'm an entirely open book. I am an overly earnest and honest and sharing person. If you want to ask me anything, I will share with you my answer. I am not afraid to share who I am.
You can ask me as well. I don't want to dox myself, because there are a lot of people, who are kind of unhinged.
I understand that. Like, that's something I've had to think about as starting a channel like this. I'm going to share a lot of personal things about myself, so it would be very easy to figure out who I am in real life. So I've thought through that. I understand, and I respect your decision to not share too much about yourself. But I've made that decision, so you're welcome to ask me anything you freaking want to.
Awesome.
Sure thing. And my philosophy on debate, and debate is like a larger umbrella term, not as like a head-to-head debate thing. I don't believe it's constructive at all to go head-to-head with somebody and try to tear down their beliefs from the top down. To me, it makes more sense to start with somebody's core value, and then we can kind of like experimentally build a tower together, starting with the core value as the foundation. And then we're being constructive, and you can look at those things yourself, and you don't need me to tell you what to decide. Maybe you'll think for yourself later. I think this tower is better than the one I built.
I agree with you. Sorry about the alarm.
Cool. No worries. So gender, how would you define gender? Because I know it's a complicated one for a lot of people, and like, how do we phrase the thing we're talking about? And maybe it gets harder when we say what is a man and what is a woman.
Would you define it? Because I think I'm going to have a hard time to find it, and maybe if you give me a definition, I'm going to ask it or maybe disagree or whatever. Like,
sure. I would say a very important part of the definition is a schema. It's a psychological term known as a schema. And a schema is how we unconsciously organize things in our heads, like what qualifiers we put on things in order to figure out where they are determined to go. And this is something we do completely subconsciously. like you might be able to consciously go in there and fine tune your schemas, but it's something we do subconsciously all the time. So I would say that gender is a it is the sociological and cultural aspects that we subconsciously determine schema on as to those attributes that are sociologically and culturally constructed about the biological sexes. That does not mean they are inherently tied to each other. It does not mean they determine each other, but they are very related things. And if you'll permit me to do an example also, I think it's really easy to see how we do this in real life. As children, when we are looking at men and women and boys and girls, when we're children, we don't know anything about karyotyping. We've probably never even heard of karyotyping. We don't know about XY and XX. We don't know about hormones. We don't know, like, I'd say for most children, we don't really know a lot about what like genitalia look like, let alone what other people around us have. We don't know about all of these parts that go into determining what someone's sex is. Because sex itself is not an on switch or an off switch. It's a combination of characteristics to determine which grouping you best fit with. So as a kid, we have to learn to be part of society where there is such a thing as men and women. We don't get to decide that. There is such a thing as men and women, and kids have to like learn from their parents. That's a man, that's a man, that's a woman, that's a man, that's a woman, that's a woman. I don't know, and so I don't want to be rude and assume. It's hard for me to say, like, that's a complicated one for a kid to hear. So kids develop these schemas and they don't know any of the sex aspects. They don't. They can just decide, like, probably one of the earliest ones that, or one of the most common ones that a kid has to learn is they are learning that women have breasts. That's a clear signal that is very common for kids to base their knowledge on. Another one is long hair. And then, so what about when a kid sees someone who has gone through breast cancer, and they've gone through chemotherapy and they're bald? The kid has to learn that that is also a woman. So the kid has to adjust their schema to make sense of that. And the schema that the kids have made include things like long hair. I got really confused in second grade when a girl I knew in kindergarten and first grade showed up in second grade with short hair. I was like, I thought, I know this is a girl and this doesn't make sense to me. So those schema are based on what list of words I overuse? So those schema are almost entirely, if not entirely, based on sociocultural aspects as kids. So we determine, we have a sense of gender before most of us have a sense of sex at all. And
I interject
that and that
second?
let me finish with a final thought.
Okay, sure.
This is why studies show that most kids have a sense of gender, that what their gender is, by the time they're 4. Because they have these complex schema that they have been developing, and they know which of those categories they fit in. That's it. Sorry.
I don't know. I didn't want to like interrupt because the thing is, I would add that kids also notice other things, not just physical things. For
Right.
example, tone of voice, how kind. I mean, not kind, because like how easy it is, and generally speaking, it's easier to talk to women, right? Like men are generally speaking, in my opinion, in my experience as a kid, are more intimidating. Also, I'd add that I've never had an issue as a kid deciding if like someone who's bald is a woman or not. I don't think it's just this. You know what I mean? There are other things as well.
I know.
Um,
I'm explaining in simple terms that this is like a
yeah, sure. Oh, okay, okay.
complicated
Yeah,
overlapping thing. And yeah, you did really hit the nail on the head that this schema goes to more than just physical attributes. Like some physical
awesome.
attributes are still sociocultural, like long hair, but there are other sociocultural aspects like how do they interact with other people? How do they interact with their own families? How like what kind of jobs do they pursue? Um, any number of things. What do they wear? Things like that. That's probably one of the biggest ones that kids notice is do they wear dresses? Then they're women.
Yeah. Also, I don't think I wouldn't necessarily call this like a gender. I mean, sure, like by definition, gender. Like, I don't think they could think in terms of gender and sex, right?
What kids?
Um, yes.
Oh no, I mean like they
But,
probably don't have like they don't have a schema on like which of these things go into categories about how I define these aspects of people. No, it's all just one big confused mass because kids haven't worked that out.
what I mean, like they would, I think they would understand sex way easier than gender. That's what I'm trying to
They
get
would
to.
understand sex. Well, yeah, like once kids start to learn about sex, then it is an easier thing to comprehend because it's just a thing you can point at. Like, here's a thing. That thing usually belongs to men or males, or that thing usually belongs to females. Or we can look at a karyotyping. That karyotyping usually belongs to females. So if you can just point at it, then it's easy to comprehend. Like a schema is a lot harder to understand. So that's why it's like it makes sense to us intuitively, and then we learn sex, and that makes sense to us not intuitively, but like it's easy to make sense of. And then you get back to gender, and it's like okay, now I have to like try to actually rationalize this in my head. It's a complicated idea.
Fair enough. Where I'm from, by the way, like Romania, probably know that not that woke. Let's put it this way, right? When I was a kid, and up until like I was quite old, I didn't even have this like concept of gender. To be honest, like I knew that we had men and women, and males and females, right? And
Right.
that's it.
Yeah.
Um, that's why I'm saying
Well,
like
I mean,
I don't think.
before you had a concept of male and female, you had a concept of man and woman, but you didn't really have a thing to call that. You just knew that they were men and women. And then you learned about
Yeah, but then
sex, and then you
for
were
me,
like,
it's the same thing.
huh?
I mean, obviously not right now, but as a kid, it was the
Mm.
same thing, right?
Right. Like because it wasn't as complicated. As a kid, you were just like, this is a man, they have these things. This is a woman, they have these things. And then as you learn about sex, you learn about these very structured, visible, determinable things that are typical of the sexes. And so then as your brain is developing, you're like, okay, these things that I've called men for all this time, it is what is true is that it's typical that they have these characteristics, but what you learn it as men have these characteristics. But generally it's just
Yes,
typical. It's not like but
yeah,
like
sure.
your first textbooks on sex aren't going to tell you this is typical. They're just going to say this is this, this is that. Um but things
Yeah.
get more complicated than that, and that's where science like requires you to do more study, and you have to go beyond what's typical and get into the edge cases.
Enough, I
Okay,
guess.
so now that we've got sex and gender defined, and I hope that we don't have to go into gender presentation because that goes into a whole lot of other territory that makes gender presentation versus gender identity very complicated. And I had a whole 3 hour debate on that, and that got annoying. But if we need to go
Fair
into that,
enough.
if we need to go into that, that's fine. Like I'm happy to explain anything. Um,
Um,
but you came in initially wondering about sports. Did you want to go into sports more?
no, I just saw the debate topics,
Mm-hmm.
and I just asked. I saw the question. I asked your opinion, and I figured I'm just gonna share my opinion on it as well.
Cool.
Um, necessarily about sports, but like overall, I don't see too much utility. And maybe I'm wrong. And maybe you're gonna change my mind. Um, using gender. And, like when I think about bathrooms, I don't think about gender. I think about sexes. Um, and think about I don't know going to the doctor. I think about genders. and I don't see a lot of utility in gender in general. Maybe that sounds stupid, and I just didn't think enough
It
about
doesn't
it.
sound
I don't know.
stupid, and when I was getting angry earlier, I definitely voiced to you my opinion on the utility of gender, and it got a little inflammatory. Um,
You did? I don't know. To be honest, I don't
but
remember. I remember getting flamed, and then I kind of zoned out, like, what the fuck is happening? To be honest. So,
do you know what the left's like biggest issue on gender utility is? I don't want to say the left as a whole, but do you have any ideas about left's concepts of utility?
yeah. I think maybe what I know is wrong. Would it be like suffering of those people? I mean,
Definitely suffering. Can you expand on that a little bit more?
basically, we have to accept certain ideas because if we don't, um, it hurts other people to the point where they kill themselves, as you said earlier.
Yes, that to me is the biggest matter of utility is and I'm not going to get inflammatory this time. I'm just going to explain politely. Statistics show that failure of society to accept a person's identity. And identity is complicated. There may be all sorts of aspects of identity that we don't research and we don't understand yet. But we are aware that gender is a universal concept of humans' identities. It's not something we can get away from because
It's part of our identity, yeah.
yeah, like every culture has gender. They have different associations, but the sexes exist, and for whatever reason, we as humans decide to apply roles to those things. And so gender is going to exist. And so we all have a concept of gender. We all, or a vast number of us develop a concept of gender before we develop a concept of sex. I won't say a majority, a vast number, because I have no idea. But it is a very common thing, and it is like a universal aspect of identity. And studies show that when you refuse to acknowledge somebody's identity, like if imagine a world where everyone you interacted with every single day refused to call you your name, like something that serious, if like you're just like, I am Austin, like please world call me this, I don't understand why no one will call me by the thing that I recognize myself as, because I know I'm Austin. It would be maddening, it would be insanity that no one would call you by your name. And when you refuse people their
Disagree.
identity, humans I'll get back to you. I'll hand you the mic in just a second. When
I'm not
you
going to interrupt,
refuse
sorry.
humans their identity, they kill themselves. Not all of them, and maybe for some people they don't consider it to be a statistically high number of them. I don't know, but it is statistically more than the average population, and it's not. But when we get down to statistics and human numbers, it's not like these are weak people or these are odd people, and so they're just killing themselves because they're odd. That's what happens with humans. If you get enough humans and you put them all through the same experience, some of them are going to kill themselves. So it is a human characteristic that when you deny them their identity, some of them will die. And I think it falls to the people who are refusing to do it, at least until they can prove that there is harm to not doing it. I would put that on the people who refuse to recognize their identity, that they are causing those deaths.
It's a bit far for me, like quite far.
What's far for you?
Okay, regarding the name thing, I went through this. I have a really short family name. Growing up, no one called me by my normal name. Didn't bother me, to be honest. Right?
Then it wasn't part of your identity.
Oh, it is definitely it's part of my identity. It's my name.
Well,
and
it's
I
not an
present
integral
myself
part of
that
your
way.
identity.
Like it just doesn't really bother me, right? Okay, maybe fair enough. It's not part of my identity. Anyways, I don't
Right. I mean,
think.
just imagine if your name were Dustin and you went from person to person in your life and you said, please call me Dustin. And they all just said, no, you're
I'd
John.
argue. I'd argue if they have a obligation to call me that. Right.
They have an obligation. I'm not telling anybody they have an obligation.
Like,
People have a
is it
right.
bad if they
Huh?
don't do that? Like, is it like
There's a difference between it being bad
um,
and it being an obligation. I think people have a right to be an asshole. And I think if you refuse to call somebody by the name that they want to be called, unless that name is um like, what's the word that I usually use when I think of this? Um it's unreasonable.
okay, fair
It's
enough, yeah.
you're asking me to say a name for 5 minutes. No, I'm not going to do that. Then you're putting a cost on me, and it's ridiculous that I should pay a cost to say your name. Um, but if somebody doesn't want to call
All
somebody
right.
by their name, they cannot do that if they want to, but they will just be an asshole.
Actually, fair enough, yeah. Fair enough. And they are assholes then, I guess, yeah. I agree
Yeah.
with you.
And so to me, that like pronouns work much the same way as names. As far as I can tell, when I think through these things, they work much the same way, and I haven't had anybody explain to me yet why they're different.
Um, what I would like to ask you is, do you think that obviously you have a perceived identity from the outside, like there's a way how people perceive you and there's a way how you perceive yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, would you say that people have to accept the way you see yourself and refer to you that way and change their whole idea and their own perception for your
No,
own like
every person has their own schema.
okay,
I don't have to
fair enough.
I don't have to believe that, like, some people do this, and I always think it's weird. Like, it's common, and like, great example is breakups. Like, I've done this myself. I swipe through the dating apps, and if I see somebody with my ex-wife's name, I'm just like, I can't. I can't. I have too many
Fair enough.
associations with that name. I can't do it. So I don't have to, like, if somebody wanted me to call them by my ex-wife's name, I would certainly do that. I would not have to change my weird associations with that name to recognize that their name is their name and they don't make those associations. They are different between
Right.
the two of us. Tammy 1 and Tammy 2. Yeah, I couldn't do Tammy 1 and Tammy 2. I couldn't do that.
Regarding like killing themselves, so if someone identifies in a way, and I don't mean just gender, like their whole identity, um,
Oh.
and society doesn't recognize that, do you think um, society should recognize that if that person is threatening, like there's a chance that person would kill themselves?
I think you're not required. I wouldn't argue that society is required to recognize all things about an individual that they want recognized if they will kill themselves for it. I don't think we are at a place where, like, minimal things are comparable. You get to a place where there's so much research that you cannot deny that this is a common aspect of humanity and this is a common aspect of identity. And at that point, we just recognize this is basically this is a universal idea of what human experience is. So with this thing, because it's universal, we should have it shared among, like, we should recognize it, at least morally, because we know this is something we all go through. Now, with like smaller cases, then we could like get into argument about like how much benefit should we get by asking society to adopt this? What's the harm? How are we balancing the benefit and harm? But like, this is something we all go through.
This is something we all have. So I would expect society morally to adopt this framework because it is a piece of everyone's identity.
I really dislike the idea that you brought morally. It's the moral nihilist.
Well, I mean, we all like I don't believe in objective morality at all, but we all have our own sense of right and wrong. So I would sit here and go, it is wrong because if it's something I would call you an asshole for, then I think it's wrong. So
Okay,
I
sure.
think it's right that society should adopt this, and I believe that is the moral thing to do. I have my own personal moral framework, like
Okay,
everyone
yeah,
else.
yeah. Um,
Oh, I
okay.
didn't realize when you said 15 minutes to go, you were timing me, Maddie. All right, I might have to push back a little bit depending on where we are in the conversation in 8 minutes, but we'll see.
By the way, could I ask you a favor?
Sure.
Being really tired, could you like because you're really articulate, you're an attorney at the end of the day, and
You're
you
gonna make me
articulate your
cry.
ideas really precisely, right? And I know for a fact that you don't want want to be super consistent when you talk. Could I maybe interject because you say like a lot of things, and being tired, it's a little bit hard for me sometimes to kind of keep in mind the whole arguments.
Always check me,
Um,
dude. Like, yeah, for sure. Tell me to shut up. I know I
yeah, I just don't
overtalked.
want to. No, I don't want to be a dickhead, and like
I
interrupt
won't
you and
consider you
like.
being a dickhead. It's okay.
I just okay. Anyways,
I'm like you can just go, hey, can you pause? I'm like, yeah, sure. Like that's what
okay, awesome,
I
awesome.
might need to finish my idea and then you can
Yeah, sure.
ask me to like recap it. Is
Awesome.
there anything you need me to recap at this point?
No, not really, not really.
Do you want
Somewhat.
to talk about bathrooms or sports in specific?
I just don't think. How should I put this? I don't think I have any responsibilities, or I'm a bad person because I see certain things differently. And just as a principle, just because it doesn't cost me anything, maybe as time or like whatever, it might cost. I don't know. It might take away from my principles. I'd have to like ignore my own kind of framework. Call someone I don't know the all the pronouns, but like a z zer or I don't even know how to
I
pronounce these,
understand
right?
people's frustration with
And
neo
I'm
pronouns.
honestly
Like,
not willing to do these. I'm telling you straight up, I'm not doing these. Not even the they them, to be honest.
why not they them? I mean,
Um,
is English not your first language?
it's not.
Well, then that might
But
be fair.
it's not because it's difficult. It's just I don't see them, they them. So I'm gonna
You don't.
talk the way I
Well,
believe.
if it's
Like,
difficult,
you know
if
what I
it's
mean?
not difficult, then what's the cost?
What do you mean? Like in cost in which way? Like
What does it
I
cost
I
you to make a person feel respected?
not necessarily about respect. So for example,
It is to
I
them.
see a car. Okay, like that's objective, I guess. I see a car, right? And I identify that thing as a car. And you come along and you say, actually, this is a tricycle or whatever, right? That looks
Mm-hmm.
like a car, but okay, I think that's a car. And that's it. I don't want to waste mental energy to keep in mind. Okay, actually, that's not a car. That's a tricycle or whatever, right? Like I don't know how you call it. It's not a tricycle. You know those motorcycles with 3 wheels or whatever the
Oh,
fuck.
I
Like
don't know what to call those.
exactly. Like um. Anyways, I see this in way. If I see a person and I think they are, I don't know, a female, right, based on voice, etc., looks, I'm gonna treat them as a female.
Can I point out that you just made a choice? You made the choice of how to identify with this person based on how they see themselves, how they would feel respected because of how they view the world inherently. It's not a choice they made. It was a schema they developed subconsciously. Because of the way they view the world, how they would feel respected if you called them that. And you said, no, I care about what genitals you have.
I care about what karyotyping you have. That seems
I don't think
odd
that's
to
fair
me.
to say. I don't know those. I never said genitalia or
Well, that's what you're
also.
making assumptions about, aren't you? If you see
No,
them as a
what I said,
if you see them as a female,
I mean,
what does that
I don't
mean?
want to use the word woman, okay? But I can use the word woman as well. Um, if I see someone as a man, male, man, actually man, okay, or woman, I'm gonna treat
Oh,
them as
I think
I
I get it.
perceive
I
them.
think I get what you're saying.
Sorry,
You're
I
you're
misspoke.
you would define them by the way you perceive gender. You
I'm gonna
see
treat the
these
person
qualities
the
and you go,
way
this
I
must be a
perceive them.
woman, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you want to call people by your perceptions of gender, not other people's perceptions of gender. So
Mm,
that
yeah,
seems to me,
I think you do that too, no? Don't
well,
you?
yes, until
Maybe?
I realize that I am mistaken in my understanding as to what their understanding is, because I am able to concede, because would you agree with me that every single person has a different perception of gender?
100%.
Okay. So if every single person has a different perception of gender, then mine isn't correct. It's not incorrect, but it's not
Sure.
correct. It's not objective. So I'm walking up to a person and they're saying, I'm a woman. And I go, you fit my schema of a man. So I see you as a man. And now we're at an impasse as far as objectivism goes. But I don't, there is no cost to me to make this person feel better and feel respected. So because I know I'm not correct, then it doesn't cost me anything to adopt their view. If I saw a person, I'll go back to my old standby of comparing names. I go, this person looks like a Dave, and then they go, hi, I'm John. I don't go, no, you're a Dave. In my head, you match the description of a Dave. I'm not gonna call you John. That doesn't make any sense to me. And that's something I experience
I
in real life.
think
I'll forget a
that's a
person's
little bit
name and
different,
go
though.
like, I think this is like a Catherine. I think if memory serves me, they seem like a Catherine. And once they tell me that I don't remember that right, I'll go, oh, okay.
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I'd say names are a little bit different, though.
But how? In what way are they different?
If let's say you perceive me as a woman, I tell you that I'm a man. I don't think you should. How should I put this? You cannot perceive someone as a John. Sorry, you could misremember, like not remember their name correctly, or but I think there's like a difference in perception, right?
Sure,
There's a
you
difference
can.
between bad memory and
This is
honest.
something that a lot of us subconsciously do. I won't say everybody does it, but like I can hear the name. I don't want to say Chad, Tyler. I hear the name Tyler and I go, "Oh God, I don't want to meet Tyler. I don't want to get to know this
I never
person."
experienced this, so I cannot
I
talk
mean,
about
this
this
is
with any psychic.
I won't say that you're wrong for not experiencing it, but some people do have associations with names and expect certain people with certain names to be a certain way. And in some cases,
I don't.
it's not even unreasonable. For instance, what would you expect if you lived in rural America? I don't know if you can make any assumptions on that, but I'm going to try and go with it. I'm sure you can figure out where I'm going with this. If you were in
Yeah, I know.
if you were in rural America and you were going to be introduced to a woman named Madeline, could you make any assumptions about that person?
Not necessarily, no.
I mean, you might be wrong, but could you make assumptions?
I mean,
Is there
I mean, you
anything? Is there
could, but
anything?
I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't. Okay.
Right,
Let's
but
put it
now
this
we're
way.
talking
I mean,
about
look, for
what's
sure
now
you
we're
could.
talking about what's typical, right? Because I could say what's typical about Madeline's in the middle of nowhere. And I might make some assumptions about women who have spaces in their first name and the space is followed by the name Lynn, Sarah Lynn, Jesse Lynn. Like there are cultural things that like
you may not know anything about the individual, but you might know some things about their life, about who
And you might
raised
not.
them, about who named them, about where they grew up, about what class they're from. And then you can make some assumptions about who that person is based on those things, and they could be wrong, but we would just be making assumptions about what is typical. And
What if you don't
gender
know
has a lot of
anything? I'm
things
sorry.
about typicality, and they'll just sometimes be wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
The problem that I see is like you're implying that you know, like you have information about their culture. So for example, if I heard like an name, right?
Mhm.
I wouldn't like have any expectations because I don't know anything about their culture. I mean,
No,
obviously we
I
all
want to
know, but
clarify.
like,
I want to clarify. I'm not assuming I know anything. I anticipate I can be wrong about any kind of inference about their name. I recognize I could be wrong. So I'm not assuming I know anything, but I do have
eh,
information about what is typical of these people.
how
What is
would you
tip
know what's typical if you don't understand like the culture itself, like the names, right?
So what I can
If
know
I,
is typical is if somebody lives in a rural area
okay,
and they have the name Madeline, then that means that for that area, this person is probably would typically, the namer, the parent,
yeah,
this person would typically be better read than other people in their area if they're going to a French name. They would typically be higher class. They would have had some access to know more about French or know French names to have that introduced to them in their day-to-day life. So I can assume being a better that I can assume that it is typical that the parent would be wealthier, they would be better educated, and because they're wealthier and educated in a rural area, I know that they are going to be different from their peers, or it's typical that they would be different from their peers. And so I can start to formulate this idea of what might be more likely to be true about this person. I would not assume I know that to be true, but I would know what is more likely. And then when I'm proven wrong, I don't argue with that.
I get it, but the problem is you are implying that you know what's the norm in that specific area. That's what I mean.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Like for example, I don't know what's up in rural area of America, like rural America, right?
Right.
For me, Madeline is just a woman. That's it. I don't have like a anything behind just a woman. That's it.
Okay, but I mean, so I was using this as an example. You may not have associations with somebody named Madeline in a
Okay.
rural American area, but I do because I have more familiarity with the cultural norms
Yeah,
of
sure.
rural America. But I don't know Romanian cultural norms, so I couldn't tell you. But Eleni brings up a good point. Eleni says, I can't make any assumptions, facetiously. You could make associations about a woman named Katya Petrova, and like you wouldn't assume that they are a black woman from the American South. They might
Wait,
be, but you
it
wouldn't
wouldn't
make
be
that
my first,
assumption.
but I wouldn't make other assumptions either. That's what I'm
But that
saying.
is
Like,
an assumption. You have assumed non-blackness.
oh
You
no,
might
that's
be
not what I'm
wrong.
saying. Oh, I misspoke actually. Sorry. I wouldn't assume anything. That's why I said I wouldn't assume they are black, right?
Okay, you would assume nothing. Well,
I would
if I'm
assume
going to
that
be
it
honest,
sounds to me like a
Novatos,
female, like a woman's name, right?
uh-huh.
I would assume that she's a woman, but I wouldn't like say that. Like, I wouldn't
So
even
you
assume
just
that she's
conceded on
white or
that point,
black or
man.
Asian. Was that sorry?
So you just conceded on that point.
In which sense?
Well, you heard the name Katya Petrova. You immediately assume that that's a woman.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Could be a guy,
Yeah. Could be.
right?
Sure.
So you have no issues making assumptions. They might be wrong, and that's okay.
Yeah. Sure.
You
Sure.
wouldn't
Okay.
argue with
Whatever.
him. No, you can't be Katya. You're that's a woman's name. You can't. I won't call you
Yeah. Yeah.
that.
Sure. I wouldn't argue with that.
Okay. So there are associations even with names. And So that was in your head. That was your assumption about the name Katya. And they might come from a place where they have never heard of a woman named Katya, and all the men in the place they live are called Katya. Not all the men, but like all the Katyas are men in the place that they came from. And so for you to go, well, that's weird, they would go, no, you're weird. But then we're at an impasse again, and you would concede that their name is Katya. It works exactly the same way.
Thing is, and how should I say it? Maybe let me know if it doesn't make sense. Okay.
Sure.
I would assume that they are a woman,
Mm-hmm.
and I would meet that person, right? I perceive them as a man. If it was a man, right? So I just accept my own, like I would go by my own perception. Right?
But why
It
are you
wouldn't
doing that
be.
with gender and not names?
I'm doing that. Wait, with names?
Yeah.
You're actually giving me like a short circuit. Maybe I'm not like explaining myself to be
Okay.
like well enough.
Okay.
I think there is a difference again between a name, right,
Mhm.
and gender.
I understand you think there's a difference, and I'm still trying to figure out what that is.
You could put any name anyone. Do you agree? You could
Yeah.
name anyone. Okay, but if someone comes to me, they tell me like, I'm a woman, and I go by he, him, right? That wouldn't make sense. Just because they
Uh,
asked me to call them he, him, right?
I mean, I think that would be I, and maybe I can get myself into some deep shit with people here with this one, but I think that would be a fair one to say where you have asked me to do an unreasonable thing. You're asking me to understand you are a woman, and you're asking me to call you by what are known to be man pronouns. I I can try to respect you on this, but that's confusing to me, and you're asking me to be confused on that. And I don't I'm
To
like
be honest,
I am not consciously confused, but my subconscious brain is not going to link those things.
I think I would do the same actually with the names.
I can't call you Katya because you're a man.
Oh, I don't mean that. I used to work with um. How to put this? For example, let's say someone is called Alexandra, and it doesn't match my perception of them. Maybe I'm gonna just call them Alex in the text. Honestly,
And what if they say, "Oh, I don't like Alex. I somebody abusive in my life called me Alex, and I would rather go by my full name."
well, depending on how close I'm to that person, might respect or might not respect that. To be honest,
I'm not sure like how close you are to them makes any difference as to whether that or not that's an extremely rude thing to do. Like I'm like if a stranger was like telling me, well, I actually faced some abuse in my life from somebody who called me that, and I'd rather go by my full name. That's how I recognize myself. I wouldn't be like, well, I don't really know you, so I'm not going to respect your trauma. I I refuse to call you by a reasonably long name that just happens to be more associated in my head with women. Or if I know them better, then I would expect that I would really respect the people I know well, and I would not even think about calling them something they don't want me to call them.
I don't necessarily think it would be rude.
You don't think it would be rude to call someone a name that they asked you not to call them?
Not necessarily, no.
My guy, in all respect, you're wrong. That is simply a rude thing to do.
Being rude is definitely
We
not
can disagree on that, but I'm going to tell you that is a rude thing to do.
sure, but we also agree that being rude is subjective, no? It's not like would
Yeah,
agree with me.
it is subjective, and I am going to sit here and being rude isn't part of your identity, so I have no reason to respect it. I will respect my own interpretation of what is rude, what is wrong, and I think that is rude and wrong. And I can tell you
Sure.
why, because it costs you nothing. It costs you nothing.
Yeah, sure. You can have those ideas. I personally don't find that rude, and it's just difference in opinions, I think.
And I just want to recognize that at this point in the conversation, we are not talking about whether they are a man or a woman. We are talking about whether or not you would respect the thing they want you to call them.
I don't think necessarily we just have to like. I think we have to follow social contracts, laws, and pretty much
We have to
that's
follow
it.
laws?
Yeah, like I mean, like not follow them, like you know what I mean. Have to respect the
As a
laws,
lawyer, I
not
have
break
no
them.
as a lawyer, I have no respect for laws because they're laws.
I misspoke again because
Okay.
I'm not a native English speaker, but you know what I mean. I think we should respect the idea that there are some laws, right? We should probably follow those laws, and that's it. That's the only expectation. Maybe,
Right, but would you agree
to
that
be
there
honest,
are
that would
some
be my
laws
only
that we should not
expectation.
follow?
Not really. I mean,
Okay, see,
actually, yeah,
as a
sure,
lawyer, I'm
sure,
gonna.
no, sure.
Okay, thank you. As a lawyer, I do
Sure.
not respect laws because they are laws. That is
Yes, I
not.
don't mean respect in the sense that, oh, this law is so good. That's not what I mean. It's
Well,
like
I mean, I might even
accept
go so far as to
and not break the
break
laws.
laws. I might go so far as to break some laws. Like, for
Sure.
instance, if somebody
Yes.
if the law was passed to make it illegal to burn the American flag, I might burn the American flag because someone made that a law.
I don't. Okay, I don't think that that's reasonable. To be fair, like
Why is that? Let's walk through that.
you would break the law just because you dislike the law. That's what you said. Like you would
I
burn
would
the
break
flag because someone made it legal.
I
Right? Like
might
that's what
break
you said.
I might break the law symbolically because I think the fact that someone made it a law was immoral, wrong, and dangerous. And so I might take the step up to have someone enforce that law upon me as I do it in a way that is non-harmful to anyone so that others will see the injustice of enforcing that law.
Okay.
I mean that's
Yes,
the whole
you
like
should
civil
do
rights
that.
movement, dude.
Right?
Breaking laws because people made them.
Yeah, sure. You should do that then, I guess. Um,
For what? I mean,
I,
we don't have that law
I
on the
don't think we should
books.
break laws just because we dislike the laws. Like maybe I dislike certain laws, right? That doesn't mean
Well,
I'm not saying we
you don't
shouldn't do it.
have to do that. I'm not saying anybody has to do that or that necessarily anybody should. I might because I think that's an effective way to demonstrate injustice.
Yeah, sure.
Maddie would like to ask a question. You mind if Maddie asks a question?
No, anyone can ask anything.
Go ahead, Maddie. And you can do it on call or through the chat if you want to, Maddie. Whichever. While Maddie's typing, let me ask. Oh, if there's an unjust law, a law designed to hurt and kill people, is that a law that should be followed?
It depends on the context
Great. So
and
you
the punishment.
you agree that we should not follow all laws. You said it depends on the context, so there are contexts where you should not follow
Yeah, sure,
all
sure,
laws.
sure.
Okay.
I mean, there are always exceptions. Let me put it this
Well,
in,
if
in
there are
literally
always
everything.
exceptions, then we
Even in
can't
sexes,
make.
for example,
Hmm?
there are exceptions. Even when it comes to sexes, there are intersex people, right? So, sure, I'm not gonna say there are like these robots, you know, that have to go like black and white. Sure, but I say it's reasonable to say that we should follow law. Right? Just because there are certain exceptions doesn't mean like the argument is dead, or you know what I mean?
I say we should follow just law. We should fight against, not just let it lie. We should fight against unjust law.
Sure, I guess. If you find a law to be really unjust, yeah, you should fight for it. Sure.
Yeah. And different people are willing to fight in different
mean-
ways. Like some people may just go, well, I just want to fight it through the legal process. And others might go, I want to bring the legal process on me so that it's now and it's happening. We're fixing it now. Okay, Maddie asks, should we treat all laws equally in terms of judging and rebuking them if found necessary? Treat all
Yeah,
laws equally in terms of judging and rebuking them if found necessary. I'm not sure I understand the question. If you understand the question, you can respond.
I think does she mean like every law equally? So, for example, you cannot give, I don't know, like you cannot turn a blind eye on murder, or you shouldn't turn a blind eye on fucking, I don't know.
Oh, don't just give a single law a pass just because.
Yeah.
I mean, on that one, I'm gonna say like, because this gets brought up all the time by the right to condemn the left for their fighting against specific genocides. They'll be like, well, what did you do about this other genocide? And it's like, well, we can't treat all things equally because I'm not aware of all things. If I'm equally aware of two things, then sure. Yes, but we have to think and review each under the same critique. I agree with that, Maddie. Like if I'm presented with Israel and Palestine and then I'm presented with a different genocide, then I should critique those two things the same way. Yes.
I agree as well.
Okay. So I do want to
So
clarify.
could I add to the
Go ahead.
following the law and protesting against it? I don't think you necessarily should. Like you should be able to, but you could ignore certain things. So for example, I don't think I necessarily, just because I find something unjust, I shouldn't necessarily try to change that law.
If someone has reasons to not fight for justice, I'm willing to consider that and say like, I don't feel like it's necessary that you do. Like there was a while where I've been wanting to do this project for a couple years, and it only just came to be within the last few months that I was like, I have to start this project now. And there were times where I had the desire to do it, but I also told myself, dude, it's okay if you don't. You have been working through complex PTSD therapy for like 2 years now. The world doesn't need you specifically to fight this fight. If you need to work on yourself because there are other reasons why you shouldn't personally involve yourself in things that are challenging like this in this way, that's okay. But if you've got nothing that holds you back, then I might sit there and be like I'm not going to tell you have to do this, but I might sit there and go, I am feeling a little morally about you. You should be doing something from my moral context, but not everyone lives up to my moral judgments, and like that's fair too.
100%. Could I give you like an example?
Yeah, go for it.
In Romania, you get
Mhm.
punished really really badly for smoking weed. Like, I'm not necessarily smoking, but like you're caught with weed on you, even like a small, like a half a gram, right?
Mhm.
Well, I think it's fair and like a just thing. Jail those people? No, but I don't really care enough to fight against this. I could do something more like pleasurable.
I see what you
for
mean.
myself,
I get what you mean, because like I think weed laws are also unjust, and there's
same thing with cars and like driving, and there are many examples that we could give. Like,
yeah, I get you. There's also kind of like a weighting, WEIGHT, weighting
Yes.
to this, that it's like how much, if I put efforts in, what am I going to get out? Like, can I do something? Is it possible for me to do something? And there are things like, if somebody makes it illegal to burn an American flag, if I go publicly burn an American flag and I get arrested, and then I take that to trial, and then I can take that to the Supreme Court to challenge it on a constitutional basis, there is something that is doing. Especially if even if I just go burn the American flag in front of the Texas courthouse and I'm not able to legally fight it, but somebody's going to put that on television, people might care then. But if I go and sit in front of the Texas courthouse and I smoke a bowl and I get arrested for that, nobody's going to give a shit. That's not going to do anything. It will not move the needle. So it is okay for people to make judgment calls on how, what is the worthiness of doing this thing. So yeah, that makes sense to me.
Awesome.
Sure. Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
We came to butting heads on whether you were going to call somebody by your understanding of gender versus their understanding of their own gender. But so if you would rather call a person a man because they match the socio-cultural aspects that you expect a man to have based on your schema, but they identify, they identify as a woman, what gender are they at that point? Because we were just talking about what you want to call them. What are they?
Well, they are. They are whatever they are. If that's.
Sorry?
They are. I don't know how to could you ask this in a simpler way?
Okay. You see them as a woman.
Yeah.
They identify as a man.
Right.
What are they? What gender are they?
In my opinion, they are a woman.
And now I need to clarify. I need to remember my own hypothetical. But they are a woman, and that's what you perceive them as, or was what they identify as?
They identify as a man, and I perceive them as a woman. So in my opinion, they are a woman.
Okay, and that is because of your what? What is the motivating factor? What would you call that?
That's just how I identify them.
Okay.
That's context.
But you also know what they identify themselves as. So it's not just what you identify them. It's you are now having to choose between your identification and their identification. So what is motivating the choice?
Why would I be even motivated to consider this sounds extreme what I'm about to ask, but it really sounds like I'm like psychopath or something, but why would I even have consider?
You said you were a nihilist earlier, so this isn't a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, moral nihilist. But why would I even stress about this? In the sense that you're implying that I have to choose, I have to evaluate. I don't even have to evaluate this. Right?
Would you say that you care?
Might not.
Would you say you care about other human beings and their well-being?
Not every human being. I care about some human beings.
How do you differentiate about human beings that you care about the well-being of and human beings you don't care about the well-being of?
How close they are to me, mainly.
Okay,
let me give you an example. Both of us buy things that we don't need, right? I do know that in every I don't know how often or whatever, but I do know that people in Africa are dying, right? Children and whatnot. Do I care about them? I mean, I think it would be disrespectful to say that I care about them or you care about them if you or I are willing to buy shit that we don't really need, right? And we could help them because we would agree that human life is above, I don't know, buying a new phone, right? That doesn't mean you know where I'm getting with this? I care about them in reality, not really. No.
No auto. I understand that what your level of caring about someone remotely is when you feel like you don't have the power to do something for them. But if you have a sandwich that has already been cut in half, and right in front of you is a starving African child that you have not like they have not eaten in a week, are you going to give them half of your sandwich?
I'm gonna give them the whole sandwich.
You're going to give them the whole sandwich. So you do
Yes,
care
because
about other human beings.
yes, I do. But again, I think I could see certain situations where, let's say, it's not a child, it's someone else, right? They are starving, and maybe I wouldn't give them that sandwich
If
if
they're
they would look
with
like they
if
are
they're with
starving.
someone else.
I don't know. No,
What'd you say?
maybe if it wasn't a kid, maybe if it was an adult, uh, I can see certain contexts in which I wouldn't give that sandwich.
Okay. What if you have a bag of sandwiches?
Even then, um, I can still see certain contexts in which I wouldn't give that person is.
Certain contexts, sure, but we're talking about a context where these are the only facts of the case.
Yeah, sure,
I
but
mean, I
like,
can think of any hypothetical. If you introduce a gun to the hypothetical, it's going to change the hypothetical entirely.
um,
But
yeah, sure.
yeah,
In this hypothetical, sure, but that doesn't mean that I care about every human being that's in front of me. You also added that the distant person, like someone at distance that you cannot help, which in reality I could, even right now, right? Like I could help, like objectively, I could help them. You could help them as well. There are remote ways to help people,
hmm there are
but we
remote
still don't
ways,
do
but
that.
there's also a different sense of remoteness involved.
Yeah,
It's
sure,
not
but they
just
are still like
geographic remoteness,
human being, and you know,
right? So if there's a person directly in front of you, if that person could suffer from your actions, do you care?
if there is a person in front of me, and that person could say in hands, what actions?
You say it depends on what actions?
Yeah, sure. Like, do you suffer because I got to the store and I bought something faster than you, and I don't know you're so like I don't know unhinged that you're gonna suffer because you couldn't get some I don't know some shoes, right? No, I'm not gonna care that you're suffering
Am I,
because
am I
you know
going to suffer because
because
you bought stuff that I don't have?
no, but let's say I don't know. Let me give you like a specific. There's a woman like around me in the store, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that woman, I don't know, like your kid wants a specific toy, right? And I want to get that toy to my kid as well. Maybe I won't suffer if I don't get that toy. I'm gonna get a different toy, but I'm still gonna get that toy. Right? I'm not like if my kid wants that toy. Maybe he won't suffer, right? But I still gonna get that toy for my kid. I don't care that that woman might suffer because she couldn't get the toy for her kid and yada yada yada. You know, I don't think I did anything bad. No, I don't think I always uh, care about the person because they suffer because of my actions.
Well, that's an interesting scenario. I don't want to build on that hypothetical, but Eleni would like to ask you a question. Do you mind?
Sure. Also,
Eleni
before
wants to,
you ask her,
what?
actually, go on. Never mind. I'm gonna just skate after.
You're gonna what?
Just ask away, and I'm gonna give another example after.
Okay, sure. Eleni wants to ask, can I ask him if he believes trans women who look, act, and sound like a woman are women? That is a great question, Eleni. Thank you for raising that.
I personally, even though we might use gender, we, but it's, we have different definitions for them, but I don't necessarily use gender, even though like Verbally, I might use it as gender, but you know what I mean. I don't really make a difference. For me, it's
So
like I'm indifferent.
you're saying that despite what you perceive,
I
you're saying
like clarify
if
though.
you were let into all the secrets in this person's life and you got to know their karyotypes, you would change what you call them?
No, I just if I look at a person, I'm kind of assuming, even though I don't think about it, you know, like I don't imagine it, but I'm gonna attribute certain um, biologic traits to them, right?
You said earlier you weren't doing that.
Uh, I was talking about the names. When it comes to names, and I
No,
didn't
no.
see the
I
person.
asked you the example of so you're making assumptions about what their karyotyping is, what their hormone levels are, what their genitals are. It seems weird to
Oh yeah,
base
and
what
then
you
yeah,
call a
probably.
person based on that.
Yeah, probably, yeah. If I see like a really buff guy, probably I'm gonna just, even though I'm in my thought process, I wouldn't even have the word genitalia, right? But I still like see them as males, right?
So
Does
what are
that
you
make sense? Maybe I don't like
what are you
articulate my
relying
ideas.
on when you identify a person? What are you relying on?
What I can see,
What?
what I can hear, my perception. Like, what do you mean?
If a person is really buff with a bunch of body hair and they're wearing a dress, what are you relying on?
Body hair
The
and
body hair? You're good. So you
and the
would,
feet
huh?
and like their whole body, right? Like, I think you would do the same though.
I will make assumptions about a person's gender. Yes, I
Not
didn't
just
say that I
gender,
wouldn't
like
do
their
that.
sexes. You would even make
I am
assumptions
not
about their
thinking about this
sexes, no?
person's sex at all.
I think it would be fair to say that because like you think like actively, I mean, not just by definition and whatnot, but
Hmm.
when you categorize people, you use gender and I use sex. Like you use both and I don't. If that makes sense. Maybe I'm articulating my
So
ideas
what are
really
you
like, you know,
using? I'm trying to figure out what you're using. You say their whole body, but you're not using their whole body. You are looking at the person and you don't see them naked, so it can't be their whole
I
body.
mean what I can see, actually, like obviously I cannot see their whole body, but like what I can see. Um
Okay. So if you see a
I-
really buff person with body
yeah,
hair and wearing a
yeah.
dress, you're going to use the body hair to determine whether or not you think they are a man or
Not
woman?
no, again, the whole
I thought you
body.
said that.
But
I'm sorry.
yes, the body hair as well. Okay. Their face, right? As well. Like their
What about their
face, their
face?
neck. I mean I would use that as well.
What about their face?
Their face, how wide their face are, certain features.
Okay.
Right?
So
We both agree that
this person has a wide angular face. They have a mustache. They have body hair. They are muscular and they're wearing a dress.
yes,
What is that person?
yes, I would identify them as a man, a male.
Okay. And if they are female, what would it take to prove that to you?
It has to be proven though. Like, are we talking about a context, like a specific situation where it has to be proven, or
All right,
because
so I'm trying to
like
figure
I
out
don't care. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, if the person walked up to you and you said you're a man because you've got angular facial features, you've got a mustache, you're swole, and you've got body hair, and you're wearing a dress, you're a man, and they go, "No, I'm a woman."
first of all, I wouldn't say that, but let's say
You have told me that
he-
you would say that. If you perceive somebody as different than what they claim to be, then you said you would go with what you think they are.
there's a actual difference between someone just comes towards me. I'm like, you're a man. No, I wouldn't do that, obviously.
Okay, this person is like,
It's
hi, my name's Natalie, and I'm she, her. And so
okay.
you're
Okay.
talking about Natalie
Yeah.
to someone else. What would you call Natalie?
Well, describe the situation.
What?
I described the situation that this man walked up to me. He definitely looked to me as a man, like a man,
So why did you
right?
say that they're a man?
What?
So this person goes. So the person you're talking to goes, "Oh no, I know Natalie. That's she's a woman."
I say, you know what? I was wrong. If she like, maybe I'd ask,
Because someone
but I
else
wouldn't even
said
care.
so.
Like,
Not because
no, no, no.
Natalie said so, but because another person said so.
Well, I think you're kind of trying to corner me here a
No,
little
I'm not
bit
trying to
because
corner you.
obviously,
I'm asking you
okay,
questions to understand, dude. I'm trying to
yeah, but
understand
there is
how.
more context to this. Do I trust that person? Is that person with someone else who I don't know, and that person
That person
comes
is
to me and
Natalie's
says,
coworker.
"Yeah, do I know?" her?
No, like
I don't-
let's say your company and their company are meeting, and you were like, I had this experience with Natalie earlier, and he said blah blah blah, and the person goes, oh no, I work with Natalie. Natalie is a woman. She's wonderful.
I'd ask, do you mean a woman? To be honest, I just flat out ask, is she a trans woman or an actual female?
So
To be honest, that's what I would ask.
so I want you to understand that what you just said is you would ask a person you don't know about another person you don't know, and you would say, yeah, what are their genitals like though?
That's not what I'm.
So you're asking what are their chromosomes like though?
I mean, that's the implication, but I think there is
That is
more
what
to
that
it
is
as well.
asking. That's what I'm trying to convey to you. That is what that's asking. If you want to ask if they're trans or cis, those are the things you are asking about. That is just
Those
objectively
are
true, dude.
things that are related to the subject, right? But
No, when you ask about trans or cis, you are asking about their sex. The details of sex are karyotype,
yes,
genitals, gonads, and hormones. Those are the things you are
for sure.
asking about. When you ask if they're cis or trans, and you have just asked an extremely personal and irrelevant question.
Maybe it's relevant to me. And
How is it
maybe
relevant to
I
you what
find
their
it,
genitals
but
are?
maybe actually, I mean, not just genitals, but hormones.
And if you want to ask me to calm down, you can ask me to calm down, and I'll try to respect that. Like this is just getting to a place where I'm
You can be passionate about it. Like I don't
okay.
mind until it's not in bad
Respectful
faith, I would
passion.
say. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see like don't see the point of a discussion degrading. We
Yeah,
just
I don't want to
scream at each
degrade you
other,
at
and
all. I'm trying to get through to you what you are
not
actually
me.
asking
Just
about Natalie at this point.
okay.
And
I'm gonna be
what I'm willing to
really,
bet you,
really
dude,
honest.
one more point before I let you step in on this one. One more point I want to make clear is you're asking Natalie's coworker about something that Natalie's coworker probably doesn't know.
I misunderstood the fact that I don't know that coworker. I thought
I
you
said
said
your
one of
company
my.
is meeting their company.
Okay, yeah, I misunderstood then. My bad. If it's like a totally random person, I don't know them. I don't care enough to even talk about Natalie. I'm not gonna talk about Natalie.
So
I'm not
you
gonna
don't.
talk about. I'm not gonna ask about genders. I don't care about Natalie.
So at a work function between two companies, would you talk to people from the other company?
Or not about Natalie. I mean, not about her personal. About my experience. I mean, I wouldn't talk.
Like, oh,
Like
that's a
of my
really
personal experience that has no relevance.
okay. And if a person comes up to you and goes, "Oh, who should I ask about getting name tags from? It looks like you've got a name tag."
Whoever is responsible, maybe Natalie. I see. Well,
You're right. Sorry,
ask
like
Natalie.
Natalie gave you a name tag, and Natalie introduced herself to you, and now this person's asking where you got the name tag. Who should they talk to about getting the name tag?
Say Natalie.
Okay, and then they say, where is Natalie?
Maybe I know,
Where
maybe
where
not.
did you last see Natalie? Are you going to avoid using pronouns?
I don't have to use.
You don't have to. Are you going to actively avoid using pronouns in this situation?
Yeah,
I'd be
to be
like,
honest,
"Oh, I saw her
if
over
I'm not sure,
there."
yes.
Huh?
I've said we've met. Yes.
Right. But did you see her over by the punch bowl? Did you see her up at the front desk? Where is she?
Wouldn't correct that
Huh?
person using specific. I wouldn't like if that person.
So, but you're
Um,
telling me you would avoid using pronouns because you don't want to refer to her as something that she may, in your view, literally be. She may be a cis woman, and you are avoiding using pronouns because your perception is that she might not be.
that's
No,
not just
Otto,
the
that's
reason.
that's no, Otto, that's wild, man.
But I think you're putting. Like I didn't really finish the whole thing. I think you're kind of putting words into my mouth. You know what I mean?
I'm
I do
happy to
think.
accept you telling me where I'm wrong. Those are the parts I want to talk about, where I was wrong, and I will accept I'm wrong.
If if I think someone is a male, right,
Okay,
and I'm
which
in a
is kind of
professional
confusing already, but go ahead.
or whatever, um, I lost my train of thought. Oh,
Oh, I'm
never
sorry.
mind. Yeah,
Okay.
I I'm I don't really care about that person, right? And this situation, like, it's not that I'm gonna avoid it, but probably I'm not gonna ignore my own perception. I have certain opinions about that person already, right? But there is no point in either playing into this nor like creating drama and saying, well, he is somewhere else,
Did you
right?
say playing
I'm just
into this?
playing into this idea that I don't agree with.
Dude, we're just talking about a normal human interaction between three people. Like, as far as you know, no one's playing into anything.
No, I don't mean between us three. I'm not gonna play into that idea, like in that specific situation. I'm
Right,
not
but
gonna
this
force
specific
my idea as well because it doesn't matter.
this specific situation that I'm talking about is indicative of the issues involved with generalized talking about sex and gender, where you're just like, it's just going to be based on my perception.
To be honest,
Because
actually,
you
I'm
don't.
gonna go back.
I'm trying to figure out what
I'm
it
gonna
is
give this
you.
to you.
Huh?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I would, if it's a business meeting, I'd respect that. And I call her a her if I have to. Like,
Okay.
let's say I can avoid. I'm gonna avoid. I'd say at first because I disagree with what she said, right?
Even though
But
this
if
could
I
be
have to,
even though this could be a cis woman, you're going to disagree.
could be my perception something else, and I'm just gonna go by that. I'm willing to be wrong. I mean, I'm willing to accept that I'm maybe wrong, but it doesn't really matter if I'm wrong or
What if
not.
she literally told you she is a cis woman? Natalie's a
I say,
cis
okay,
woman,
I don't care.
and so then you will still call Natalie he.
But that's what I just told you. That
What?
I
That
wouldn't go by he. Like, you're kind of putting words in my mouth. I told
No,
you.
I'm
I would
asking
avoid.
clarifying questions. No, Otto, I'm not trying
Okay,
to
I'm
put
gonna
words in
clarify.
your mouth.
Again, I meet Natalie.
Uh-huh.
Right? I'm not gonna use the pronouns ever. I'm gonna try to avoid. If I disagree with what she told me, right? I'm. Uh, if I disagree, I'm not gonna push my idea in this situation. I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
avoid using her pronouns. But if I have to, I'm gonna use the pronouns that she asked me just because it's not worth the headache of pushing this like
So you're in
my
a
ideas or
situation.
my principles in that situation.
You're in a
I have nothing to
situation.
win.
You're in a situation where you are literally changing the way that you talk in a normal way to normal people. You are literally changing the way that you talk, even in a situation where, like, somebody tells you straight up they are a cis woman, you would change the way that you would talk to avoid saying something that might even accidentally be correct because you're worried about their sex, which again, you defined up front as the biological aspects related to like the human. We didn't actually, we just said it's biological, but sexual characteristics are again hormones, gonads, genitalia, and karyotype. So you're changing the way you talk because you want to make some kind of assumption about this thing about another person that you cannot know.
But I'm not, how am I changing
You're going
the
out
way
of
I
your way
talk?
at that point, Noato. You're going out of your way.
Could we stop here just to clarify this?
Yeah.
Normally, I talk and I use the gender that I perceive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I perceive you to be a man, I'm gonna use the he, him, right?
Right.
I'm not gonna do anything different. I'm not changing the way I talk. How am I changing the way I talk?
You just
It
said
would
that
be a
you would.
change if I said,
You just said that you would avoid using pronouns. That's changing the
"Sure,
way
but
you
even
speak.
even if I told her, he, her, I would change the way I talk because I talk a certain way to the man that I perceive to be a man. So either way, I have to change the way I talk.
Right. But now we're talking about you are changing the way you talk because you are concerned about their karyotype, their genitalia, their gonads, or their hormones. That is the
Concern, like, it's not a
basis of what.
problem.
Huh?
It's not necessarily a problem though. Like, kind of
It's
put it as if I'm
Noato.
stressed about it and like it's distressing me. Or, like,
Subjectively, it's weird. It's a weird thing to
or
do to be concerned about another person's karyotype, gonads, genitalia, and hormones. Or maybe I missed karyotype that time. It's weird to concern yourself with that when it has no impact on your relationship with that person at all. And they would, even if you became close friends with them, they might never talk to you about any of those things. I have
define
not
concern,
talked
please.
about my genitals with my close friends. So
Could you
why are you so
clarify,
concerned about them?
please clarify concern?
Concern?
Yeah, because if you mean anxiety, worry, or like,
No. By concern I mean a motivator for modulating your behavior. You are concerning yourself with these things. Why?
because it would go against my like normal way of being if I just called her she.
Which
her.
just means that your normal way of being is concerned with those things. Why?
That's how I'm used to talking. Like that's how
That's
most
fine,
people
but
talk.
now
Like that's why.
the way you talk the way you normally talk, that's fine. What you're used to is fine. But now you're making a choice.
I have to make a choice anyways, though.
No, you don't. I can learn a new thing. I can learn a new thing and be like, oh, I never knew that was a thing. So I wasn't choosing. I was just acting on my knowledge. But now I know. Now I can make a choice how to move forward. Now you're making the choice to concern yourself with their genitals, their gonads, their hormones, and karyotype.
Are we still keeping in mind that she told me that she's cis? I would find that weird, to be honest. Like, I think your
her coworker
I don't think
said
your
that,
example. I don't know. We are. I didn't talk about Natalie.
well,
Like I
so,
said, I wouldn't talk about Natalie. I wouldn't share my experience about Natalie. I would avoid using her pronouns or his pronouns, whatever. And if that was the case, I told you, if we were in the meeting, I wouldn't, I don't know, say, look, Natalie, he did this. I respect it because it's not worth the headache. Also, I would find it extremely weird, and I don't think it's reasonable, like hypothetical, say that Natalie told me that she's a cis woman. I think that's really
No,
fucking
I said her.
inappropriate.
Oh, I did at one point mention that maybe Natalie tells you herself, but the majority of the hypothetical we were talking about, her coworker saying that.
But I told you we don't get there. We won't
What?
get there for
What?
her to tell me that she's a cis woman. Like her coworker won't tell me that, and if she does, she's fucking weird because I didn't ask. I'm not
Right,
gonna bring it up.
I'm leaving room for the possibility that her coworker is a fucking weirdo, but she's also really concerned. Like she's concerned about her coworker like being misgendered, but now she's sitting there going, "Well, if all this guy cares about is her sex, and I could use her sex to get him to call her the right pronoun, then I guess I'll just tell him that she's cisgendered. She's a cis woman, dude. Please call her by her gender, by her
I
actual
wouldn't
pronouns."
believe her, to be honest.
Huh?
I just would flat out. I'm telling you, I wouldn't believe her. If someone is that unhinged and so like socially unskilled,
Right.
like worried about like adults, I'd be like, buddy, you're kind of fucking retarded. Okay, chill out.
So
Okay.
at this point, I seriously need you to understand that when you say you don't believe her, what she's telling you is she has some combination of a karyotype, genitals and gonads, and hormones that make her align with the female sex more than the male sex, making her a cis woman. And you're saying, I don't believe you. Her hormones, gonads, genitals, and karyotype cannot be that way. So now you are objectively,
I have to
no,
stop you there
Otto,
because
you are
you're
objectively concerning
No.
yourself with those things.
You're putting, man, you're putting.
I'm not. This is objectively what we're talking about.
You said I would think, or I like that cannot. It cannot be that way.
It
Not
can't-
believing someone, okay, is different from being unsure about certain things. Just
You're
going
saying it's
by my
impossible
own-
for a cis woman to be muscular with body hair and a mustache?
You said it's impossible.
What? You
In
said
your-
it
in your
cannot be that
example-
way? Okay, go ahead.
So
Sorry.
you said that by my logic,
Mhm.
I wouldn't believe the coworker, and I'd go, that cannot be true.
You would
you said
say
that.
that cannot be true? That she's a cis
And
woman?
you said that, yeah.
Right. So what are
That-
you basing
That
that
I would
on?
think that.
Oh,
What do
it
you mean?
cannot.
If
wait.
it's possible or not, like you came up with this. Like, you literally said that her coworker
Uh-huh.
would tell me this,
Mhm.
and because I would find her unhinged or whatever, right? I wouldn't believe her, and I'd say that's not possible. I wouldn't say that's not possible. I just wouldn't believe that shit.
You
like,
would you would think it's not possible.
no, not necessarily.
So would
You
it be
could tell me right
possible
now
or
that
not? Would it be possible or not? I'm confused.
I'm gonna make an easier parallel, and you're gonna understand my regarding the possibility. Okay.
Okay.
You could tell me that right now, the war in Ukraine stopped.
Okay.
I wouldn't believe you, but I wouldn't say that it's impossible, right?
Okay.
Could we apply the same logic to that? I think I'm reasonable by saying yes. I don't care enough about this whole like topic to be that invested.
No,
to
but
have, like,
here's the thing. You do care because you are changing the way you speak to get away from this. That is caring.
But like again, you're putting words in that.
I'm naming what
That's- yeah,
you
I-
said you would do. Okay.
That's not what I meant,
Let
and
me
you're-
write it down so that we've got it. So I want to make sure that we agree on what's happening. Okay. Natalie is buff, body hair. I'll go as far to say chiseled jaw, mustache. Wears a dress. Natalie's coworker. For now, we will just say asks about Natalie in the third person. Okay, hold on. I missed an important detail. Goes by she, her. Natalie's coworker asks about Natalie in the third person. Do you and says she. Do you change how you talk to this person based on your interpretation of what Natalie's gender is?
So now we are changing the whole situation.
I feel like this was the situation I described from the get-go.
There's a difference between asking. Wait, actually, no, I misunderstood. Sorry, I'm tired. I read that the coworker asks about. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Sorry, keep my bad. 1%.
So at this point, are you avoiding using pronouns? Are you shortening your sentences?
To be honest, I might as well even actually. I think about this more. I've never been in this situation. We don't really have trans people.
You are in this situation right now. This hypothetical is just isolating specific details that are part of what you are experiencing in this moment. You are part of a world where trans people exist.
Okay, that's why I'm saying I kind of thought about it, and I might change my take on this. And for the sake of an easier conversation, like the whole situation, my day at work or whatever, I just pay into this. Even though my perception is different, I'm gonna just like it doesn't matter.
Okay, and so who are you doing it for? Who you're gonna change what you're gonna say? You're gonna say she, her, and you're gonna do it for yourself because it just makes it so that you don't have to deal with the issue.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you?
It's just easier. But actually, for the sake of it, we can play out the other example as well. Let's say I avoid using her pronouns. Just for the sake of it, we can just go with this.
All right.
But realistically speaking, probably I just use the she, her, whatever, and.
Okay, but even in that scenario, I want to ask: are you doubting her? Are you sitting there going, "No, that's not a she. This is."
I'm not that invested into like. If I identify someone as
a.
Please let me finish, okay?
I'm honest with you. Come on.
I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
It's not that I'm gonna think about this for like 15, 20 seconds. I might have this like instinctual. Yeah, I think he, but whatever. Like I'm not gonna voice it out. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna stop there. Like.
Yeah. I'm just saying you're just gonna think about it. You would think about this and you would doubt her.
But I won't. But I wouldn't. You can't like create a hypothetical where I don't act away. It's like saying, well,
sorry, that was meant to be.
You are in a situation where you have sex with a man. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm straight, so that situation wouldn't even exist. It's the same thing. I wouldn't start thinking about this. I don't care.
Okay, so this woman you saw in a dress who has a bunch of body hair and a mustache, you are now fine at this work function just calling her she anytime she's brought up?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can go with the other example as well, because I think the outcome is the same. If I avoid using her pronouns, right?
Fine, I'll write it down.
If I have to use it, I'm going to use it.
Yeah, I mean, let's imagine you're giving a presentation up in front of this group and they say, what did you think about Natalie's idea? I imagine you're going to have to use a pronoun at that point.
Not necessarily.
Well, if you're not going to use a pronoun, then you would have to think your way through constructing the sentence to not do it.
Sure. But it would be such an easy thing to do. I would be like, great ideas.
But you're in front of this group of people giving a presentation. Like they're expecting you to expound on what your thoughts are. So it's going to be hard to not say like her idea when she presented this, but when she brought this up, Like, if you're going to actually expound on your thoughts, it's going to be hard.
I mean, maybe is it reasonable to assume that maybe it's hard for you? It's not hard for me to say, well, out of these 4 ideas, I think these 3 are great, right? Because, and the 4th one or whatever is a bad idea. It's not a struggle. You don't have to keep bringing up like the validity of the ideas and the project and whatever. It has no relation to whoever like came up with those ideas, right?
I'm gonna be honest, dude. I mean, maybe this is just an American culture thing. It seems pretty weird to just ignore the existence of the other person when you are addressing the things that they talked about to other people, and they were sitting there when she
It's
presented those ideas. They're gonna be like, why are you avoiding referencing her at all?
you
It
don't have
seems
to
pretty
reference her
odd.
because it's obvious what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, it's obvious to
It's,
everyone
it's
who you're talking about, so it seems weird that you're
exactly.
not
And so what?
referring to her.
No, but wait a second. No, like I think there is like a cultural thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because these things happened like in my life, just not with trans people, and I wouldn't say, I don't know, like maybe the language is different or whatever, but like I wouldn't say, oh,
Like, I could talk
like
to my
the
chat.
ideas of, like, I think it's extra. You
Like,
know what
I
I mean?
could
Like,
talk to my chat after you leave and be like, yeah, No Auto had like some pretty good ideas about this. He gave me this really good example of a hypothetical, but like when I said this, he said this thing, and if I were to do that differently, I'd be like, so I just had a conversation for the last hour plus, hour and a half, and the discussion was on this, and an interesting hypothetical was raised, and I addressed it a bit. Then I was challenged with it. It would be so weird for me to not refer to you that entire time.
but it's obvious you're talking to me, like about me.
Yeah, it's weird. Like
I
I'm
have to say it's a
ignoring the
cultural thing. I'm
existence
sorry.
of the person I was talking to. It
It's
was
just like
like as
being
if I
like
was having
there
a
are.
conversation by myself.
It's not by yourself.
That's what it
Okay,
sounds
I'm
like. I'm
gonna
like, I
say
was having a
same to you.
conversation, and this point was brought up, and there was this rebuttal that was raised. Like, to say a rebuttal was raised against me is so weird. Like, why am I acting
Rebuttal.
like there wasn't another person in the room? Like,
I'm not gonna act like I just don't. I just
thank you, Neil DeLegend.
maybe.
I'm glad somebody also recognized how odd it is.
But you have to understand, for example, if you come to Eastern Europe, it's going to be odds, the loud American, because, like, generally speaking, Americans are way louder than Eastern Europeans. And we're going to say, well, look at this guy. This guy is odd. Even though it's not wrong or anything, we just notice that it's odd, right?
Okay. Yeah, like
Do you think that's fair?
I'm not saying you're not allowed to be odd. I'm just saying it would be odd.
What I'm saying is odd for you.
It's
For
odd to
us,
me.
it's not odd. Yeah, like you find it odd, but I don't find it odd. Like I wouldn't find, I don't know. Okay,
Well, I
let
find
me
it.
give you an example.
Maybe I just find it a little bit rude to ignore that another person contributed to the conversation. And
Let
welcome
me.
back, Neil DeLegend. I'm so happy to see you here. Our first official lefty convert. I'm so happy to see you. Thank you for being here, Neil DeLegend. Good to see you back.
O'Neill, maybe I'll be the second, by the way. Just think. I had to.
I don't know, man. You're really devoted to the sex characteristics, and I'm not. It's still
Sure,
something I'm not understanding.
I don't think you're fair right now because I can give you an example right now where you wouldn't find it odd if I didn't use, like, okay, for example, Maddie asked S5, I don't know, just that's 5 things. She
Mhm.
comes up with 5 ideas, and you ask me, Autos, what do you think about her ideas? Would you find it odd that I wouldn't like mention her name? No, because it's obvious who we are talking about. Like, just because we are in a meeting room or whatever, like, doesn't make it odd, or maybe it
Right,
does
but
for
I'm
you,
referencing a
but like,
context where they contributed more content than that. If I were to say if I were to say, well, Maddie threw these 5 ideas up on the board, which do you think? And you'd look at those 5 ideas and be like, well, like of these 5 ideas, I think these. I'm like, no, I'm talking about like Maddie talked about her opinions, and she brought these challenges to things that you had raised, and like there's more conversation to it, and you can't just address it as ideas on the table. There was a person who was talking to you. There was a person who was challenging your ideas. It does become weird at that point.
again.
I
I said
know,
before,
Maddie. I know,
if it's
Maddie.
gay.
I feel like we're on the precipice of some kind of understanding, and I'm not sure where we're teetering, and I don't know if we can get to an understanding. But it still just sounds to me like you are motivated by characteristics that you can't see or know to change how you speak.
Can we go back? Because we are
Sure.
kind of shifting.
I do want to end this soon.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'm gonna make it like super fast. If I have to address her, I'm gonna address her. It's easier.
Wait, hold on, Maddie. Wait, hold on. What? Maddie, you're gonna hang out another time? What? You'll hang out in another chat? Oh, okay. Are you saying you're bailing because I'm hanging on to this too long? I'm so confused. Addressing the person you're talking about is simply a sign of respect, acknowledgement of their contributions. I agree. It seems like disrespect to not attribute those ideas to that person. You're not acting like they're just ideas that came out of nowhere that just appeared in the boardroom that y'all are talking in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Maddie is a she. And I believe that's from anybody's perspective.
It's talking.
I don't know for sure. I haven't asked Maddie about very personal details. Not that it would matter to me.
Are we still like having the conversation, or you're talking to chat? Because I'm not reading chat.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if Maddie was trying to address anything with you or not. Yeah.
I mean,
sorry, Maddie.
I
I didn't mean to make this about you.
I do. Okay, I felt like you think I referred to Maddie as a he, even though I said she specifically. I do think Maddie is a woman.
Okay. And Maddie's saying that is just making a point about names can change hard based on cultural backgrounds. Yeah. But anyway, like I feel like at this point I don't feel like I can do anything further with this because it does seem like you are motivated by characteristics that you can't see and you want to hold to those and you can't know them, but you're going to hold to what you expect them to be anyway. And like I don't think there's anything further we can do with that.
I don't think that's fair to say though, because when I try to like explain the situation,
yeah.
you
like
kind of
if you disagree that we can't get anywhere, then sure, go ahead.
I have the feeling that you said you ain't gonna corner me and it's gonna be a good faith discussion, right? And I don't think you are like a bad faith person, or like, don't get me wrong, but every
I
time
might just
I
be
try
misunderstanding.
yes, I don't think you want to hear me out, and you keep, in my opinion, putting words in my mouth, or maybe I'd say maybe intentionally misunderstanding just to
It's definitely not
have
intentional.
stronger arguments.
No,
okay, then
it's definitely not intentional.
Okay.
Let me write down. I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna write down what you tell me. You can tell me what's wrong about what I write down.
Like I said, if I'm really what was her name?
Natalie.
Natalie. Okay, Natalie. Looks like a male to me. I
guess maybe this is a point we need to clarify. Are you saying that no women can have excessive body hair?
What?
Excessive. Are you saying that no women can have a bunch of body hair?
Oh, like that's not the only thing I'm judging.
Okay. Are you saying I'm not just stopping there? Is there no woman that can be buff?
Oh.
Is there no woman that can have a mustache?
Hands on the mustache. I'm gonna say that. Hands, but no, obviously, every woman has a mustache, by the way.
Okay, and is there no woman that can have a chiseled jaw?
No.
So what does it mean to you that they look like a man? You mean a typical man?
Yeah. So, okay. For example, if you were wearing a dress right now, right?
Mhm.
I'd consider you to be a man. Would that be
Okay.
fair? Just because
Right.
you
Do
you don't even have a mustache.
and do you recognize and you're basing that on sexual characteristics, right?
From what I can see, yeah, your looks, yeah.
Okay.
It's sexual in the sense that your features, the features of your face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So based on the features of my face, you're making certain assumptions about my hormones, because that's what would determine how my face structure comes out, right?
The hormones are the implication, but
Right.
not actively thinking about.
You're not really
That's,
thinking
that's
about
really
it,
important, though.
huh?
It's important.
Okay, it's important. Like so. I'll write this down.
Again, like
Judgments
you
in part.
stopped me from saying what I want to say.
I'm
right?
sorry. Like
When you ask questions,
I'm trying to understand. Yeah. Judgments in part on face structure. If you still remember what you wanted to say before I asked to clarify about what you were judging that on, you can continue. They look like a man from your perspective.
Yeah, they look like a man from my perspective. I'm gonna try to not. I'm definitely not gonna push my ideas that okay, she's a man, whatever, and other perceive them as a woman, right? Female, this way. If I have to, not like forced, but if it's, I'm not gonna become weird just to avoid using her pronouns. Let's put it this way.
Okay.
I'm not gonna become. No one is gonna feel uncomfortable because of my speech. Let's put it this way.
You are so certain about your ability to moderate your speech that no one will think that anything you're doing is weird.
Yes, I, I do think
But
I have pretty
you
good
will
social
change it
skills.
and it won't be weird, or you won't change it and it won't be weird.
I'm gonna change it, and if the scenario requires, I'm gonna just call her her.
So when you say you will change your speech, you will change your speech to not make it weird, but not refer to their pronouns if possible. But if required, you will use their pronouns.
Yeah. Also, the judgment in part of the face structure. That's just one example, though. The rest of the
That's what
things.
in part means.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Will changes speech patterns.
To be honest, I probably shouldn't read what you write because I'm fucking tired and I just fucking misread everything.
Yeah, you don't need to look.
Literally
at what
read judging part face structure. That's what I read. I'm just
well, it's a probably you don't need to read what I write unless we get to the point where we disagree on what somebody has said, and then we can go back and be like, okay, well, we agreed on this point.
yeah, sure, okay. Yeah.
No auto will change the speech patterns to not use Natalie's pronouns. And it won't be weird. But will use her pronouns if it becomes socially necessary to use pronouns at all. We agree? I've captured it?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
But I definitely wouldn't make anyone uncomfortable. Also, we just for the sake of it, I know for like I was told already by the coworker that a cis woman, right?
Okay.
Just for the sake of it, right?
We'll make that clear. Told already by Natalie's coworker that she is cis, or that she goes by she her. Which one do you want to go forward
Yeah, sure.
with? Okay, that she cis.
Either, whatever. I mean, it's this probably because
I mean, let's do an argument about ad absurdum. Ad absurdum. Fine. Like we'll go to the limits of what your logic says. So we will say she has told you that she is cis. Okay. No auto will change his speech patterns to not use Natalie's pronouns, and it won't be weird. Won't be weird sounding to others, because I already disagree that it would not be weird. I'll grant you for the sake of argument it won't sound weird to other people. Okay.
agree to disagree here.
Right. So we're going to disagree on whether or not it is weird to do this. What we can't disagree on.
I have to interrupt. Not if it is weird, because it's a cultural thing. You have to keep that in mind.
Well, no, I am basing my feelings on it being weird. I'm basing that on something, and I'm going to get to that. Because even in your culture, I could introduce, like, if people were not familiar with the idea of discussing people by their gender, I could introduce the idea of people discussing people by their gender and be like, this is why you should do it. Because this is identity. It's a part of every person's identity. Because not doing it disrespects them as a human being and ignores their identity and poses a risk of their mortality. That's like
I agree.
So
I agree with this part that you could bring it up. What I'm saying though, that's not what I said. It's like I could say if you would come to Eastern Europe, you would be weird because you're American. No, you wouldn't be weird. You might be perceived weird, but that's not necessarily weird.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about whether or not it's typical in the society. I'm saying to make the choice between respect, identity, suffering, mortality, and what I'm about to say that you're basing this on is weird. That is weird. Like once you have those two options in front of you and to choose the other one, it's weird. Because the other option, huh?
I don't think it presented this idea exactly the same way most people where I'm from. I don't think they would agree with you necessarily.
I understand they would not find it uncommon, and they might disagree with me. Like I would agree with them that it would be uncommon, or no, it would not be uncommon to refer to people this way. And in that sense, it would not be weird. It would be typical. But then if I get down to it, and I was like, do you want to choose call by preferred pronouns?
Yeah, they tell you probably.
Do you want to go by preferred pronouns, in which case you're respecting the human being, recognizing their identity, acknowledging subjectivity, inherent to all people, ensuring better health outcomes or better likelihood of positive health outcomes. Or the other option, call by the pronouns matching the sex I perceive. Is that the correct way to phrase what you would be doing?
I guess, for the sake of it.
Okay.
Again, I kind of. The reason I don't want to be that consistent or whatever, because, like I said, I'm not debating this. Like, I mean, we are kind of debating. Don't get me wrong, but like, I'm not doing this to win the argument or whatever.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. If like at this point, like I would tell you, like if this were a debate, it would be stupid for me to call this a debate because I can't be right on what you from your perspective should call someone. So like I can't tell you you're wrong about what you think is best to call somebody. That doesn't win me anything. It's not a prize. But I can try to get you to see where, like, I feel like you're still not seeing things from the perspective that I'm trying to show you. And so I can try to get you there. And if you don't, then I didn't win, but I tried to get you to what I perceive truth to be. And at the very least, I don't see you to, like, I haven't gotten, I want to hear your points as well to try to tell me, because we both want truth, right?
I don't think here like, truth is. I don't really think we can talk about the truth here necessarily, right? Like when we're discussing
Well,
subjective
then we need to.
ideas.
Is subjectivity not true?
Yes, but if you perceive something a certain way, right, and I
Uh-huh.
perceive it in a different way, the truth is that two people see two things, the same thing differently. That's the
Yes.
truth.
But is it
Right.
true that one person sees one thing and another person sees another thing?
I mean, maybe we perceive the same thing differently. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in a similar example, do you love anyone?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Actually, let's just stick to this because we're gonna go on that. Like, we're gonna derail. I'm willing to discuss this as well if you want.
Well, you just presented an
I-
idea, and I need to give a counter example to the idea.
Okay, no.
Do you love anyone?
Yeah, sure.
Can I call them Tad? The Tad could be, I want you to have a person in mind. I'm going to call them Tad, whether they're a woman or a man. They're Tad.
Okay.
I just came up with 3 letters.
Sure.
So Tad, I'm going to
Yeah.
say, I see how you relate to Tad. You don't love Tad. Is either one of us correct? Is either one of us objective? Is your love for them objectively true?
I don't think that's a fair comparison, by the way. Because only I can know the truth.
Right. So something that is subjective can still be objectively true.
No. When you say, look, no autos, you don't love her or him or whatever, right?
Mhm.
You are objectively wrong. Because I know that I do. But when we
Except that
have
my
different
perception of love is different than your perception of love. So even if I understood everything in your head, I could still disagree with it. And I could still
it's
be
not
correct
realistic.
from my
We both know
subject-
that's not reasonable. Like this, what you just said is not reasonable. I mean,
You
if
don't
I
think
knew
there are people
everything,
who
like-
think they love someone that we look at what they do and we know how they relate to them? There's like, no, you don't love that person. You would not treat them the way you do if you actually loved them. That's not love.
And again, you're adding layers and layers, right?
Right. I'm adding layers and layers
To
to show you how
reinforce
broad this
your
topic
idea.
is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you could disagree with what you've seen me by my actions, right? Like before this, you don't even say anything about actions. You just said love Ted. I mean, but
I said I see how
I
you
said-
relate to Tad, and I can tell you I
yeah,
don't
I
think you
told. Okay. I mean, that's what you think. Sure, whatever.
Right. I mean, I could have the opinion that no one who hits their spouse loves them. I could be subjectively correct about that.
You are implying that we would have different
What?
definitions of love. Like you are implying that I would do these
No,
things. Like,
I'm not implying that, because I was about to finish my sentence and say, and another person who does hit their spouse could feel like they love that person very much. I was not bringing you into that.
okay, my bad. Yeah, anyway, okay, sure.
That
fair
is
enough
not
then.
something do you,
But-
from our conversation so far, you think I would treat you that way? Oof, that hurts me.
Not to be that guy, but like, I think the conversation has been derailed into many directions, and I do think you
We're still talking
frame
about
certain things.
subjectivity.
I get that, but I mean, you just asked me something, so I'm responding to that. Not saying I'm not talking about this specific topic, but throughout our discussions, in discussion, I feel like you put certain things in my mouth, or framed certain things differently than how I kind of expressed them or like
So
articulated them.
what we're
Maybe I
doing
articulated them in a bad way, though.
what we're doing right now is trying to clarify that so that I'm not doing that anymore. So I'm
Sure,
writing these things down because
Yeah, sure.
and if I haven't said it already, I sincerely apologize if I have
You don't
framed
have to,
something
don't.
that doesn't capture your belief.
I think you're passionate about the subject, not in
Mhm.
like bad faith, right? So you are willing to push. I mean, are willing to do. I mean, not literally anything, but within certain, limits of respect and whatnot. You would
Hey,
frame certain
guess
things a
what?
certain, like that's
I could
fun.
be entirely wrong about gender. I could be, and I will say that here and now. As much as I love people in my life that are transgender, as much as people in my chat would expect me to support people who are transgender and have transgender rights, I will tell you, I could be wrong. I
Actually,
have
I'm
a
willing to
high
do that as well,
I
though.
have a high degree of confidence in this, and I do feel passionately about it, but it is possible to move me. I just need
Okay, sure. Fair enough.
arguments that will do that. So to do that, I have to lock down what it is that you're saying because you and I appear to be missing each other. So I have to lock it down. I want to
Fair
understand
enough.
on the subjectivity point. If I said, and I'll take you out of the example entirely, so there's no association. If I said no one who hits their wife loves their wife, and somebody who hits their wife goes, "No, you don't understand. Things are hard. Things are complicated. I definitely love her." If I don't budge on that, is either one of us wrong?
Actually, no. I see where you're going.
Right.
For.
But
I think,
objectively,
yeah, sure. You can have different definitions. We can have different definitions of love. Sure. Um, yeah, sure. I'll give you that.
and so I could be right from my perspective that he does
Yeah,
not
yeah,
love his
1%,
wife,
yeah.
but objectively, he loves his wife because that's from his perspective.
Yeah, sure. 1%.
Okay. So so have I captured this correctly? I want to make sure I do that.
Yes. You did.
Okay.
The part about actually everything so far, yes.
So the option B is call them by the pronouns matching the sex that you perceive. And
Yeah.
when we talk about what you perceive, one thing we mentioned is base structure. So now I have to say, do you perceive their sex by their face structure?
Just structure.
Can
With
you
what?
determine their sex from their face structure?
No. Only their
No.
face structure? No.
Right. What you're assuming from face structure, what is implied by their face structure, is certain hormone levels, right?
I mean, that's what that's the implication of what I get from there, but not directly. I don't think about their hormone levels.
Right. But that's...
I think, you see, exactly, this is what I'm saying. I think framing it as like implies hormone levels is kind of framing it in a specific way.
Well,
you know what I'm trying to say?
But that's because I'm trying to get to the root of what you perceive from face structure. Because you already recognize that face structure could make you wrong, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So I assume that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I assume that if they had a masculine face structure from your point of view, but this person had XX chromosomes, they even had a lot of estrogen, that they had female like genitalia, that you would be like, okay, it doesn't matter that they have
a chiseled jaw, I know what this person is. Right?
Could you sorry repeat that? Sorry.
Even if they had a chiseled jaw, like you would expect would be on a man,
Yeah.
if you found out that they had XX chromosomes, had a high level of estrogen, and
Yes.
had female genitalia, you would be like, okay, it doesn't matter what their chiseled jaw looks like.
I just say I was wrong.
You would say that you were wrong because of the face structure. So,
No, I was no, that's not what I would say. I'd
What?
say I interpreted this person as a male. Turns out they're a female. I was wrong. That's what I
Okay.
would say.
so let me clarify that point.
Yeah, that I just accept the facts. That's what I'm
If
saying.
NA finds out they are mistaken about the sex from their perception, his perception, he will change his language to match the biological sex. Do I have that accurate?
Go for you.
Okay. So this is the point where I get a little bit frustrated, No Auto.
Why?
Because I said multiple times in this conversation that what you care about in modulating your speech is genitalia, hormones, gonads, and karyotyping. And this point right here that I just wrote down and you agreed with proves that.
I have a problem again with the framing.
You may not like how it's framed, but that is a fact.
Sure, but
I don't mean to frame it in a way that's
I'm gonna give you a
offensive to
parallel.
you, but it is the fact.
I'm gonna give you a parallel.
Okay.
It's one thing to say, I forgot. Sorry. How do you like to be referred as? Like, what's your name? Attorney or
Austin or Know Nothing?
Austin? Okay. I could say Austin is not too worried about African children, because of his comfort zone, culture, whatever, right?
Mhm.
And that's why he doesn't help starving children in Africa. Or I could
Mhm.
say, Austin actually values Ipashi more than feeding African children. That's why he wastes his money on random objects that he doesn't really need, instead of actually valuing human life and helping kids even remotely. And you see the difference in framing? Or from your perspective is the same thing?
It's not quite the same thing because in this situation, okay, if you gave me the opportunity to choose between sending $5 to African children, if you gave me the opportunity to spend $5 and hand it to, because that becomes part of the complication, is what is involved there. So I need to eliminate all the variables, and that's what we've been working on doing in this writing. Eliminate all the variables, and if you think there are variables left, that's what I want to know. But if we remove all the variables and say, Austin, do you want to buy a $5 sandwich for yourself, or do you want to give the $5 to this starving child from Africa in which I do hate this framing, but if you want to give $5 to a starving child from anywhere, and like they're standing in front of you, and you can assure that that $5 is going to go to them, and you could
But I
stand
never
there and
said
watch
these
them buy
things.
what they want, I would give it to them. And if I gave myself a sandwich with that $5, if I didn't need it to feed myself, then yeah, I would care more about getting a dumb sandwich than
That wasn't my
this.
example.
Okay, sorry, I lost the example in the explanation.
Okay.
You said buying random stuff, right?
We both know that both of us right now from our desks could help African kids. Would you agree?
No,
Or you
actually,
would disagree?
I don't know that. It's possible I could help kids. If I gave $5 to an organization, it's possible they might use my $5 to help a kid, but I don't know that for a fact right now. And this is relevant. This would be part of my decision making of what to do with $5.
Yeah, but if I say the same thing that I don't know for a fact that they are cis, and it's kind of weird. Then you're gonna frame it as if you want to
But
see
we're
his
giving
like
you all that
his genital.
information.
I mean, I'm giving you the information that yes, you can help.
Okay, cool.
Okay. I'm gonna look right now for a
Mhm.
whatever organization that's, I don't know, legit. Let's put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
I see that plushie behind you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you really wanted to, like, I honestly think if you really cared about African kids, and I'm not, but if you really valued all life equally and whatnot, you would have spent money on them, and you would have like researched yada 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 instead of buying things that you don't need, right? That's not really reasonable for me.
You've picked a really bad example, my guy.
Okay, whatever, an object that you don't need. But why did you pick
Sure,
them?
let's go with the. I mean, I guess any of the examples behind me are bad, but let's go with the stupid.
Anyways,
frog,
an
frog
object.
guy.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you bought things that you don't necessarily need, just for fun, maybe, or just.
I mean, this
whatever.
this is a bad example. Fuck. That's a bad example.
Your headset.
All
I don't know.
All those are bad examples.
I'm pretty sure.
My headset's a bad example.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Like, I have reasons
don't
for
have things,
buying all the things around me.
You don't buy anything that you don't necessarily need.
I'm trying to think of an actual example. I'm not
could
much
have
of
you
a,
bought, like,
I'm
a
not
cheaper
much of a
headset?
consumer.
You could have bought a cheaper headset. Let's put it that way then.
I mean, okay. I mean,
It would have served the same purpose.
We can move forward, and I can tell you why I have the headset that I do. But
It doesn't really matter. But you agree with me that you buying a cheaper headset would have done the same job, even if it's like a $10 cheaper headset. You disagree?
I would
like
disagree.
shoes or clothing, or I don't think everything you buy has to be the exact same price. And if you wanted to,
most things I spend money on, I spend on them because I have mental health needs, and and because I have a project that I think will make a major difference, and because I have a daughter whose life that I want to enrich, especially because she's dealing with a divorce, and so I'm trying to help her find who she is, and yada yada yada. Oh, here's a good one. I have a Steam Deck. There you go.
Awesome.
Steam Deck.
Okay, the Steam Deck. Whatever. We just had to find an object because everyone has an object.
I was legitimately having a difficult time like finding a thing around me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think it would be unfair from me to frame you as someone who doesn't care about people and picks whoever. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to prove to me that I don't care about people considering what I'm doing on this platform. So.
Yeah, but I could say the same because, like, I'm willing to discuss with people, right? I'm interested in the subject without trying to move, like, without being.
Well, yeah,
without
what would
trying
be
to
the
be
benefit
right
of you doing
correct,
that?
like,
No, I'm curious what the benefit of that would be.
I don't think anyone would benefit besides me having like an, I don't know, ego stroke or whatever. Like,
yeah,
it
so
doesn't
it's
really
not
make
really
sense,
comparable.
right?
I'm over here trying to
what
stop
do you mean?
people from dying.
Just because something is more, like, I wouldn't even say, like, sure, it's better. That doesn't that doesn't mean, you know, like, what I'm doing is not good in that sense, right? I'm gonna use the word good just to simplify it. What you're doing, by the way, I do think is really good.
Thanks.
Is it better than what I'm doing right now and having this interest? Sure. That doesn't mean I do not care about people, right?
I wouldn't say you don't care about people in general. I would say that you don't have much care for trans people.
Okay, enough. But it wouldn't. And I don't think that's. I don't know why you do this. Obviously, I believe you. I could come as well as look. You're trying to get into this. There's. I
I'm
personally know. Maybe you don't know
like
that
I'm
guy.
no autos. I'm still like trying to fill out this chart, and with the way I'm comparing this chart, and you can add to the other half of it so that we can see the whole fucking thing and know the full picture. But right now, I am
Just
comparing your option down here to all of these things up above it. What am I supposed to assume from that? What am I supposed to get out of your stance? Can you explain that to me?
you could frame it differently, though.
You frame it. You tell me what I'm supposed to care to respecting the human being, recognizing their identity, acknowledging subjectivity inherent to all people,
That part
and
is fine.
ensuring better likelihood of positive health outcomes, including less death. You tell me how I should frame the other side.
I think a structure, for example, right? Actually, no, because it says implies
I
hormone
can get rid of
levels.
that one. That's
I
fine.
don't think we. I don't think we need to add these things. If we hypothetically we had a jury, this would help. Right? Would you agree with me that this would help?
What would help?
You didn't have to delete, by the way, everything.
I
So
thought
it
you
was
said we
fine.
could get rid of these things. I was willing to do that.
I mean, the bottom one, my bad. Like,
This?
yeah, like face.
Oh, well, I don't need that anymore because I added this one.
Yeah.
Because this is we made a determination about objective biological sex, and that's
Anyways,
what matters.
we can
to
move
you.
on then. Anyways, I wanted to make sure, like,
I'm not trying to
you
move
asked
on.
about.
I am offering you the floor to explain. Like this was my framing. I framed this myself. I'll put it in a different color. It's blue because it's me.
Oh, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
What
Everything
color
is fine.
do you
So
want to be?
we can move on.
At this
Oh,
point, I'm
it's
not
fine.
moving on. We gotta fucking understand this, and I'm not saying fucking
I
at
understand
you.
it.
I'm
I just
talking
had
about
an
the
issue.
severity.
No,
Okay,
I get it. I get it.
you
Do
fill
you
this out for
understand
me.
why I had a problem with your framing? Or you don't?
No, because I'm trying to remove all other variables so we can get down to the thing you literally care about that you cannot disagree with me on because it's the thing you care about. I want to remove all variables until we get there. And to me,
Okay, fair
it
enough.
seems like we got here. And to me, that means we've excluded everything else but literal sexual biological characteristics. Am I
Sure.
wrong at that point?
Well, the way it is right now, no.
Okay. So I'm on from me, I'm fucking done, dude. I'm not you fill this out for me. What are the benefits? What do you care about making your decision based on? I see you in the chat. We're good. I'm going. Okay. Anybody else still with us? Maddie, I lied to you. I'm so sorry. If we can, I've been trying to lock down this one point for so long. And Maddie, if you're still here, if we can get past this one point, then I will move on from this conversation and I will release another video before I'm done tonight.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
accidentally unplugged my mic and got fucked up. That's all.
Okay.
But yeah, for some reason, yeah, I do. I would, yeah. I mean, not for some reason. Yeah, I definitely. Everything you brought there is fine.
Okay. Now what I need to know, because
Up here is my why. Can you give me your why? And I'm going to stop trying to characterize it myself, because I keep trying to bring it back to answering my question when you say stuff. That's why I'm rephrasing things, because I'm trying to get to an answer to my question. You tell me yourself. I'm done trying to do that. You tell me yourself. What is the why for this?
Why do I work this way, or like?
Why would you choose this one over the other one? It sounds like you think it has some kind of truth value, so you value the truth value. I said I would stop. I'm going to stop.
Because like I would change my I would call them by the correct pronouns, because I
The
made a
correct
mistake
pronouns?
in you know what I mean. You know really well what I mean. Like, because I know that I was wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Okay. Okay, I got you. I got you. Because you were mistaken about what their sex is. I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's why I was
Okay.
mistaken. I'd be like, my bad. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that my bad or whatever, but I think it's way more nuanced in reality. You know, like situations are way more complicated than
Nuance it for
we
me,
try
bro.
to.
Tell me why you would do this.
I mean, the interactions, generally speaking.
What?
I don't understand the question. I think I answered it. No, I didn't.
Why would you change what pronoun you used when you learned what their actual biological characteristics are? Sexual
Because
biological characteristics.
that would reinforce what I, like my fundamental, like the way I talk normally, right? I think that's fair to say, I guess. Like,
I'm not going to rephrase it. Is that fair?
or point it out if I don't make sense though, because maybe.
What?
What do you mean? Why? I mean, yeah, because there are certain like you view the world a certain way. This kind of reflects in your speech, yada yada yada. I would call them by their correct pronouns, right? Because that would
You
like
keep saying correct, but we're choosing between two options.
I would consider that to be correct. No,
Based on what?
what do you mean? If NA finds out that they are mistaken about sex, right? I
Right.
would initially I wouldn't.
But what you're saying, I understand you to be saying that using the pronouns that align with their sex would be correct, as in comparison to the other option, which would be incorrect. Do I have that
In my
right?
opinion, yeah.
In your opinion. Okay, so in your opinion, it's correct. Why? What makes it correct in your opinion? Because a pronoun doesn't inherently have anything to do with sex. So tell me, where's the connection? What makes it correct?
I mean, I'm pretty sure if we, I'm not saying we should do this, by the way, just for the sake of it. If tomorrow gender disappeared, a majority of people, like a large majority of people, would be able to continue to speak the same way. Like, what?
Okay.
Oh, like, would you disagree?
If gender disappeared tomorrow.
Yeah, we wouldn't consider gender, right?
What?
We would just go by sex and like, I get that. Like, for example, this is
Let
why I
me
said
ask you a
earlier
question
that.
about sex.
Go on.
Is it possible that the concept of sex could disappear without all of the things that fall under the concept of sex disappearing?
I think there is a social construct can disappear. Yeah. Acts, biology can.
So would you say that the concept of sex is a social construct?
Okay. Yes. I mean,
Yep. So if sex disappeared tomorrow,
but
could
not the
we?
way you. Again, I think we both know what I meant by this, and
I'm still trying to figure
you
out
are
what I am countering your points to try to drive at the thing that motivates you. So when you say I would do this because if the thing disappeared tomorrow, then we would still all talk about, like, this isn't answering the question. It's really not.
try to make you understand my perspective, or not necessarily argue against you. You know what I mean?
I just want to understand you, dude. I just want to understand you.
Exactly. Like you, yeah, but you understood really well what I meant by sex and by social construct.
Of why sex is a social construct?
I don't know. I mean, gender. Sorry, I'm fucking like tired. Really tired.
Yeah, I understand that
But
sex and gender are both social constructs. Sex is a social construct that describes things that are not social constructs, but the concept itself is a social construct. Like any definition, any grouping of things, it is a social construct. Otherwise, we just have biological matter that does different stuff.
but in this
Sex
sense,
categorizes
everything is
that.
a social construct. Like,
Yeah, how we perceive the world, sure. But so, like, if we got rid of the social
nothing.
construct of sex, then
Yeah, but
we
then,
could still go around calling each
so
other he and she based on gender.
you're talking the way like there is no objectivity anymore. Like, if we look at it from
No, I'm
this
not.
standpoint, yes, you know, because like social is a social construct. If we go back there, you know, like from
No,
there is no
everything that we define, everything we define is a social construct, because that means we as a species have identified something worthy of definition. So when I say sex is a social construct, it means we looked at human anatomy and we said these things are worth grouping together so that we know what we're referring to when we refer to them collectively. That is a social construct. The other thing, like the things that it describes, are objective. So things can still be social constructs and describe something objective, which is even what gender is. Because this person objectively identifies themselves within a schema that they developed subconsciously, and they can't change that. It is an immutable characteristic. That is objective. It is still a social construct that we have identified it and named it and associate it with things.
I think there is a difference.
There is a difference because one is tangible and the other is intangible. That's really the only difference.
I think if we find out that that person, actually I was wrong, right? That person is actually this woman. Whoever, like in the future, let's say, gonna be in a way bad, would agree with the sex, but no, I don't think anyone would draw the conclusion that you know, like.
Let me try this one more way. No, Otto. I'm gonna try it just one more way so I can try to
Maybe I'm
get to
fucking
the.
brain dead and I just don't get it, but like, I
want to try to
focus on what you're saying.
I'm gonna try
I'm even
one more
lighting up a
time.
cigarette right now.
I'm gonna try one more different way to try to get you to answer my question. I want to call Natalie a woman, and like let's imagine now we're changing the scenario to fit this mold. You find out that Natalie is a trans woman. They are biologically male. I want to call Natalie a woman because it respects her as a human being. Why do you want to call Natalie a man? You can talk normal, right?
just not they can talk normally. It goes against it that I have, right?
It goes against what?
Certain values that I have.
Can you please tell me what those are, Noato? That doesn't answer my question until you explain it to me.
Hypothetically speaking, if I was, I think it's easier to explain this way. If I totally rejected the idea that there are trans people, right? And I
Then
say,
you would objectively be wrong.
it's not what I mean. Like, there are trans people. Okay, I'm gonna go again. If I refused that there can be genuine women who are trans, right? Then it would go against my values to play into that game and call them by their chosen pronouns.
Okay.
Would that make
So
sense?
that
far,
makes,
it makes
sense, but you still haven't answered the question because all you've introduced is another layer of ambiguation. You have just said.
I think it's
hold on.
clarification, though,
No, hold on.
Go on.
You've added a layer of ambiguation. You have said because I have this value that trans women can't be women. Then I'm still sitting here going, why? Explain this. Tell me the why.
Why they can't be?
Yes.
I mean, in that scenario, in that hypothetical, I can reject gender overall.
Okay. So you believe it is correct because of what their sex is, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. How do you know what their sex is?
I don't, right? Like I just have a.
No, I'm telling you, like, you know all of the. Imagine you have God level knowledge right now. You
Okay.
are omniscient. How do you
Sure.
know that Natalie is a man?
I look at her biology. Yes,
What biology?
I care. Her body, like her physiology.
More detail.
Anatomy.
No, Otto. No more detail.
I do think that I think that's enough. We can.
It's
if
not
I
enough.
say,
You already
Okay.
expressed to me that face structure isn't enough because it can be wrong. How do you know what things are not wrong? What are the correct things?
Wait a second. There's a difference between a person having a let's say a cis woman has a really masculine face, right? And me being all knowing and knowing that even though she has a really masculine face, I know her physiognomy, everything.
Right.
Right.
She has a masculine face. So what does she have with your omniscient knowledge that lets you know she is in fact a female? How do you know, No Otto? What are the
Genitalia,
facts
yes,
that matter?
sure. Everything that implies someone being a female.
If everything that implies
I'm not gonna enumerate everything, obviously.
That's what we have to do. I need to know what is a woman. Explain it.
No, a female. Right.
What is a
talking
female?
about-
I know. I'm talking about what is a woman from your perspective. What is a female? How do you know? Everything that implies that she's a female could be wrong
Yes.
if what things are true.
What? Like you literally don't know what a female is, though. Like what?
You don't know what a
Like-
female is?
Oh, I said, wait, what? I literally said that you know what a female is. Why
And
would you?
I
ask
need it
if I
from
don't know?
you based on our conversation so far because you've been disagreeing with me on what my characterizations have been. That means you need to tell me what yours are.
I didn't disagree with you what a female is. I never disagreed with you.
Yes, you have, and I'll explain after you explain to me what a female is. How
Doesn't
do
have
you
an
know
apple-
what is a
Adam's apple,
female?
different genitalia, right? She
Can a
doesn't
woman
a
have an Adam's apple? Can a female have an Adam's apple?
From what I know, I mean, actually, I think maybe.
Yes.
Anyways, genitalia, for example, right?
Thank
Hormone
you.
levels,
for
etc.
Jesus Christ, dude. I'm
The
sorry.
framing.
I'm
I had a
getting
problem with the framing, though. But go on. Sorry.
I don't if I'm framing it by the facts that matter to you, then I don't give a fuck what my framing is. And I am getting frustrated because you have made me take a fucking hour to get this out of you. What the fuck, No Auto? And you know what? Hold on, pause for a second, because I listen to a lot of debate content, and I get really frustrated when people tell debaters, they're like, "I've been nice to you this whole time. Why are you suddenly getting rude?" You are rude, dude. You're extremely fucking rude, because I've wasted my fucking goddamn time for 2 fucking hours trying to get this bullshit out of you, dude. Why did you do that? Why?
Why? Ironically, like, why are you? I'm not even rage baiting. Why did you get emotional when?
Because I'm fucking mad at you, dude. Because you've wasted my fucking time. Because you're a fucking coward. Because you don't want to say what you think. That pisses me off, dude. Why would you do that?
Can I respond or?
Yeah, go for it.
I never said that I don't agree, like, about the biology and what you wrote. I never said what you wrote there.
You're upset about the framing.
True. Yes, and
I hate to break it to you, No Auto. This is what you care about. Because we just went through the fucking facts. I care about I care about respecting a human being, recognizing their identity, acknowledging the subjectivity inherent to all people, and ensuring better likelihood of positive health outcomes. You care about you're allowed to talk normal, and then you care about their fucking dick. That's what you care about. You think about dick too much, dude. That's the honest truth. Those are the facts. I don't care if you don't like the framing. You wasted my time because you don't like the framing.
I don't think it's a waste of time because I never disagreed with what you wrote there. I just mentioned that there is a difference between framing something 2 different ways. That's what I said.
So it's not my framing.
If you want,
it is the facts. I'm not going to be gentle on you because you don't like that I pointed out facts. I pointed out facts and you went, no, don't say it like that.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you said don't frame it like that.
No, I said I dislike the framing because I can see that there can be if there is an outsider.
Do you want to sit and re-watch this whole video with me? I'll sit here and do it with you, and I can point out to you where you told me that you didn't like the way that I framed it, and that I shouldn't frame it that way, and it was dishonest.
Yes, I do think that's dishonest, but
it's not dishonest. It's a fact. It's objective, No Auto.
Yeah, but that's what I said about African kids is just as objectively.
No, because you didn't eliminate all the factors. You didn't ask what I care about. I went to a couple of things and pointed out why I made decisions, and there are other things that are involved in my decision making, and these are the things you were able to point out. I actually pointed out things that affect my decision making in that. Here's what you pointed out. Your framing. I can talk normal, and I care about their dick.
Can I respond?
Go for it. I'll put my hand over my mouth.
I don't think I told you once not to frame something one way, or I'm offended, or I'm bothered by you being like whatever. Right? Only thing I said regarding, for example, that you're really passionate. Right? I didn't call you like that you. I said that I still don't think that framing is fair. But the way you kind of explain it, sure, maybe I'm gonna say this. Maybe I'm not that good at debating or like deconstructing ideas or whatever. Like I said that from the start. Like maybe you are correct and I just didn't see something. It took me this much to say this, but I still disagree with the framing, and that's fine. You can frame it this way, right? But I don't think I became a snowflake and I was like, oh my god, don't talk to me this way. Again, like. We can watch the VOD, whatever. You can clip it if you want. I don't think I said these things right.
Okay. You said no to me multiple times. And when I asked you if it was not factually correct, you told me no.
Wait, what? Did you?
When I pointed out that the thing you cared about was genitalia, gonads, hormones, and karyotyping, you didn't only say you didn't like my framing, you also said no, that it wasn't correct.
Maybe I didn't articulate my ideas really well. What I meant that those implications might be correct, but it's one thing to say to care about someone's dick when that's not the main thing you really care about. That's one implication. Maybe I'm fucking retarded and
No,
I don't
Otto,
know.
I wrote
IQ gap.
your framing on the screen. I wrote your framing. If there was something else, you could have told me.
I don't know, earlier, right? I even said that your framing right now is good, and then you got angry about the fact that I agreed with you and I said what you wanted
It's
to
the
hear.
same framing. I didn't. There was nothing else, dude. There was nothing else. I even gave you more. I didn't say you just cared about their dick. I said you cared about their hormones, their gonads, their karyotyping. But this was still an issue for you.
No, because when we talk about sex implies these things. I don't necessarily think we need to specify these things. To specify these things because it changes the framing.
We do
We
have
both
to
know what's-
specify these things because you care about
Why?
correctness. You told me what matters to you is correctness. And when I asked you how you know when you're correct, these are the things that matter. So what matters to you in identifying someone correctly is these things. You will change how you talk to someone based on their dick.
Bone structure as well. Like you
No,
didn't
not
want
bone structure. Because once you find out they've got a dick, bone structure didn't matter at all, did it?
in sex. Bone structure has nothing to do with sex.
It's related to hormones.
So you agree that there is a difference bone structure when it comes to men and women, right?
Yes, but I would say
Hey,
no
and that
auto.
implies as well. Just
No.
hormones,
Because I would
genitalia.
say that no auto could find out, so like could see somebody's bone structure and have an opinion about it, but then find out that these other characteristics are different. Then no auto wouldn't give a shit about bone structure anymore at all.
That's not what I'm saying, by the way.
Yeah, I don't trust that anymore.
Wait, what do you mean? When I say that I care about sex, you listed a few things, right?
These are the characteristics that identify sex.
Are
This is
there
how sex
other
is determined
things?
by. No, there are 5
There are no-
categories. There are 5 categories. That is how biologists identify sex.
And maybe I'm wrong. I'm willing to say this. You see, like, I honestly thought. Actually, I'm gonna Google this thing. Can we wanna fuck yeah? Identify sex-based bone. It's generally impossible to. Okay, so I was wrong. I personally thought that we can do this. I was informed, right? Also, can I ask you something regarding what you said earlier? You got
What?
angry about taking this time to say yes because I didn't see certain things, right? You got angry, but when we got into this conversation, this was kind of, how should I put this? It was on the line that maybe it was even on the line that I'm gonna fucking be a dickhead, right? Like I could have been anything. I could have like. Why did you get so angry about this? I'm honestly curious.
Because you were extremely dishonest with me for 2 hours.
I don't think it's dishonest.
Yeah, it was extremely dishonest. We went in circles.
that
We
way?
went in circles forever.
Okay, so you're implying that I intentionally went in circles just to win a debate that I don't want to debate? Or like,
It's possible that you were not intentionally dishonest, but the lack, like your unintentional action was that you were uncomfortable with admitting what the facts were when I put them to you. and you wanted to walk away because of your discomfort with the facts. And so then I kept putting them to you, and you kept walking away from them.
Maybe it's not this way, but in my opinion, framing matters.
What matters?
Framing. You say certain. Yes, matters. In my opinion.
So
and that's why
when we get to the point, when we get to the point that I present the facts to you, there's no longer a framing on that. That is the facts. Otherwise, I'm just obscuring facts with framing.
Yes, I don't know. I disagree.
So then what it comes down to is, yes, I disrespect, and I'm gonna put it that way. I disrespect trans people because I don't want to recognize their identity, and my justification for that is that I only care about their dick. And when you frame it as me only caring about their dick, that just doesn't make me feel right. Sorry, dude. You don't care about their mortality? I don't care about how you feel about when I talk about you only caring about their dick. What a ridiculous thing to believe. Get out of here, No Auto.
I'd like to add that
I'm done with that. Jesus Christ. What a piece of shit. Well, I hope that was fun for everybody. Maddie would have been proud of me. I still remember the stream where pack it up, it's 4 hours in. But I said I would release a second video when I was done. I wasted so much time tonight. Wasted so much time. Maddie is still here. You love me? What? Why? What did I do that was worthy of that? God, that is the most angry I have ever gotten with a person directly to them. Did Maddie miss me yelling? Ah. Maybe it's probably a bit from the guy last time, but Maddie, I figured you would have been proud of me because there was that stream where you tried to coach me into getting mad. What's up, Elaney? He wasn't slow, Neil DeLegend. He wasn't slow. He was dishonest. And if he's dishonest with himself so that he's dishonest with me, that's not my problem. He was dishonest. He didn't want to own. What about Naruto? Then a guy worse than both? Wait, Elaney, I'm not following you. What's the favor you're asking? No, I still, like, if I talked to John again, I still would not get that mad. John was entirely honest with me as far as I could tell. I couldn't budge him. I couldn't move the needle on his beliefs and on anything. He believed horrible, horrible things. But he was respectful of my time. And he was entirely respectful all the way out. No autos, I don't know that I will upload anything from that. It was a waste of time. But thank you for complimenting my project.
Ooh. So, basically, sorry. What are you sorry for? What? Eleni, I feel like you're trying to get a message across to me that I'm not catching. Maybe you can just treat me like I'm the neurodivergent I am and you can be direct. And you know what? I'm fine with calling tonight a one video night. And maybe I can play some video games again. I know, Maddie, you did a great job and I greatly appreciate you. I got so sucked into... What? No, don't time Eleni out. Can I untime... Eleni's trying to explain things to me and got timed out for it. Can I non-time out? But again, Maddie, I greatly appreciate you. Like, I wanted to get the idea out of him of what he was saying, and I couldn't get it out of him, and it kept feeling like, I'm like, I just need to ask him the right way, and he can give it to me, and then that'll be enough for this conversation. And then I just got more and more riled up going, why can't I get this out of you? Is it a thing with me? Like, what's happening? I would have been fine calling that conversation over any time after we got done with that point, but he literally wasted the entire conversation with the singular point. Yeah. Unban to set their timeout. Oh, I can set timeout to 1. Okay. Here, I got it. I'm coming, Eleni. /timeout. Eleni 1. You're in timeout for 1 second. I don't think he was trolling. I think he thought he was an honest and good person. But he really didn't want me to frame his feelings that way. Maybe stop having those feelings. Welcome back, Eleni. We missed you. It's super the people pleaser in me that I'm trying to grow out of, but I do want to say, Maddie, I'm sorry if I disrespected you in any way by like asking you to do the time and then you did it and then I didn't listen. (15 USC 2 subchapter 1) Ghost jobs. There's a lot under subchapter 1. What are we? Huh? Okay. Well, to chill myself the hell out, I'm gonna play some Deltarune now. Yeah, my nose is red. I look drunk. It's apparently what happens when I get mad. Office for the Prevention of Fraud Targeting Seniors. Shall establish an office within the Bureau of Consumer Protection for the purpose of advising the Commission on the prevention of fraud targeting seniors. The advisory office shall monitor the market for mail, television, internet, telemarketing, and recorded message telephone call. What does this have to do with ghost jobs? Well, thank you, Maddie, for at least knowing me and I assume appreciating that about me. I really planned to. I definitely got like sucked in the first hour. Like I dedicate so much time to just personalizing me and the my interlocutor. Um, and I feel like that's really important if we're actually going to get anywhere in a conversation. So I did get sucked into that maybe a bit too much if I was trying to beat a 1 hour timer. But once we got through that, I was fine with like, let's just do a little bit of an argument and then I can stop. I was there mentally, but he prevented me from getting to the next thing. And that's where I guess it really triggered that part of my brain. I'm like, I need to know the answer now. I need this out of you. Ah. Ah. Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were making a joke and I was trying to get it. Um, Maddie's telling me don't use big words. I think big words do a couple of things. You tell me if you think I'm wrong. Specifically those terms. Oh, you mean like a command? Or like to explain them? Not so much legal jargon. Okay, okay, fair. Are you making this list or? I think schema is really important for getting the definition of gender down, because it's a complex idea to explain, and once you explain it, if you have a word for it, you don't have to explain it again. Schema is important. Epistemology, I appreciate it, and y'all can just tell me I'm dumb and maybe I'll listen to you guys. I appreciate epistemology using it up front in the conversation because I expect that a bunch of people don't recognize the word. And for one, I think it introduces the idea up front. Maybe there are some things that you should think about that you haven't thought about yet. And here is one of those things. If you don't know your own epistemology, A, you don't know the word epistemology. B, if you haven't thought about your epistemology, these are things that maybe you should think. Maybe I don't think about everything as much as I think I do. If I don't even know the word for a system for determining falsehood and truth, I feel like maybe I should know that. Maybe I need to question how much I think about stuff. But then second, when people ask me, or when people go, I don't know if you can answer that question. When I ask it so bluntly, like it's like I'm expecting you to know. And when you don't know what that word means, you literally can't answer the question. You can't bullshit your way out of it. You can't answer the question. So you have to ask me to explain it. And then you get to see how I explain things that are unfamiliar to you. And I am, I think, very kind about explaining things that are unfamiliar to people, and I don't hold them over their heads. And it's another way of showing people that they can trust being vulnerable with me about stuff they don't know. So I actually intend to have to explain epistemology to people. Automod is extremely too. You get it. Do you agree with it? I am still curious what your opinion is on it. Because I recognize that socially I miss a lot of stuff, so. This is my shocked face. Lasagna, you're so sweet, baby. You want to come say hi? No, you're too tired. Okay. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. And hey, you guys, y'all are my regulars. So before you head out, I mean, unless you're accidentally falling asleep, which it makes me so proud to hear 2 different people tell me that they fell asleep to my stream. If you're gonna fall asleep, that's fine. If y'all head out, I do want to hear that y'all are heading out. You don't have to tell me, but I do like to hear it so that I can say bye and like appreciate you. Oh, Maddie's saying we about the auto mod of my stream. Yay! Maddie's part of that team. When you, no, cool. If you're gonna fall asleep, I don't expect you to let me know. Hey, I'm gonna fall asleep. Sometimes I did like to tell people like, hey, I just popped into your stream and I am going to use this to nap too because it's comforting to me. Okay, so I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'm gonna let my friend know that I am gonna stream some more Deltarune. He's probably gonna be asleep, but I'll message him just in case. All right, be right back. And I'm gonna put some. Eleni, I think the issue was I believed him too readily, I think. Ugh, it looks like a bowl cut. Stop. I need a haircut so bad. Okay. Like, I didn't get... It took me too long to understand that he was avoiding answering the question. And I spent a while trying to be like, okay, if you're not getting it, what if I try to do it this different way? Can I get you there? Or, and especially because he was framing it as like me not framing his position correctly, and I really don't want to frame someone's position incorrectly. So I was just like, okay, what am I missing? I must be missing something that, like, I'm assuming something that is not correct. Right. And so this is a lesson for me, at least. I did learn something from talking to him. I might need to push harder to get them to admit the thing they're saying. Yes, he is transphobic. I mean, he even put it as like, I feel like you're trying to corner me into something. I'm like, what did I do to put you there? How did I put you in the place where you're feeling cornered? What did I do wrong? He just didn't want to say his belief. Oh, I know I can be aggressive without losing my temper. My issue was that I was patient for 2 hours. And he was being dishonest. So I can be aggressive before 2 hours. I can push harder before 2 hours. Right, for sure. And like, I'm not even having a debate. Like, what am I doing? And that's what makes me so mad. What am I doing having so much patience with you? Being so polite to you? Trying to get to the root of what you actually mean when you're just a fucking transphobic piece of shit and don't want to say so. Right. It's still catching penis, Eleni. If he's gonna sit there for 2 hours and he won't tell you what makes a man is a penis, then he's not, like, really seriously. But, like, it's even worse than that, because I'd be like, it's the penis, and he's like, no, you're framing that incorrectly. I'm like, okay, so what is it? Well, let me explain. It's like blah 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 blah. I'm like, but I feel like you still haven't answered the question. Like, okay, so the thing you just said, I'm coming back around to it's the penis. He's like, no, why do you keep saying that? Alright, I'm gonna play my stupid video game. I'm gonna go be a grown-ass man over in the corner, okay? What? Megan Fox versus Hulk Hogan Andrew Tate thing? The what? My favorite go-to is Buck Angel. And my favorite go-to is Buck Angel because there are seriously people that don't know. Like, for one, I like having an example that isn't a trans woman. And for two, there are a lot of transphobes that seriously just don't know the extent of all this. Y'all know Buck Angel, right? Got himself an IMDb page, alright. I would love to see all of Buck's credits. No, you don't want to see Buck Angel's credits? This is the one that I love to show to transphobes that just aren't informed, and it just breaks their fucking brain. Buck Angel is an American sex educator and former pornographic film actor and producer. Yep. Grow up, transphobes. The world's moving on without you. Hey, don't out me with ads. Don't out me with ads. Hey, it's the thing that Maddie sent me. Okay, where is my... Okay. Need to move OBS over to the other monitor. Need to move chat to the other monitor. 5 hours ago. Never stop razzing me, Maddie. Never stop razzing me. I'm serious. It's too fun. Need to stop the music. Move over to... Yeah, there you go. Oh, I need to change titles and stuff. I need to change titles and stuff. Oh, I'm sure. I'm like... I'm no stranger to the bad faith debaters. It's just this brand of dishonesty was new to me. And it won't be next time. Would you rather have sex with Hulk Hogan with woman parts or Megan Fox with male parts? Depending on the context, I don't know that it's outdated. If you're just using it against a transphobe who can't handle it, like mentally can't handle it, I think it's okay. But hey, I'm not a trans person, so if a trans person tells me otherwise, I'm going to respect that. I don't know the shit. What was I stopping to do? What was I stopping to do? Well, I guess I'll stop to do it again as soon as I was changing titles. Hogan was a horrible person. I mean, you could just say the Hulk. The Hulk with woman parts? Okay. Ugh, changing titles and stuff is so lame. Let's just put then Deltarune at the end of it. That way I don't really have to change the title. I can just tack on Deltarune. And now we're in gaming. Look at me learning streamer shortcuts. Ta-da! It is done. I dig that. I mean, it's great because you know how to hit them. Oh, so it is working? Okay. Well, it working a second ago. Alright, chill. The John Dinglebert incident seems like it's happening right now. Women want 6 figures, 6-pack, 6 feet tall. I thought 6 inches was part of that. Maddie updating my title anyway. Alright, thanks, Maddie. They don't want 6 inches? What are you saying that... I've never heard this, women don't want 6 inches. Are you saying they want less? Oh no, Elaney. You're part of the Gen Alpha... You're part of the John Dinglebert incident now. There we go. Does that always happen? I don't feel like that always happens. Bullet Hell Games have the craziest music. Let's get the John Dinglebert meal at Mickey D's. Is that the incident? I'm still trying to figure out what the incident is. How's the volume, guys? Do you need me to turn it down? Oh no, favorite quote from the stream. Well, John Dinglebert seems bored. Jesus Christ, John. Yes, the music is good. Ho ho ho, if it isn't my 2 favorite people. Psych, you guys aren't even in my top 5. Lancer, where's Susie? You mean the purple girl? Ho ho ho, you fools. You're too late to stop me. What did you do? Ha ha ha, it was so simple. She beat me up, so I ran away. That's a bit anticlimactic. Hey, don't read this sign, it's a work in progress. Signed, Lancer. Oh, turn down a little, okay. Okay, now we good? Hey, if you head that way, my troops will thrash you. Is that a threat? I prefer to think of it as an invitation. So you're just going to stand there? I thought you would at least run to the right. Why? The purple girl's over there. These types of trees don't contain an item that can heal you. Whatever you do, don't check the tree and use Y to open your menu. You got it? Signed Lancer. There are 2 objects hanging from the tree. Take one. You got the dark candy. There's a candy hanging from the tree. Take one. There's nothing hanging low enough to take. I would trade your freedom for safety. No. I would trade your freedom for convenience. A red and black star that tastes like marshmallows. Tried to call on the cell phone. Does Deltarune, what's lunatic mode, Eleni? Ah. Like you can barely see screen? Because it went for bullet hell shit? Like too many bullets? Mom, amoeba, I'm top chef. My latest cake worked me to exhaustion, so I took a little nap. But Mom, amoeba, a scary noise woke me up. A beast was hunched on the table eating the cake like an animal. I spritzed it with water and it hissed and ran off. But my wonderful cake is... Aw, Chris, that sounds like Susie. We must be going the right way. Let's try to keep her out of any more trouble. The broken cake was added to your key items. There is definitely some amount of lunatic mode in this game. Last I played that part of the game that I would call truly lunatic mode, I didn't realize that I could survive it. I thought it was an intentional, like, you had to lose this battle type thing, so I need to go back and try it again. It's gonna be a while before I get there, though. What? Oh, there we go. Is it a glass thing? Oh, how can a cake be broken? It's entirely for a joke later so that you can find a person who can fix broken things and they'll fix the cake. I did it. You told Hathy its teeth look like knives. It began to think about this. That's flattery. Favorite... what, my favorite candy? What is my favorite candy? Well, I'm no adult. My favorite candies are... High Chews and Jelly Bellies. Both actually great favorite candies if you want to lose weight, because they actually don't have a lot to them. It has so much sugar it used to be banned. I mean, you can get a whole bag of High Chews and it'd like be like, what, like 380 calories? if even that. Oh. Oh, they changed the formula. Well, I don't know when they think they used to be from Japan. If they're not anymore. Check the clock in order to solve this puzzle. You have to hurry. Okay. Man, now I'm reminded I really need to go to the fresh onigiri place and get me some onigiri. I miss living over there. Behold the maze of death. Prepare to get lost, clowns. Feeling lost yet? You must be utterly helpless among these twists and turns. Your sense of direction won't save you now. It's some sort of enemy. Looks like they got clobbered. Hey, wait, where am I? Help! Somebody help! I'm lost! Oh, I think it looked great on you. I wasn't expecting Ralsei to say anything. Cuteness up! A crinkly hair ribbon that slightly increases your defense. That's why it had dye in it in Japan? What does that have to do with anything? Hey, don't look, this sign's private. Oh, it's just this way. What? Whoa, wait a minute. Even if you're my enemy, I've got to warn you. A purple beast is roaming, clobbering anyone who dares block her way. We don't even like fighting. The king left us no choice. Oh, Chris, we need to stop Susie, quick. Hey, why aren't you afraid? They banned certain flavors of Haichu, like green apple, because it had a specific dye that was illegal in America. Oh. Now remove that dye, so it's okay. Ho ho ho! Somehow you survived the maze, but don't count your blessings before they hatch. Let's see how you fare against this team. Okay, you ready for a real bullet hell, Elaney? You ready for this one? This one's rough. I don't think you're prepared for this. Out of anyone, I'm glad we randomly encountered all of you. Nailed it. Hey, why aren't you guys thrashed? You're totally outnumbered. You made a team purely of support enemies. Their bullet patterns aren't balanced at all. Well, that's true. A ton of furries and like Deltarune and Undertale for sure. I'm not a furry. But one of my proudest memories as a father was explaining to a 9-year-old kid what a furry is and feeling like I fucking nailed it. Because I've always made it a policy that I never shy away from anything with my daughter, and I never lie to her about anything. She's never believed in Santa Claus. But I had to explain to her what a furry is because some kids at school called her a furry for making cat noises during recess. Oh, fuck. Did I get it wrong? I bet there's somebody out there literally named Santa Claus. So yeah, I guess so. It's like a dinner made out of 3 glasses of milk. What? Hello? And that's, unusual somehow? Why don't we talk about this after the battle? It's a fourth dimensional being that causes people to have a Christmas spirit. That's why people randomly get generous on the holiday. Sweet, how much do I get? You lost, Lancer. You don't get any. Oh. Can I have some of yours? No! Fine. Later, losers. Okay. Elaney, so I assume you don't know anything about Deltarune. The reason I'm replaying it right now is because I had what is soon to be a famous YouTube theory that somebody's already theorized that this game might have layers to it. Like, when you sign on to Deltarune, you have a menu. And when you go into the menu, somebody asks you if you're connected now, and they walk you through making a character or whatever. And then you start playing Deltarune, and part of that theory is that a character outside of the game of Deltarune, but exists in a fictional space to me, has connected us so that I can play Deltarune for some reason. And the reason I'm replaying it now is I have now theorized through, I think, quite a bit of evidence that we went through last night, that the game exists on, like, at least 7 layers, including mine, and the game is the most meta shit. It's meta on meta on meta on meta. Like, I think this guy, the green one, part of the lore of this game is that in darkness, like in your real world, in darkness, you can see things in the dark, like a coat rack or whatever, and imagine it as something else. And in true darkness, it really does take on that identity. It is truly a thing that comes to life through your perception of it as something else. And so right now I am in a world that is based on games. And like, this guy is a jack of spades. He's literally a jack of spades, but I have gone into this imaginary world where he is something more than that. They say that's the same way for Elder Scrolls main character, like your main character is a dead god that allows people from a higher dimension to play him or her, so that's why it takes on many faces. But is that a fun fan theory, or is that diegetic to the game? Because I think that this is all diegetic to the game. Like, this guy right here, the green-clothed guy, I think in the original, there's a layer of this that is the original game Deltarune, and I don't think he's a character in it. But I think somebody in Deltarune imagined things in the dark such that we went a layer deeper, and the object that he is the game's code of Deltarune. And so the game's code became a character when you went one level of imagination deeper. And then now I think he is orchestrating everything that is going to happen from here on out by forcing people to go through different layers to make certain things happen. He's manipulating everything. It's a game that is wanting to control the outcome of the game. It's a fan theory, but dead gods do exist in Elder Scrolls. They used to be what elves were. Human god is evil in Elder Scrolls. Human god is evil. And I wish I could handle Elder Scrolls. Oh no, I can't do the puzzle. Ugh, open up, you stupid door. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Interesting. Oh great, it's you guys. Susie, we were ever so worried about you. How'd you get past those spikes before? Walked through them. But this door sucks. Oh, don't worry, Susie. It'll open after we solve the puzzle over there. Nice. Tell me when you finish it. Susie, we need you to finish it. Sometimes proceeding will take all three of us. Furthermore, only Chris can seal the Dark Fountain. Yeah, like basically you have Lorcan, the god of man, and he tricked the 8 gods they had at the time to create a world. And that world caused elves who were the original gods to take physical form and die. Some of them didn't take an elf form, they became pieces of nature like rocks or trees. Those are the dead gods. Whoa. But in this theory, dead gods can be a living person? So if you don't accompany us, you won't make it home. So you're saying I have to stick with you guys? Yep. So basically, our human god was like, then told humans to kill as many elves as possible, and he is responsible for response for all the suffering that happens in mortality. Wow. Humans suck. Let's just get this over with. Yahoo! Susie's back on the team. Cue the fanfare. Susie joined the party. Hold on. Raleigh said cue the fanfare. Interesting. Susie follows at a distance, such that no one can tell she's associated. Susie's in the party. Susie's stats. Rudeness 100. Crudeness 100. And guts 2. What does it mean? What is guts? I don't know. Mean girl, won't do anything but fight. So you have the elves that were like, we want to rejoin the gods, and essentially that's why the Thalmor hate Talos so much, because he is a human who achieved that they have always wanted. Also, elves suck too. Awesome. What's awesome? Mean girl who won't do anything but fight? Do you relate? Yeah, Mean Girl is great. She is great. Susie's the best. She's the real main character of the game. Other than me, the player. Not me, the character, me, the player. Oh, Chris, I just realized Susie missed the tutorial. Next battle, we should show her how to act. I think she might really enjoy that. You ordered Susie to flatter the enemy. What? Why the hell would I do that? It attacked us. Let's smash it before it moves. Oh, look, Susie, it seems harmless. If you act nice, we might win without hurting it. Okay, okay. Hey, little guy. I really like the axe in your face. Where'd you get it? Also, some of the gods in Elder Scrolls are inspired by real-world gods, like Moloch Baal is a real demon on Earth. In the game, he is responsible for suffering and vampirism. It's kind of weird to think about. I always thought the, like, this may be completely unassociated, but like I always thought the what am I thinking? The constellation system was interesting. Like it felt like there was some considerable depth to the whole constellation thing, but that I just assumed was there and never got deep into it. Oh, I didn't read that. I sneaked by and made a sign. Is this a dark fountain? It doesn't seem like it. But there's a door. There's a door. That leads to Sham. That's super interesting. That's really interesting. And the fact that Sham's store looks like it's like stitched into the environment. What does that mean? It's kind of weird to think about. Baal was a Carthaginian god who wanted you to sacrifice your children to some people like Alex Jones believe in adrenochrome and shit, you know the lore. Alex Jones' world is crazy, but we are living in the Alex Jones timeline. Yeah. Yeah, we really are. It's still the Rush Limbaugh timeline. Are Rush Limbaugh and Alex Jones really different people? Susie, I suppose you missed what I said earlier. As heroes, we have the power to make a peaceful future. So from now on, let's try to avoid fighting, okay? What if you just took it easy on them? If you weaken an enemy, I can use my pacify spell, which can put exhausted people to sleep. Yeah, talking is already doing that. Well, just think about it. We might have to warn enemies about her, Chris. I also think that Ralsei is trying to kill me, the player. You want to buy a tutorial? It's only $50 dark dollars. Hey, kid, you want to buy a tutorial? Would you forgive Alex Jones if he said he saw Epstein Island and it fucked him up and now he's getting better finally? No. No, I wouldn't. Really? You'll really buy it? Right this way, gentle nurse. We're sorry. We're normally puzzle guys, but we've been forced to do tutorials just to make ends meet. When the king got power, he fired everyone and replaced all puzzle makers with him. How can you not see some of the stuff Alex Jones saw and not go crazy, though? Bohemian Grove and stuff. What Bohemian Grove did he see? What? What? Rules card, Lord of the Puzzles. Be careful. I'm TP Master. Ask me about TPs. What's TP? That's what lets you cast spells, see? When you see that orange bar, cast some spells when it's filled up far. TP, it's quite a caper. TP stands for toilet paper. No, it stands for tension points. What? Really? Are we about to get into some, like, former righty conspiracy shit, Eleni? You get TP when you defend. Protect yourself, then cast spells, friend. You also get TP by getting close to bullets. Look for the hard outline when you get close to bullets. You rhymed bullets with bullets.
Because it's important. TP only lasts inside a fight. Once you win, it's out of sight. Having extra feels unbearable. No point in saving, it's straight up terrible. But leftover TP turns into extra money at the end of the battle. You mean I only should have been using one square? I'm Ralsei Master. Ask me about Ralsei's. Ralsei spell's called Pacify. Use it on babies before they cry. What? It safely removes a tired enemy from combat. What if you're fighting a baby? Bohemian Grove was like a secret society with people with cloaks and deer antlers doing some weird stuff, and Alex Jones filmed it and they started chasing him. The worst part is if you saw Epstein Island at its peak and told people, everyone would call you crazy. Yeah, but is any of the Bohemian Grove stuff real? Ralsei loves when you give us money. He will hug you and call you honey. Hey, that's not true. You don't need money to get me to do that. Ralsei has a spell that heals, dude. Why use that when you can eat food? Because you won't have to use up an item? I could have avoided all those empty calories. It is real, but it's also very mysterious. No one knows anything about it. Yeah, like, the place is real, but, like, what from there is real? I'm not convinced that Alex Jones saw anything fucked up at Bohemian Grove. I'm Susie Master. Ask me about Susie's. When Chris uses warning, Susie can't hit, so make sure to... so there's no reason to use it. Unless you want it to not to hurt, so there's no reason. This is right up Elaine's alley. It is real, but it's also very mysterious. The people doing rituals, but you can't really see what the ritual was. It's just weird. Yeah, rituals can be weird. Social clubs can be weird. I would need to know more. So for now, he's still absolutely responsible for the horrors that the people of Sandy Hook had to deal with. Susie loves when you give us money. She will... Nope, don't care. Did I say something funny? Susie always attacks the foe on top. She'll smash them with a crushing chop. She always strikes at the first thing she sees. Oh no, she's looking at me! I'm Chris Master. Ask me about Chris's. This is interesting. Ask me about Susie's, Chris's, and Ralsei's. Interesting. Well, yeah, so I'm not going to forgive him for it. When HP goes negative, your friends fall down. Oh, when HP is negative, your friends fall down. But bringing them back is easy town. Plain foods and spells work like a charm, and with a mint you can cure all harm. Even normal items and spells can revive people, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a good idea to give us bucks. It'll make you happy and fill you with lux. Over there's our donation hole. We had a box, but it got stole. If you only act, you might start to think, what about the guy with the scarf in pink? If you know acting will make the enemy friendly, then you can ask me to spare on the same turn. Or cast Pacify if you know they'll get tired. If you plan ahead, a lot can happen in one turn. Hey, who's the master here, me or you? It's just like if you knew something terrible and couldn't tell anyone, and people were like actively dying with your knowledge and couldn't tell anyone, how would you feel? That's the weird part about Epstein Island.
I think maybe you could go about this in a way that didn't involve, like, being a public figure that was just spouting what sounded like crazy stuff to most people. I think there are things you could do with your knowledge. I don't think you would just have to sit there and feel crazy. You threw $1 in the hole. The hole became full. The hole is filled to the brim with cash. This motherfucker right here. What's your deal, man? I don't need any of this stuff. He really wants that glow shard. That's interesting. That's interesting. Game really wants to trick you into selling that thing. Can I sell the manual? You think I want that? Oh, what's going on? A last clarification, I took... Wait, what's going on? Oh my gosh, okay. Last clarification, I took a shower and I thought a bit about our convo and I checked the VOD. I thought that I articulated it properly, that if I found out the sex, I'd change my language because I do care about sex, which implies all 5 markers. But I didn't agree with the framing, but yeah, my motivation was sex. So I clipped it. Also, I misspoke about bone structure. I meant skeleton, not bone composition, which is my bad again. This was early on. Right. But the thing was that you kept trying to tell me that my framing was incorrect. You told me that you didn't think my framing was honest. My framing was entirely honest. It was fact-based. When can you forgive people if they get help? What crime is too, like, terrible to never be forgiven? Like, where is your limit? What crime is too terrible to forgive? Jeez. I think it is possible. Jeez. Like, there's like level 10 and up, like level into 7 you can't come back from no matter how therapy and healing you go through, but like, that's level 6. I guess the first thing I need to ask is, what does forgive mean? What do you mean when you say forgive them? Do I have to trust them? Like... I know that might sound like a nitpicky question, but I literally had this conversation with my coworker recently. Forgiving is not forgetting. What? Forgiving is not forgetting, but what is it? What must I be willing to do for me to have forgiven them? So how many chances do you give people once they have actually changed? How many chances do I give them once they have changed? Sham. Sham is full of information. It's like a shaman. It's like a shaman. Okay. Don't have anything better to do. Okay. Like, at least listening to their point of view and automatically being like, yeah, no. I'd be willing to listen to anyone's point of view. Also, like, if you hate someone and they are giving good information, do you automatically dismiss it? No, I will never let my biases against an individual cause me to dismiss information from them. Touch yourself. The name Sham, pronounced Sham. See, he also knows that he's in a game. Pronounced Sham. It's got meta awareness. And this is my little shop. Over the years, I've collected odds and ends. Of course, I have no attachment to any of it. It's just a hobby of mine. Like for me, or I dislike someone and they start giving good information, I'll give them more of your time, but if they show no signs of changing, I'm kind of out. Like, I may not want to talk to them, but if I get information from them despite not talking to them very much or whatever, then like, then I wouldn't dismiss the information because it came from them. My issue wasn't what sex implied, but the framing. In my mind, sex implies obvious things, and you bringing those things up, even though they are obvious, made me feel as you pushed me into a corner. Oh, you care about dicks, man? That's kind of weird. That's why I felt it was bad faith. It's not bad faith for me to point out the facts. You are obscuring facts by not wanting to talk about them. It is an honest framing of what you believe, and you are hiding from it. Like, seriously, no autos. Seriously. Yeah, go get on mic with Elaney. No autos, my takeaway from that conversation is that you are uncomfortable confronting what you actually mean. I got you there so you don't refuse to do it, but you are not comfortable with your own point of view. Of course, I have no intent. Oh. Around here, you learn to find ways to pass the time, or go mad like everyone else. No autos, like, you agreed with me multiple times, and then when I moved forward with it, you were not comfortable with it. And so we had to go back. Like, the whole time, I knew what you were saying, and you were not comfortable with me saying what you were saying. Like, to be honest, a thing that I didn't get to say, that I hadn't thought of until just now, you're not comfortable with the thing that you want to say because you know it makes you come off as an asshole. That's the problem. Thought I expressed it well enough that my issue was framing, not the implications, but yeah, you are correct. Does transphobia end once all trans people have lost their sexual parts? What the fuck? What? Long ago, the Darkners lived in harmony with the Lightners. They were like gods to us, our protectors, our creators, those who gave us purpose. Then one day we were all locked away in this prison. What does that mean? And then the Lightners never returned. Like, I had an argument about trans and women's prisons, and they aren't in women's prisons, and I was like, why can't there be specific trans wings for trans people? Because having a trans woman in a male prison is like nothing bad can happen, only good can happen. Trans women are not in women's prisons at all. Eleni, I'm not following. Embittered, the king took up arms and aims to take revenge upon the Lightners that left us behind. Of course, even among his troops, some still distantly hope the Lightners will return. Hello? Dude, come on. Come on. The issues I'm getting at is guy removing the 22 trans women from women's prisons won't suddenly make him stop hating trans people. Yeah, there's only 22. But what do you mean once they've lost their sexual parts? What is going on with my controller, man? What? Why does it keep... Stop! Stop buzzing at me! Stop buzzing at me! What's happening? What's going on? Stop being crazy, man. See you again, or not, ha ha ha. Ugh. There we go. If all it takes man is basically if he removes his penis, would that make no auto stop being transphobic? Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I thought this had something to do with the prison thing. And I just recognized the nothing bad can happen, only good can happen quote. These wedge issues don't actually matter. Yeah, they don't matter at all. Hello? Why is my controller not working? Ugh, come on. What? I'm just not in the game? What's going on? Just arguing a hypothetical if trans women were not in women's prisons, bathrooms, or sports, no auto would still hate them. Yep. Yep. And if no auto is still in here, let's be clear, that is what you're doing. You are hating them. This isn't a mystery. You may not like the framing, but that is what you're doing. It's really crazy that, like, bigots are so concerned about the framing of their beliefs. Historically, this land was ruled by the four kings from Cardcastle to the east. Okay, yeah. But recently, a strange knight appeared, and 3 of the kings were locked away. For what? What's the point? The remaining king put him and his strange son into power. And his strange son into power. This land hasn't seen this much chaos since... Interesting that he would use the word chaos. Interesting. Hate. Feel intense dislike for. I don't dislike. You do dislike and hate trans people. You do. I don't want anything bad to happen. Yes, you do. You do want bad things to happen to them. I think it's bad faith to say I hate them. It would be bad faith if I said he hates African children just because he doesn't help them and therefore they die over the... Dude, if I could help a kid right in front of me and I chose not to do that and they starved because I wouldn't give them half of a sandwich when I was full, then I would hate that child. That's what you do. You kill people, no autos. You kill people. You hate them. Get over it. You need to stop worrying about how your shitty opinions are framed. You're just a shithead. Lasagna, you're okay, baby. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at a terrible person. Peace out, no autos. Become a better person. I told you all he cared about was my deck. This land hasn't seen this much chaos since. Ha ha ha, well you don't need to know about that. Ha ha ha, so you are the heroes who are going to seal our fountain? Honestly, all I was saying, if we solve your concerns, you won't suddenly not be nice to trans people. Yep. But I'll insist that he hates them. He does hate them. Because going out of your way to not treat them in ways that respect their identity for no benefit to yourself other than that you get to talk the way you have been talking, that's hate. That is hate. Ha, good luck. It makes no difference to me. Neither light nor dark hold a future for a darkener in my condition. I don't know what this means. Neither light nor dark hold a future for a darkener in my condition. What is your condition? What condition? People justify their hatred in many ways, like look at the crime rate among African Americans, and like for me, I was like boomers and Gen X commit way more crimes than millennials, and Gen Z should Gen Z be justified in discriminating against older people now? They would never agree to that. I argue like the right, sorry. It's good, it's good. I could use more viewpoint like that. Susie, the Violet Tormentor, is now your ally. The power of Mean Girls shines within you. I will give Eleni a moment to screen cap this. This one's for you, Eleni. It's an empty door frame. It's a lone door frame, but for some reason you can't see through it. Curious. Talk to it more. Talk to it more. We'll do something. Well, flip my flapjacks. The clowns are back in town. Well, bad news. Since you last saw me several minutes ago, I've created a brand new fighting team ready to stop you. Not even the purple girl can stop me now. Ho, ho, ho. Are you ready to be... Stop. Stop talking. Ho, ho, ho? What is that? Why are you saying that? Ho, ho, ho? It's my evil laugh. Scary, right? You sound like baby Santa Claus. You mean like in a badass way? Shut up. Way to go, Eleni. You really think you know how to be scary? Well, Wrong. Man, wannabe tough guys like you really piss me off. Face it, you wouldn't know scary if it picked you up and bit your face off. That's not true. Oh, really? Then why don't we prove it? We'll start with the part where your face gets bit off. Oh, okay, I get it. Thank you, Purple Girl. What? Thanks, it was kind of you to teach me how to be scary with an evil laugh. Hey, I wasn't. And now, you're going to be thrashed. Ah! Merry Christmas! I guess that's kind of an improvement. I got bullet held. No. Oh, look, Chris, another puzzle. Oh, no. Let's read the instructions. Huh? The instructions are vandalized. It says, "Thou'st fools, thou will never figure it out now." Ruining instructions, that's definitely against the rules. Then it says, "P.S. I make my own rules, RK." My own debate style is like self-inflicted backlash. I learned from Tucker Carlson. Just ask stupid questions and piss people off. And take every argument to its most absurd. Do you have a favorite one? Well, that explains that. Why don't we just climb over this spiked fence? Because then we'd get impaled and die? Cool, I'll work on that and you do the puzzle. Try your best, Chris. Great job, Chris. I think you're onto something. Hey, Chris, give up whenever you feel like it. It's all good. Whoa, you did it, Chris. Great job. Damn, didn't get to impale myself. Oh well. Come on, chumps. Good job, Chris. The puzzle description has been smashed and graffitied, but the graffiti is written in overwrought Gothic calligraphy. A lot of gamers are right-wing but hold leftist positions on gaming, so they are like, we need to deregulate the market. Oh, so you like $50 DLCs on release microtransactions that make a game a gacha game, and season passes that you kind of have to have started on day one to like play the game at a competitive level? They're like, no. I was like, you get that from no regulation. The market is not gonna fix itself. Yeah. I also love like the yeah, I mean, kind of just looping back around to make the same point, but so pro-capitalist of them. When you step into the light, you'll return to where you were before. When you step into the light. Sure, I think that's just a little teasy clue. They're like, no. I was like, you get that from no regular. Oh, the people want a 5-second dopamine hit from buying a Switch 2. What joy are you gonna get out of a Switch 2? Let's. Oh, whoops. I haven't seen any point in a Switch 2 so far. Is there a point to a Switch 2? Pawn Man. Fighter of the Night Man. Ah. They're gonna buy it regardless, then oh. They're gonna buy it regardless, then we are like, we have to educate people on what they are buying. You don't support regulation, so like there's rules against false advertisement, and on top of that, like, educate them on how you hate the education system. Educate them how you hate the education system. Oh, God. I got a text from my ex-wife a few weeks ago, or... No. My daughter just told me one day a few weeks ago, she was like, yeah, I just think, like, school doesn't really work for me. It doesn't, what'd she say? Like, it didn't work for her, like, with her, the way she works, and she said, I think I need to go to a half-day charter school. And I was like, I'm sorry. What? Where the fuck did you get that? I didn't say this to her, but I'm like, where the fuck did you get that? And I mean that in a facetious way, because I know exactly where you got that from. Wait, can I run a 1-minute ad break? Wow, I hated doing that. That sucks. So does that mean... Am I officially an affiliate now? No? Still not? I'm confused. I don't know how this works. I'm gonna get through this section and I'm gonna go to bed. Nothing to drink, so I found chocolate syrup on the top shelf, and now I can drink chocolate milk. Nice. What did you see the ad? What was the ad? I have to know what my first ad was. Oh, okay. Susie fell asleep. Okay, back to my controller working. I ran an ad and no one saw. Actually, you did get an ad just now? Oh. Ha ha ha. So you've begun to cross the great board. The halfway point to our castle. Impressive. So it's a shame you won't make it a step further, because my guys are about to smash you into blood. Lots of blood. Splooshing blood. Very gross and bad. It's an anti-Hamas ad? The fuck? Hey, Purple Girl, was that scarier? Why are you asking me? Because you're really cool at being terrifying. I want to be as scary as you. You want to be like me? Yeah! Well, that's stupid. But, the new laugh isn't as awful. And saying you'd turn us into blood is, cool. What the hell is up with the bucket, though? It's to put the blood in. Oh. Yeah, I'm not supposed to make a mess. Anyway, thanks for your feedback. I'm really feeling scary. No problem, I guess? Hi, what's up, Bisky? How did the debate go? Well, people saw me get really, really angry for the first time. I don't know if I've ever been that angry. It also wasn't much of a debate. I spent like, I swear, like 2 hours trying to get this guy to lock in on what he was actually saying about, like, why he wanted to call people by pronouns other than their gender pronouns. It took him that long to finally lock in because I had to push him so hard. Stand up to Jewish hate. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So you guys, I'm surprised that's being run on Twitch. Well, I am irritatingly patient. I'm an irritatingly patient person, and I'm also a very kind and generous person when it comes to, like, trying to understand people. No one should hate Jewish people, but that's not really what they're saying, is it? And this guy, like, it was so infuriating that by the time I finally got him to say, yes, what I care about is their genitals, gonads, hormones, and karyotyping. He finally said that. I was like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, John. Even though that was not John. I was sitting there going like, I hear on debates all the time that people on the right are like, dude, why are you becoming so mean to me? Why are you becoming so rude? I haven't been rude to you the whole time. And I'm like, you have been rude the whole time. And that's exactly what happened here. He was rude the entire time because I was being so patient and asking him questions about what his beliefs were. And he wussed out of it for 2 hours and made me do a little song and dance and tried to make me feel bad about framing his position incorrectly when really it was factually accurate the entire time. Why is he wasting my time like that? Why is he being disrespectful to me like that when I was approaching him with full honesty, disclosure? I was not afraid of stating what my position was. That was a Looney Tunes skit. People on the right are clueless. They don't actually mean it. Oh, I had a debate with a Trump supporter and I lost my mind. We couldn't get past the fact that I thought Nazis deserve hate. Because your definition of Nazi is different from her. Yeah. And the other thing is, like, I don't understand how hateful people don't understand. Like, the freaking tolerance paradox. It's like, I hate you, you hate me, and you hate other people. I hate you, like, you hate me for some immutable characteristic of mine, or you hate other people for some immutable characteristic. I hate you for no other reason than that you hate people for immutable characteristics. We are not the same. And that's not an invalid thing to be mad at people for or to hate them for. Some people don't have the best intentions. They just might want to fight someone or to get viewers on Twitch. This guy that I was debating, I honestly think that he was, from his point of view, good faith. He thought he was having a legitimate conversation. He thought that he shouldn't be framed the way I was framing him. He thought he was being earnest and faithful. He didn't realize that he was being dishonest with himself. He didn't realize that he didn't want me to frame things a certain way because he realized that it was just him being an asshole. And he's like, don't call me an asshole. I'm like, well, you're being an asshole, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm being an asshole. Like, these were not phrases uttered, but it's like, yeah, I'm being an asshole, but I don't want you to call me an asshole. Oh, I'm sorry. What the fuck? He did ask if you were going to clip anything from the debate. I'm not going to use anything from that debate. What a worthless a period of time in my life. Them, Nick Fuentes is not a Nazi because he's not wearing the drip and it isn't German. Oh my god. The guy I did in a debate with was kind enough, but very defensive. I don't think saying Nick Fuentes is a Nazi is that crazy. I would call a person a Nazi for two things. If they identified as a National Socialist, or if they identified as a Nazi. Beyond that, I might call them a fascist, or an authoritarian, or anti-American, but I wouldn't call them a Nazi. I was so excited I forgot to bring any guys, but next time it'll be the end for... Hey, I've just been calling you guys clowns. Does your team have an official name or something? Oh, Chris, we should come up with a name. No, we shouldn't. Then it's decided, everyone puts a name in the bucket. Alright, everyone. Oh, alright, everyone's put in their entries. Blue person, you can choose. Blue person. Interesting. Since you look like you don't care. You take the crumpled up piece of paper. You open it up. Okay, and your name is... I don't think I'm allowed to say this one. It's pronounced the Fuck Squad. Whoa, I'm not allowed to say tier 2 swear words. Wow, you three's collective dad must be very cool. Could we perhaps consider a different name? Ralsei, you don't have to be in our squad. Yeah, how about I be in the squad and you be the bad guy? Here, call up my dad. Tell him he has a new son. One that has to take a shower every time he reads a swear word. Okay, fine. We can keep the name. I just won't say it. Haha, me too. See ya, losers. It's shower time. Yeah, I knew Elon was about to hit $1 trillion. He's at 718 billion. I'm starting to get worried. I can't believe that Tesla is still approving, like, insane compensation for him. Like, have they not been getting hit hard with everything that's happened since the beginning of 2025? I don't understand. It's like with right-wieners, you kind of have to be wearing the armband and say you are a Nazi, otherwise, like, the right doesn't think you are one. One problem with that is Nazis don't call themselves Nazis generally. Well, the thing is, the right doesn't believe that words mean anything. They don't believe that words mean anything. Because they're used to, like, trying to apply words to leftists, and then leftists are like, you're not even using that word right. So like, oh, then I guess words don't mean anything. And then when you get to a word that applies to them or something, then they'll just try to, like, cast it off because they'll change the meaning of the word. Yeah, but so many people don't buy Tesla because of Elon that I don't know that it's of any benefit. But, like, so many people on the right wing will argue that someone's not a fascist because there isn't a fascist state currently. Which is just the dumbest thing. Like, I can't believe that anyone would say that feeling like they were making a good point. Are Nazis socialist? I believe it's possible for a Nazi to be a socialist. I think nationalism is inherently detracting from socialism. So I feel like if you do truly hold both of those ideals, then you are not accomplishing at least the latter. He did an interview with Fox News. And he said some weird stuff. Like he said that his son died, and then when Newsom called him out for being transphobic, he doubled down. Yeah, I mean, Elon is always weird. Always weird. See you, losers, it's shower time. I need to... There we go. Alright, let's do this boss, and then I'll quit and go to bed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Newsom also said he would beat the shit out of Joe Rogan. I used to love Elon. He was my role model. Don't know him. Bisky, do you know the song, Rat? I'm trying to remember the name. Rat by Penelope Scott. I'm not trying to be that one person, but Newsom is kind of handsome. Okay. I thought that was funny because objectively Joe Rogan would kick Newsom in half. I don't know, you could break his brain pretty easy. I don't know how long it would last. I'd recommend listening to Rat, Bisky. You might find a kindred spirit in that song. Well, you're just gonna have to find out. It's about Elon Musk, but it's not like a direct parody song or anything like that. Pondman seems hypnotized by your idol animation. I don't like Elon, but yesterday at 3 a.m. I saw an interview of him on Twitter. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. So the next 3 hours watching it, I don't know what that says about it. I'd be pretty concerned, honestly. It's not great. Whoa there, horsey. Pondmen are scary, but all in they're doing is following the king. Us on the board used to have our own boss. Those were peaceful times. But now even the boss has been reduced to the king's peon. Interesting. I am a bit concerned. The thing that concerns me the most is that I don't remember a single thing he or the interviewer said. One thing I hate about the left is when you change and they start hating you, they are afraid to admit they ever liked you. Like they're like, oh yeah, I never liked this person. No, I am very open. I loved Elon 200,000%. Yeah, you did. Maybe it'd be due to this shame leftists feel. We want to feel moral. I think it's just a human thing. People just hate to admit they were wrong. Fear not, we, unlike the simple pawnmen, possess full faculty over our actions. I, Mr. Society, am far too intelligent to ever bow down to such a tyrant. Unless he asks me. He's very scary, you see. Whoa, I don't get a message with that save point. Alright, here we go. Ho ho ho, well, step on my boots. If it isn't the name I'm not allowed to say. You boys or girls had better turn back while you can. Lancer, what is it this time? Ho ho ho, I'm simply warning you. Something extremely dangerous is lying ahead. Ho ho ho, it's actually really inconvenient. Ha, I can't go home at all because I'm so scared. What is it? Not saying I was wrong about Elon, I'm just saying I wasn't right. Oh, hey, little guy. That's what you're afraid of? Wow, purple girl, you aren't scared? Why would I be? What's it gonna do? Well, normally... Kinged it. It crushes people to death, I think. You explained to the king round about the importance of dodging Susie's attacks, but it didn't seem to understand. Oh no. Used to ship Anna and Ben Shapiro? I was about to say, people who used to be on the right are so weird. But I used to be on the right. I guess I'm weird. I find it kind of odd, like how I'm so willing to be considerate and patient with people, and I want to be nice, and I want them to feel good about themselves, and like, how was I ever on the right? I technically have a Twitter account for this channel, and I've made one tweet releasing my first video. I need to make more. Okay, deep bow. You and Ralsei bowed. King Round bowed back. Its crown loosened. That's it, Chris. If we can get its crown off, it should turn back into a little guy. Susie, help us bow at it. Nah, its crown will come off when I smash this guy to the ground. Bullet hell. King Round bowed back. Its crown loosened. Susie, stop. King Round felt stressed out and attacked. King Round practiced self-care. Susie, stop attacking it. You're making it stronger. And let it think I'm afraid? No way. King Round bowed back. Its crown loosened. Ouch. Oh. Bisky lost a message. Oh, it was a link? It's because leftists are openly mean. Oh, I didn't know, sorry. I think everyone is openly mean. It's kind of about tough love with leftists. If they disagree with you, they just hate you. I'm not openly mean. I've had so many conversations in my life where it's like, I remember specifically one from law school where I was sitting at lunch with some guys and they were talking about I think it may have been the locker room talk, quote unquote. And one of them was like, I mean, we've all called women sluts at one point or another. I'm like, no, I never have. I don't really understand why you would do it. He's like, I mean, come on, like, in private text to friends, like, you've called specific girls sluts. And I'm like, no, I would never do that. Why would someone do that? I don't get it. I seriously don't understand these things. Right-wingers are more afraid to lose engagement with people. Whoever did Elon's makeup in the interview kind of ate. I am woman. The people that will lead the left into the future is former right-wingers. That's insane. You're probably right, but that's insane. Me? Am I the chosen one? So chosen? You got choosed? There we go. Whap, whap. We did it? Wow, you cons really are heroes. You saved the next 20 minutes of my life. Yeah, I am pretty great, huh? Susie, not to downplay your contributions, but you didn't actually help at all. You only made everything worse by attacking it. If you had just acted nice to it in the first place, we could have avoided that entire battle. Huh? Are you for real? That thing was bloodthirsty. The only thing keeping it at bay was my axe. And earlier you terrorized those troops? Those guys were enemies. They're for terrorizing. Yeah, she's right. And before that, you ate an innocent person's cake? Cakes are also my enemy. Susie, whether you like it or not, you're a hero. One with the power to bring peace to the future. Could you please start acting like one? Yeah, when you lay it out like that, I've been a pretty bad hero, haven't I? Alright, Rousey, you got it. I'll change my ways. From now on, I won't be such a rotten hero anymore. I'll just be one of the bad guys instead. Really? You're going to be on my team? Yeah, sounds way easier, honestly. Susie, you can't just... Quiet, toothpaste boy. Susie is my comrade now. Haha, yeah, toothpaste boy. We're going to have monogram track jackets. Yeah. And sleepovers, where we tell each other secrets. Yeah. Anyway, see you guys never. Haha, if you can even last that long. Call me crazy, but socialism and civil rights came out of the South. LBJ was from Texas. Yeah. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so hard on her. But I just worry that if Susie is too eager to fight, then, well, let's just be kind to her. Interesting. I worry if Susie is too eager to fight. Well, let's just be kind to her. Cool. I'm sure Susie will come around soon. Yeah, give me that. Hey kid, we managed to fix up this old thingamajig for you. It's some kind of door. It can take you anywhere you want in the world. As long as that's one of 2 locations. Anywho, we'll keep working on it. Anything to help you out, kid. Right, it's a teleportation door. Fast travel door. Colored light underneath. Okay. Cool. Well, that's me then. I've been staying up way too long for way too long. I need to stop doing that. Anyway, I'm No Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything, and that's what we're here to do every single day. So with that, I'll do my sign off. I'm proud of you, as always. I don't need to know you for that to be real. You deserve to hear it, and it's true. If at the very least, because life is hard, it's always been hard, and it always will be hard. And the way you face each and every single day, the way you do, is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you next time. See you tomorrow. Good night, Elaney. Good night, Bisky. I doubt Maddie is awake. Maddie probably fell asleep again. Now I kind of feel like I should just, like, read Maddie a book while she's sleeping. Oh, never mind. Everybody bailed. Got one viewer. Okay, okay. Fine. Bailed before I said goodnight. Well, peace out then. See you next time, nobody.